Hi, everybody. Bright and early. Day two. Day two. It's supposed to get really, really better today. It was pretty good yesterday, by the way. It was pretty good yesterday. Supposed to get better today. Let's see how it goes. Oh, boy. I didn't. Perry's still asleep. So we're not going to wake him. We're going to get prepared and ready to do this. Let's see here. Let's put up my screens. Okay, that's weird. All right, so let's just. Hi, Heather. Hi, Rita. Grand Rising, Eleonora. Good morning. Hi, yes. Is it yes? Yes. Hey, Kay. What are you guys doing up so early? Let's see here. Buenos dias. Hi, lady. D2U. Good morning, Lena. Hola, Joan. Did I ever tell you guys that? Good morning, Lisa. Hi, D. Hi, TT. Hey, Rap MDTV. Oh, got it. Hey, Kim. Hey, Laurette. Hey, Lenora. Hi, Sheila. Hey, Sheila. Hey, Jupiter. I mean, we got to get. Hey, Mel. Hey, Carl. Y'all are. Hey, Stacy. Hey, Alberta. Hey, Darlene. Have you ever seen people? Hi, Stacy. Hi, Kim. Hey, Chrissy. Hey, Cheryl. Hey, Amanita. Hi, Shirley. We are waiting, people. Buenos dias. Buenos dias. Hi, Juju. Hey, Christina. Perry couldn't get up. He'll be joining us in about an hour. I don't want to wake him up. Perry works hard. Hi, Christina. Hey, Joyce. Hey, Carolyn. Hi, Stephanie. So, hi, Lisa. Thanks for shouting us out. So, oh, that's sweet. You're sweet. Hi, S. Roberta. Hey, Tip Jeff. Hey, Ty Neil. Hey, Lorraine. How you doing? Hey, Felice. You're at work? Good. You listening at work? Buenos dias, Tony. Hey, Felice. Sid, Burly Girl. What up, burly girl? You're listening at work, Heather? Cool. Sherelle, hope you have your coffee. Not yet. Hey, GA. Hit the button. Yeah. Thank you, Darlene. Hey, Jacqueline. Jacqueline Connors Williams. That's cute. Thank you, Lynette. You're so sweet. Yes, Clyde. I'm not playing, okay? I'm not to be played with. No, I'm just joking. I am not to be. Hi, Miss BR. You're new? Welcome, welcome. Welcome. We've been riding for a long time over here. Miss Rue, I hear Cassie is testifying today. That's what they're saying. This would be epic. Okay, you guys? Epic. Epic, epic, epic. That's what they're saying. I can't wait. So yesterday we had to read. Hi, Melody. How you doing? we had to read from someone inside the courtroom. And it left out a lot. So when I went back to look at it and saw other people covering, I mean, people that started hearing from people that were inside the courtroom, I was really freaked out. Now, if you were here yesterday, you remember I was freaked out when they said that uh, he somebody peed on her, and then when I went back later to do my recap, I found out it was in her mouth. I thought that was just the you are right back into it. I see. I'm not to be played with, Melody. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Perry will join us when he wakes up. Perry sleep. Perry's a lightweight. He cannot wake up early in the morning for nothing. I don't know why. Cassie will be collateral damage, sadly. Yeah, well, if it can't get any worse than that, can it get any worse than doing the deed in your mouth? That is disgusting. Is just disgusting. I can't take it. All right, hold on, guys. I'm gonna head to a different page really quickly. That was a mess, a hot mess. Wait. Oh, okay. All right, so they're running late. They're 7 minutes late on Law and Crime. Let's see. Hold on a second. You know, I love to watch them. I like their and yesterday they just stopped in the middle of the trial. Hold on. Link. Stream. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so everybody's setting up and just waiting. So, you know, I always have two going on at one time just in case. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Okay, you guys. I'm being told that Cassie is testifying today. Oh my gosh, this is going to be. Should I wake up Perry? Also, additionally, Daniel Phillips, who testified on Monday. So we got Daniel's back. Daniel Phillips, the male escort, is back. Another key witness. Uh, the trial is expected to continue for the testimony. Okay. We'll see. To testify. So, oh, okay. Now I've seen it in print. So Cassie is expected to testify. Oh, I can't wait. I should go wake up Perry. I should go wake him up. I'm going to take this down for a minute. I'm going to put this up. And we're going to go over this really quick. Okay, it says Sean Diddy Combs' ex-girlfriend Cassie to testify as star witness in ex-trafficking trial. And that was written 3 hours ago. So summary video evidence depicts Combs with Cassie Combs accused of drug-fueled ex parties and blackmailing women. This is going to be good. DV, not the same, not as, wait, DV, damn, not the same as ex trafficking, defense says. Sean Diddy Combs' ex girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, a rhythm and blues singer known as Cassie, is expected to testify on Tuesday, which is today. And they wrote this morning, 3 hours ago, as the prosecution star witness in the hip hop mogul's ex trafficking case, a day after jurors saw a video of Combs. What should I say? Roughhousing her in the hotel in 2016. Prosecutors say Combs lured women into romantic relationships. Lured them? Forced them to take part in days of drug-fueled ex parties, and then blackmail them, child, with videos. If they have evidence for that, then he's officially cooked. He's officially done. And that only took 2 days. Combs manhandled women when they resisted taking part in the parties, known as freak-offs, or otherwise upset him. Prosecutor Emily Johnson said during her opening statement on Monday in Manhattan, Combs, 55, has pleaded not guilty to 5 felony counts of racketeering, conspiracy, ex trafficking, and transportation to engage in that. If convicted on all counts, he faces a mandatory minimum sentence of 15 years. A minimum, you guys, of 15 years. Combs is known for tumming rap and rhythm and blues artists like the Notorious B.I.G. and Mary J. Blige. Now, Mary J. Blige is his girl. Mary J. Blige is really close to Diddy. I don't think she even came out and addressed the issue. I know one time they were saying she was going to testify. She still might. We don't know who these witnesses are. Yesterday, they added an additional witness under an alias into stars and process the mainstream appeal of hip hop in the 90s and early 2000s. His lawyers say prosecutors want to criminalize the rapper's swinging lifestyle, in which he and his girlfriends, with an S, invited other men to join them for X. Defense law, Tenny Garagos. That's a hell of a name, Tenny. I kept calling her Tiny, but it's Tenny. Tenny Garagos conceded to jurors on Monday that Combs had a bad temper and jealous problems, but said this had nothing to do with the ex trafficking or racketeering. DV is not ex trafficking. They pretty much said this yesterday, and they're right. DV is not ex trafficking. But if you got evidence of blackmail and blackmailing women with an E, you don't need the DV. He is not changed with being a flawed individual. Prosecutor introduced the video of Combs and Ventura on Monday, the first day of evidence in the high-profile trial. In the video, Combs we saw the video. I don't need to repeat that. How he came out with the tile. Mark Agnifilo, Combs' lead attorney, has said that in 2016 hotel incident depict aftermath is a dispute over infidelity, probably on his part. In a court hearing on Friday, Agnifilo said Ventura had a history of DV, signaling he plans to use that to undermine Ventura's credibility. Now, listen, if you're a Cassie supporter, which I am prepared for some harsh criticisms of Cassie. I'm prepared of lowballing. I'm prepared. All right, y'all. I am prepared. I think I'm prepared for them to shame the victim. That's what they're going to do. Now, let me be fair. I'm prepared to hear both sides of the testimony. Let me say it that way. Johnson told jurors they would hear testimony from victims who said Combs routinely put his hands on them and explored. He explored with rage at the smallest slights. They will tell you about some of the most painful experiences in their lives. Well, remember that one girl, Gina, I can't remember Gina's last name, went on Tasha K. And that was like 4 or 5 years ago. The days they spent in hotel rooms, high on drugs, dressed in costumes to perform the defendant's sexual fantasies, child, that is just too much. A male stripper testified on Monday that he had X for money multiple times in 2012 and 2013 while Combs watched and did things to himself. Stripper Daniel Phillips recounted an episode in New York City, in a New York City hotel, where Combs threw a liquor bottle in Ventura's direction, grabbed her by the hair, and dragged her screaming into another room. Defense lawyer Tenny Gargos said on Monday that prosecutors were trying to twist Combs' romantic relationships into a racketeering and ex-trafficking case. Sean Combs is a complicated man, but this is not a complicated case. This case is about voluntary choices made by capable adults in consensual relationships. This is just sad. And now he's putting his hands on other women. Yeah, I want to hear from these women. I want to hear. Hold on one second. Oh my God. So I'm prepared, y'all. I think I'm prepared to hear what Cassie has to say. Let me see here. That is just terrible. Terrible. Mm-mm-mm. And yesterday, I didn't like hearing about people urinating on people. This stuff was too hard for me to take yesterday. So it's supposed to start at 9 o'clock. Hold on. So we're waiting. Please note that the court rules prohibit video. Okay, I'm not gonna video record. Hold on a second. Oh, hold on. I didn't hold on, you guys. Trying to get all my backup stuff ready. All right, I need to walk away from the screen for a bit because I need to grab my cell phone. I'll be right back, you guys. Now I gotta go get Perry. Hold on, you guys. I'll be back. And let me look. Let me remove this. Okay. I'll be right back, you guys. I got to go get Perry. Okay. Yeah. Okay, court is in session. You guys. We have a letter from a juror that we will make court exhibit number 1 on the videos. When will they be offered into evidence? This afternoon. Judge says this is about evidence that is coming into a case. The public has a right to know what's happening at a trial. I don't see how we would navigate that concern. There's a potential impact on jurors signaling some evidence requires sealing. Okay, they fought about this yesterday. I don't know what is going on. Okay, so that's all. That's what's going on right now. They keep fighting over some evidence, and I don't know what it is. And then I'm not going to keep refreshing like yesterday. I said I'm not going to keep refreshing like yesterday. So they're having another sidebar. Wasn't there a lot of breaks yesterday? A lot of objections? Just when you're getting into the story? Objection! Oh, I'm live, Perry. I'm not talking to you. Diddy's eyes are very close together. The space between them get narrow with every picture. I think Diddy's going away for a very long time. A very long time. Yesterday I was nervous. I'm not nervous today. I'm just anxious because I really want to hear Cassie. Like, I really want to hear what Cassie has to say. It's sad, just sad. Let's see. We just would show the videos to the courtroom gallery, and the jurors and everyone in the well would wear headphones. These materials are actually explicit, or involve nudity. One has submitted a letter here. 38 seconds. Ag Finello. the lead attorney. This is adult P. That's what this is. So it's narrowly tailored. Our application is only that of visual images, and audio is within the admin of sealing order. We could ask questions tastefully. They don't want some videos shown that have nudity in it. They probably oh, so these are probably the tapes that they found in the raid. Out of the respect for the people in the video, they probably don't want to show it. And it's a bad look for Diddy. They don't want to show it. But you've got to show it. Well, let me think. Well, I'm glad I'm not the judge. Should he show these videos of people in these explicit acts? You know, we know what they're doing on this. It's almost I don't know. Let's see what the judge says. Should they show videos of people having X? Yeah, you're gonna have to show it. That's what I'm thinking, so we can get the full range of. What about the people that are innocent? And they did not and do not have a clean copy with maybe things edited out. This is worth. Let's see what happens. Yeah, especially if the person didn't know they were being recorded. Nah, they can't show these. They can't. But let's see what the judge says. Maybe he can take. No, I don't know. Because you wouldn't even want the jurors to know who you are. That's your business. And like somebody just said, especially if you didn't know you were being recorded, I wouldn't want that exposed in court. You're a victim. But I don't know. I'm going back and forth. Let's see what the judge says. I mean, I don't know. Jasmine says, hey, they show dismembered bodies in court, but Smex is too far. I'm thinking it's too far. Maybe they can do a smaller group. I don't know. I don't know. Might as well. Other graphics are shown in similar cases. Maybe they can just take the jury in. That's what I would do. I would just take the jury, the jurors, and just let them see and let them get a feel. They're gonna, and if they come back with blank looks on their faces, we know it's bad. We know it's bad from yesterday. Urinating. That's disgusting. That is disgusting. Oh, let me put this on my phone. We are waiting. So we're waiting a result from the judge. They want to show some explicit videos that involve nudity and probably people having X. They said it was very graphic, too graphic to show. They don't have a edited copy. So this is what we're waiting for. We are anxiously waiting for the judge's response. Let's see here, inner city. This is a tough one. Do we show it? Do we not show it? They said, I'll read the last statement again. This is adult P. That's what this is. So it's narrowly tailored. Our application is only that the visual images and the audio is within the ambit of the sealing order. We could ask questions tastefully. Like tastefully, this is not a tasteful situation, sir. This is not a tasteful situation. So I'm with you. I think they should take the jurors out of the chambers, out the courtroom, let them look at it, and then carry on. And then carry on with still shots. Maybe that's what they should do. Mm-mm-mm. This is too much. And it's what time is it? It's 6:30 here in Vegas. And right out the gate, it's too much. It just is too much. I don't know what to do because they already said this is the rumors that a lot of these people didn't know they were being recorded. And we also know that these people were under the influence of something, either in the damn baby oil or that they took. So they have to be very careful how they do this. Very, very careful. Hurry, hurry, hurry. So Sandra, you said show it. You can't show it. What if the people didn't know? And that's what they're saying, that people didn't know. They're saying people did not know. Judge, on the two counts with Miss Ventura, when we discussed this last week, the defense says the assault in Connecticut messages between Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs, it's relevant. Let's see if there's any issue. This is what the judge, they're trying to really exclude evidence. And then Johnson said it should be excluded. They're just trying to, today is mad day. Today is real day. And they don't want this stuff to be shown, but they got to show it. They have to show it to the jury, not the whole courtroom. Because don't forget, in the courtroom, there's lots of bloggers, lots of media. Even though it's only 20 people, I wouldn't want to disrespect the people on the tape. They probably were at their worst and they were probably famous. And they were probably famous. Here goes Kenny Garagos. He suspected she was cheating on him. She did not answer her phone. She got into a bar fight and tried to unalive someone. So it's relevant to his suspicions and her substance abuse outside of their ex relationship. They're going hard. They're going hard to keep this evidence out. That's what good lawyers do. The prosecution is going hard for them to keep it in the evidence in its natural form. Mm-mm-mm. And here we go. Okay, we said that. Agnophilo, this is adult P. That's what it is. It's so narrowly tailored. Our application is only that of the visual images, and the audio is within the ambit of sealing order. We could ask questions tastefully. And you know what? This is like what's the word I'm looking for? Cunning. Because the defense, if they didn't want these tapes shown, they should have said something yesterday. They knew that this was in evidence. They could have edited some tapes to be in a tasteful way if you want to keep it tasteful, which is beyond too late. It's too late to keep it tasteful. Tasteful my ass. That they tried to sneak one over on the judge. Now, let's talk about this judge really quick before they come back. The judge is cool. He's a young judge. He looks like he's in his early 40s. He listens, he knows the hip hop culture. He walks to work. I was so impressed. So he's not an older judge that just can't relate to the culture at all. Here we go. So I'm thinking this judge is not going to let the defense pull a slick one. This should have been addressed before today, before somebody is set to testify, and we are arguing over tapes that we knew that the government has had. How long has it been? Probably damn near a year. I can't remember when the raids took place. And now you just want to show still shots? No, get out of here. I mean, but I hear I'm going back and forth, y'all. But the victims don't deserve to be re-victimized. But I think the judge should take the jurors out. I still stick to that. Let's see what y'all think. When is this nonsense going to start? It's starting now, but there are no cameras in the court, so we have to read them through text messages. So it's a part of the defense strategy. You damn right. This is a strategic move they're pulling here at the last minute. Judge, on the last two incidents with Miss Ventura, when we discussed this last week, the assault in Connecticut, messages between Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs is relevant. Let's see if there's an issue. That's the judge. Lawyer says it should be excluded. So they're fighting hard. Here we go. And they're claiming that whatever is on these tapes, these explicit tapes, the prosecution is saying they need to be shown. This is a tape that he suspected she was cheating on him. She did not answer her phone. Hey, babe.
Oh, hey.
Do you have yours up and running?
No, not yet.
Go ahead and up and get it. They were already in front of the judge. They said that they got some explicit videos that they wanted to show of actual acts, and but the defense doesn't want to show the videos. He wants to show still shots because he said they want to handle this in a tasteful way. And I said, to hell with that. This is a strategy. They knew a long time ago, since the FBI took them damn tapes, what was on them tapes. You wait to the day of, right before we're getting ready to hear a witness, to try to get it tossed out. I go back and forth though, because if these people didn't know that they were being taped, right? Then you can't do that to them. especially if they were under the influence, which most
Yeah.
likely they
Well,
were. We heard stories about. Mhm.
I get that too, though, right? But is it okay? The defense don't want it in there. The prosecution should be looking out for the defendant. I mean, for their people, their clients, right?
Mhm.
If they willing to play it, Diddy don't want to. Diddy attorney want everybody to think,
Oh,
okay, yeah, it was consensual,
here,
and
here, we're
yeah,
back. We're back. We're back.
okay, all right,
This is Tenny Garagos. She said she was taking drugs while close with her family in another state. Judge, I overruled the government's objection statements. We're talking about a sequestering issue. Are they on direct or in rebuttal? Okay.
hmm.
What were you saying,
Oh
Perry?
yeah, no, I mean, basically, this is what I'm thinking. Like, if the defense wanted to show it and the prosecution didn't want us to see, then they probably protecting the other people that's on the video. If they
Right.
trying to push it, they trying to
Right.
let people know what the hell really went on in
Mm-hmm.
these bedrooms, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like Diddy team want to think, okay, yeah, freak off, everybody have sex. If you have babies, you had sex. No, it's the
Yeah.
type of sex. It's how you
Yeah.
did it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't want the video clip. Just they want a still shot of him, probably from his waist up at the bottom
Yeah.
of the bed or whatever
Yeah.
like that. They don't want us to see his ass in a pamper and doing the
They did
things like,
say something about being dressed in costumes. Go ahead.
yeah, because he's that kind of freak. Like, you know, I think Boosie Collins many years ago on stage with a pamper. He in there probably with a pamper, and then it's the things he's doing, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
when you talk about yesterday when he urinating in somebody's mouth,
I know. I know.
defecating on people, that's the
Ugh.
shit you don't want. And
Mm-hmm.
they don't want
Ugh.
the jury to see what kind of animal he is. We ain't talking about no normal missionary or whatever shit.
Mm-hmm.
We
Mm-hmm.
talking about straight up freakness. Okay.
Here we go.
Uh,
I think we got another
but
one. This is Attorney Johnson. In their opening, they said Miss Ventura made her own choices. They asked who really had control in this relationship, clearing, begging the answer that it was Miss Ventura. Exhibit B 315, the threat to release the X tapes. They said only she had it. I don't know what they're talking about. Let me read that again. In their opening, they said Miss Ventura made her own choices. They asked who really had control in this relationship, clearing, begging the answer that it was Miss Ventura. Exhibit B 315, the threat to release the X tapes. They said only she had it.
right.
So they're trying to say that she was in possession.
And basically what they saying is, look, y'all want to look at my client as being the freak, but she
Mm-hmm.
was the real freak, okay? Because if my client
Mm.
was so caught up into it, he would have had copies of the tape to rewatch. She's the in the closet freak. She got the tape and been watching it. Now she's just using it to exploit, you know.
Well, that sure is
Diddy.
terrible.
Hmm?
I'm prepared. I think I'm prepared today for them to drag Cassie for filth.
Of course
So
they gonna drag her. Yep. But it's the things she say that might make it a lot of clear. I mean, because look, I understand the argument we had going back and forth yesterday. Not just me and you,
mhm,
just different opinions.
mhm.
Some women will take this kind of stuff. Some women like it. Just in
Like
my
who,
opinion.
Perry?
Okay, no,
Like what woman would
no,
like this?
that's not what I'm saying. The ones who do OnlyFans, the ones who will go and do all this stuff, they like it enough to do it for cash. Put it that way.
Oh, well, I don't know if they
If
like it.
Well,
Like
I know,
those.
but listen what I'm saying. Certain jobs, everybody work for money. Certain jobs, even I wouldn't do for money. That's too far out there. Certain people do it, and I know you. When I say that, you make me think, oh well, who would like that? I wouldn't like it. Don't even try that shit with me. Urinating and defecating. No, that's too much. Too nasty, too gross. Right? But what I'm saying is, what guy would like it? But obviously somebody's doing it. Somebody want to see it. And I think they want to see it for their own fetish because they like it. And I think whether you're a guy or a woman, it's nasty ass people out there that's like that. Period. But I'm starting to think that yesterday, from this whole court case, and now they want to hide certain footage and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Did he know the shit he did was over the top?
Yeah.
Because if it was natural stuff, he'd like, okay, well, we're adults. Go ahead and show it.
Here we go. We got another one.
Okay.
It says, yeah, this is Alexandra Shapiro. Okay. We didn't hear from her yesterday. We submit that these are hearsay until redirect. Judge says, if they come in, they're in. You don't object. Shapiro says, we do. What we said in the opening was that Mr. Combs, then she gets cut off. You seem to say, this is the judge, you seem to say she was lying about threats to release videos. Again, this is Alex Shapiro. We submitted that these are hearsay until redirect. The judge, if they come in, they're in. You don't reject, question mark. Shapiro says, we do. We said in the opening, was that Mr. Combs? Judge, you seem to say she was lying about threats to release videos. They're going at it. They're trying to keep shit out. And the prosecution wants to keep it in.
Well, I mean, because at certain points, the video might be the only thing to set the complete stage on what happened in these rooms. Because if you went lightly through it, Sherelle, and said, okay, well, everybody get their little fetishes here, there, and whatnot, right? Mm-hmm. You don't know what we're talking about. You thinking it's a fetish. It might be abusive. Yeah. Right? Like the way it is now. Like, he probably got people chained up, tied up, and shit.
Okay, Perry. Huh? Okay.
No, I mean, that's what
Hold on, we got another one. We submit that these are here. Oh, I already read that. Go ahead.
No, I mean, that's what I'm getting from all of it. The stuff is crazy. I don't know, general thing, you might think, yeah, it's over the top, just a little, whatever. But for Diddy, attorneys want to hide it.
Yeah, and it was a clear setup. You knew yesterday that what was on these tapes. You knew that you were going to present these tapes. You didn't say anything.
He might be stabbing people with knives in there. I mean, with forks or something. Oh, wow. Something really out there, like that torturous.
Sure is a lot, Perry.
Huh?
I said that sure is a lot.
Well, no, look, I got to use my imagination. Why wouldn't they want to show it? Everybody been hearing about these freakouts for the last year and a half. They don't raid the man house, did all this, got tapes, and he doing all this crazy stuff. Don't be shy now. Let's see the tape.
Yeah.
They know actually seeing it. Like when we seen him do that to Cassie in that hallway, you can never erase it from your mind. And we ain't talking about a couple arguing, right? She was like, oh yeah, every couple fight, not like you was slinging her ass down in this hallway.
We got Shapiro saying the predicate for prior consistent statements hasn't been met. That's Shapiro. The judge says, I find that it has for this exhibit. The defense opening said there will be millions of reasons for people to testify here. That's the attack that was used as to B316 too. So they're still fighting over evidence. Go ahead, Perry.
Yeah. So yeah, it's bad when the judge can say, well, I don't think it's been met, the standard. And the judge tell you, I think it has. Well, pretty much, he's the one gonna make the decision. Huh?
Right. I go back and forth though. Don't you think they should take the jury out and show them privately? Because you've got bloggers there, you've got media there.
Well, okay, I understand that too, right? But that's what happened when your ass get caught up when shit and the shit go public, like in court. Now they
Mm-hmm.
ain't got no cameras and shit and all like that, but
Mm-hmm.
just let the jury see it.
Yeah.
It will be an awkward thing. That's why if you're gonna do a crime, do it with your clothes on.
So okay, even though these people don't know, you're saying evidence is just that evidence.
Right. At the end of the day, and I
And
don't
that,
know which school you went to, and I think the youngest juror could have been 34, 35. Now
oh, I
they
have a
might
list.
not
Go ahead.
seen the shit that they're gonna see on this tape, but it's not like showing sex to a teenager.
The youngest juror is 31, and she's an
That's
investment.
right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So it's not like they showing it to babies.
Right, 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 right.
Now, if
But
you want to, and most people that bring kids or like Diddy daughters and stuff, people coming there, they know what more than likely they gonna show. So if they want to see their daddy with his clothes off getting crazy,
why did he bring them children in the courtroom? Even though the boys are in their 30s, and I think, yeah, they're in their 30s. But
mhm,
the twin daughters,
yeah,
Chase, why are they in the courtroom?
I,
I
I, I
think
don't,
they're over 18 because I do believe they graduated this year. But why are they here?
yeah, I get that. Whether
I,
over 18, I mean, even for that, yeah, that's a bit much.
I wouldn't want to see my damn father
Look, you
X
don't want to,
tapes.
you don't want to see your father doing that shit at 16, 18, 20. You don't want to see that at 40, 45.
Yeah.
I'm just saying certain things when it comes down to your parents and all that stuff. But I guess they want to
Mhm.
show him support. But he should say, no, stick this one out. Because if anybody know what was on the tape, it should be Diddy.
Right.
And his mama know what, how she raised
Right.
him, the things she did. So,
But did the
but
mom
maybe
look
to
high
them,
to, did the mom look high to you yesterday? Because
yeah, well,
she
I,
needed
I,
somebody to help her walk. She wasn't like that in the previous cases,
yeah,
hearings,
somebody said
and
that maybe she was doing it for sympathy, just in case jurors seen her, anybody seen her. Instead of saying her son was a freak, oh, look at her. She's so stressful. And it got to be stressing her out. Nobody want to see their son jammed up in a case like this. Well, most parents don't teach their kid about it when their front door
yeah,
opening and every neighbor in the community coming over, going upstairs with mama.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
most
I'm
kids don't
not
see all
going
that.
to refresh. I'm not going to refresh this page because now a lot of people's on this site.
Mm-hmm,
And when I did it yesterday, it locked us out. Remember?
mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna get mine like a few seconds later because I'm not doing that today. What do we have here? Judge, but the standard has not yet been reached as to B332 and B339. Okay, get Mr. Phillip in the witness box, then bring in the jury. All rise. Ooh. Donaldson says, so to continue, you return to the Gramercy Hotel. Male dancer says, yes. Donaldson, while you and Miss Cassie Ventura were having X for hours, Miss Ventura took the lead. Philip, no. Donaldson, you took the lead. Philip, we were equally doing our thing. There was a leader. Donaldson, you decided together. Phillips, yes. That's weird.
Hmm.
Okay. I have a feeling that it's going to be a lot of sex talk today. A lot.
Well, if you think about it, the freak off and all these things they really accuse him was is all best
Here
about
we go
based
again.
on. Okay.
Donaldson. Fair to say she was in complete control of everything she was doing. Male dancer. I can't say that. Donaldson. You did not wear a condom? Philip. I did not. Ooh, child. Donaldson. Your boss told you Miss Cassie Ventura paid for the hotel? Philip. Yes. Mm,
See, remember how yesterday everything keep going back to she did. Diddy didn't
right,
call me.
right.
Cassie called me. She called my boss. She ordered me to come over. Cassie took the lead. Cassie enjoyed it. That's what they want to sell.
Yeah. And we just got to listen to it and know that's what happens in court. They go for the juggler.
Mm-hmm.
They go for the jugular. Jeez.
Ain't that crazy?
It's it's heavy stuff. It's a serious case. It's heavy stuff. They said yesterday that he was calm but tense. So you
Mm-hmm.
remember the last time he went to court? This was many years ago for the Shine for Shine. And Gene Dill said he got real spiritual and he hired people to pray over him. And remember some ritual they did where they threw the doves in the sky? Do you remember this? He's
No, I don't
probably
remember
going,
that.
well, he going through the same shit today.
Hmm.
He's nervous and now is time to pay the piper, sir. It's time to pay the piper. It's ridiculous what you did in the first place. Ridiculous. Okay, Donaldson. She paid with her credit card. Philip, I have nothing to do with that. She used her card to pay for the dancer. Donaldson, okay. That assault at her apartment on 11th Avenue. Philip, I believe it was West End Avenue. Mm-mm-mm. So Phillips is on the stand today. And I agree with Perry, what he said yesterday. They call them dancers, but they're escorts.
Mm-hmm.
There's no dancing involved.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, you already made your coffee?
Yeah, yeah, I did. Yeah, it's the same with like strippers that they say, oh, dancers. But yeah, they
Yeah.
dance for the moment until you come up with some money and they'll go out wherever you want to go. They dancing, they advertise.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, this shit's gonna get crazy, Trina. It's gonna get crazy. It's gonna be wild. Because basically everything you said it's gonna be a lot of sex talked about and all that stuff. All
Mhm.
the freak out was based on that. And
Yeah.
then they gonna mention drugs.
Hmm.
That
And
shit.
the
Then they
baby
gonna mention
oil. We got
baby
to
oil.
clear that up.
Baby oil, right. So I'm just saying they ain't talking about shit that well, I guess at Diddy party it was happening in the living room. They talking about shit that's in the back room.
Hmm.
And at the end of the day, that's why I said it's hard for a female to go through that because a guy take it, hey, you can talk about it. Diddy probably, having memories of it. Yeah, that was me. But for a female to get out there and have somebody just, you know, that's
Did you
hard.
know Diddy's been sick for a long time? I think
Mhm.
his mother, when you introduce a child to that kind of lifestyle, it really causes damage to their brain. Diddy's been sick for a while. Remember in the early days, this is case number one, when he was
Mhm.
hanging with Aaron Hall, and Aaron Hall was just being so disrespectful to women when he was telling the story. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah,
Who
uh-huh.
hangs
Oh
around
yeah,
somebody like
yeah.
something is wrong with Aaron Hall's ass? Okay, who hangs around people like that? Diddy's been sick for a long time. It's time to pay the piper. And let's just say, for the sake of this argument, that he did unalive Kim Porter, which I wholeheartedly believe. I have no evidence of this. It's just a feeling that I have in my soul. Do you think he felt any remorse if he did this shit?
I'm talking about Diddy.
Uh huh.
You know, no. People like that's wild out like that. they think they're entitled to do it. They get this certain kind of privilege. If I take somebody out, that's what they deserve. Because it would never happen if they wouldn't have been toying with me. Because they are so selfish, right?
Mm.
If he took somebody out, he ain't feeling remorseful. And then even when he's treating women and men and shit like this, he's only remorseful when the public find out when he's caught.
Yeah.
Like when he
Yeah.
went and set his ass on that porch and, oh, I shouldn't have did it this way. I'm so well. I don't think he even
Yeah.
said he was sorry when he was on the porch. Remember after the
Uh,
beating in the hallway?
wait a minute. Ask the chat. I don't think he apologized. I think he did. I think he did. But
I
it
don't
was
think he
like,
actually came out and said, I owe Cass an apology. Shit. I think he was like, yeah, you know, I did things I shouldn't have did or something like that. I don't think he
hmm,
actually came out. So people in the chat, if you remember when Diddy, when that hallway video coming out with him putting hands on Cassie, when he was
and
sitting
he
on his
was
porch, we thought he was in Dubai somewhere. And he just all looking all sad and shit. And oh, somebody said no, he did not. Then somebody said he didn't. I don't think he apologized.
I don't think he did either.
These people feel entitled because at the end of the day, everything revolves around them. They're selfish, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And being selfish is a learned behavior too. Because if his mother do the things that she was alleged to have done while she raised
Mm-hmm.
him, running the so-called neighborhood brothel or whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
you adapt. You see, your mother ain't like the mothers down the street that's taking their kids to school, doing all this, fixing them dinner. She ain't there doing the wild thing,
Yeah.
collecting money. Hmm?
And Diddy was raised with a woman who rented a downstairs room from them, and her son, do you guys remember this? Grew
Yeah, I
up with
remember something
Diddy.
like this. Hmm.
And he said all that went down on Saturday nights. He said if you looked into the wrong room, so she's a big has okay. Combs Donaldson, Combs' attorney says, you claim Mr. Combs told her to come over. She said she had her personal information on the computer. So wait a minute. And he threw a bottle at her? Philip says, correct. He comes out and says, are you ready? Philip says, are you guys ready? Okay. This is Perry, before
Hmm?
you came on, they said that Cassie was going to testify today.
Well, I mean, yeah, because they were speaking and she was going to testify yesterday. But
Yeah.
I guess you had to get some of the little, security guards. It sounded like they working their way to the room. They don't got past security. Now they talking to the dancer. Then the next person they probably talk to would be her.
Babe, keep your eyes on the screen. I'm going to read this really quick.
Okay.
Blair Edwards says, we need to start thinking past our social norms. I really think his religion is satanic. I think that's his and his mother's real motive. Um, People keep talking about these rituals. I'll just say, if it is, it should come out in court. It was another person talking about these rituals. Was it
So,
Cat Williams?
Sherelle, something new here came out with the judge. I guess the last time you left out there, objection,
Right.
not in evidence. So
Oh,
the
here we
judge,
go. Mhm.
you see it?
Yeah, I see it. Donaldson says, isn't it true Mr. Combs told you, yo, man, I'm going to have to deal with this. You need to get the F out. Philip says, that is not correct. Donaldson says, in 2023, didn't you tell prosecutors he said, yo, man, objection, not in evidence? Mm-mm-mm.
And then another one came on after that. You see it?
Uh, she paid with her credit card?
No, okay, because the
Oh,
judge
remember,
just
I'm on
came
a.
up.
Go
Yeah,
ahead, Perry. Read it. I'm on a delay.
he said objection, not an evidence. Then the judge came back and said sustain. You can only
No, I
use
don't.
it to try to refresh his recollection. Recollection. Combs Donalds, read it to yourself. Does it refresh you? Male dancer Philip, I do not remember saying that. What I'm what I am reading here. Get the fuck out. Objection. Dis- disregard that. The judge say disregard it.
Oh, I'm on a serious delay.
So I guess they want to be specific what he said and what was said to him. Mm,
Babe, I'm gonna come upstairs so you can fix my phone really quick.
okay. Did you? Okay, just got to find the right one. 50 minutes. That one.
Okay, but I have to keep refreshing.
Yeah, you just rub like mine. I just go like this.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Back down I go.
Yeah. Okay. Gorgeous. Oh, you didn't close my door.
Oh,
Yeah, people. I mean, this shit's gonna be a trip all day. And Sherelle was like wondering, did Diddy ever apologize? Like people said earlier, I seen it, but I think she was reading some of the court transcripts. Diddy never even mentioned Cassie's name when he was on the porch. So that itself was crazy. And he's not apologetic about anything. He just sorry that he got called out, got locked up. Good morning, Aphrodite. Good morning, everybody. Yeah. So he's basically just sorry about that, but he ain't sorry about the things he have done. Because a man who was sorry about it would have probably changed this shit a
did you
long
hear
time
me,
ago.
Perry?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. What you say?
It says, Donaldson, did you date a model named Malia? Philip says, Malia? And I didn't say I dated her. We were friends, Donaldson. You were with her and saw Cassie with someone, not Mr. Combs. Uh-oh. Yes, he says. Donaldson, you told Melia, or whatever her name is, you saw Cassie socially. Yes. You thought Cassie wanted to see you one on one. Nothing to do with Sean Combs, right? I don't see what you mean. I'm front of the Dream Hotel. That's what you thought. No. They're going to try to say that Cassie wanted to be with him without Diddy. I told you this was going to be a bash Cassie day.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because she can come in and say, yeah, out of fear, she did these things and out of that. But every time a man came over, or a woman or whatever, because they probably getting some crazy shit, it's like you ordered them, you paid them,
Right, right.
you was in bed with them. That's almost like Shaggy came out. It wasn't me. It's just
Um,
weird. Like, huh?
Beatrice says he could not mention her name, Perry. They couldn't mention each other's names because
Oh,
you said they didn't. Yeah, remember?
oh yeah, yeah. I was talking about okay on the porch. Okay, thanks, Beatrice. Because I'm just saying, but
Hi, Bobby. Hey, Aphrodite. Aphrodite, what are you doing up so early? Oh, it's finally 7 o'clock here, 7:10. Hold on, let me. How you looking? Any updates?
oh no, I thought you had. Let me try it. No, not yet.
I guess also too. I guess there were some documents filed last night from the prosecution, and but they don't know what it is because the records are sealed. That whatever that form is. Let's keep going. I don't want to miss anything. I keep refreshing.
Yeah, I don't see nothing yet. Basically, the last conversation I see was Donaldson talking about, talking to Philip. You
Yeah.
thought Cassie wanted you to see you one on one, nothing to
Babe, I
do
want
with.
to run and go get me something to eat and drink. Can you got it?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, so at the end of the day, I mean, for real people, that's how they gonna try to frame it, and that's how they moving. And even with the dancer, they gonna get, hey, you was in too deep. Now you sitting there imagining, thinking Cassie wanted you one on one, and wasn't you with so and so that day? Now that they're trying to portray her as when Diddy was out of town, you was still calling the 1-800. I need a dancer. I need some company. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how they trying to portray her. And Macy says, "Thank you for covering this." Yeah, thanks for supporting the channel, Macy. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna cover it all the way to the end. Look, but that's how they're gonna try to portray it. Now, whether it's true or not, because my wife sometimes think that I'm thinking, oh, it's true. Well, I don't know what's true because I know it's a gray area where a person participate. Some people participate not because they was totally forced, because they would do anything to make sure they got a paycheck from that person or whatnot. But I really don't know. That's why we're sitting here watching the case. And I think when Cassie finally come on and start talking and answering questions and getting crossed, we'll have a better idea if she was really fearful that if she didn't obey Diddy, that something might happen or whatnot like that. I mean, maybe we'll see it a whole lot better, a whole lot different. Let me try to refresh this and see if anything popped up. Let me see. Okay, so we got an update. Combs Donaldson, he's talking to Phillips. You only saw her inebriated one time? Philip, I saw her passed out on the couch. Mr. Combs told me, I don't think it's going to happen today. Donaldson, the time with the other male you rotated? Philip, not correct. Donaldson, you watch. Then Philip says yes. So basically, Donaldson want to know, you only seen her inebriated one time. Philip came back and said, I saw her passed out on the couch. Mr. Combs told me I don't need, no, I don't think it's gonna happen today. Like she's too drunk to have this SES party today. Donaldson, the time with the other male, you rotated. So now they bringing in another person. with another male dancer, I guess. Philip, not correct. Then Donaldson, I asked Philip, did you watch? Then he said yes. So now another man don't came in. Donaldson didn't say he did participate. He just watched at this point. I guess he was on smoke break, lunch break, or something. I don't know. Three. Okay. So we got some more stuff came back in now. Combs Donaldson, you said Mr. Combs was directing, but you recall meeting prosecutors on March 28th, 2025, and telling them you didn't recall. Mr. Combs giving directions about positions. Then Philip says yes. Donaldson, so he didn't direct. Philip says incorrect. So now they trying to distance Combs because Combs Donaldson says, you said Mr. Combs was directing, but you recall meeting with the prosecutors on March 28th, 2025, and telling them you didn't recall Mr. Combs giving directions about positions. Then he says yes. So I guess he's trying to double down on Combs. Well, they basically trying to say Combs gave I think Combs didn't give directions on what position to be in. But Phillips saying that's
I'm back.
incorrect. Okay.
What did I miss?
Okay, now Combs Donaldson just popped up. And now they started asking him questions about whether or not Diddy gave directions on what position to be in.
Okay.
It says, Combs Donaldson, you said Mr. Combs was directing, but do not recall meeting the prosecutor on March 28th, 2025, and telling them you didn't recall. Mr. Combs giving directions about positions. He says yes. Donaldson, so he didn't direct. Then Philip says incorrect. So they saying, if why is your story changing? Because just last month, March 28th? No, 2 months ago. 2 months ago, when you met with the prosecutors, you said you couldn't recall whether he gave directions or not. Now you want to say he gave directions on what position to be in. So
Also, too, though, they were under the influence, if we heard it correctly. Some things they're gonna forget, right?
well, yeah, I mean, typically you'll forget if you drunk or whatnot. But the problem is, why are you remembering today when you just
Yeah.
didn't remember a month and a half ago?
Right. Yeah, because if you forgot, you will forget today too.
Mm-hmm. And so basically, they trying to discredit him and trying to
Mhm.
distance Diddy more. Because first, it's like, yeah, Diddy was in the corner giving directions. They trying to distance and say, no, he wasn't. Based off statements that he gave to the prosecution and all this stuff. Because a month and a half ago, he couldn't recall. Now you want to bring your ass in here and say Diddy was giving directions, which he probably was. But they going off written statements and things like that you already gave up. It's sort of crazy.
Okay. Refresh. Refresh. I don't know why they're coming in on yours and then on my laptop, it's kind of stuck. I'm gonna have to refresh it. I'm gonna refresh it, okay?
Yeah, I'm still watching.
This is good testimony today. I think I got a new one. Did you not tell them that Mr. Combs would tell you it's my turn? Objection. Of course, there's an abduction. Can we have a sidebar?
Mm.
I know you're supposed to object every 5 minutes and sidebar every 10 minutes, but damn,
Mm.
it breaks up my flow, and they know that.
Yeah.
And they know
Well,
that.
it's gonna be a lot of that.
Sidebar, objection, sustain. It's crazy. They're totally trying to flip this around, but it's not working. There's just no way Cassie was in control over this stuff. I mean, it's just no way. He got them dressed up in costumes, which is no, seriously. He got them dressed up in costumes and doing all this craziness.
Mm-hmm.
And then they want us to believe that no, 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 Cassie was the one in charge. That's bull. And what's up with the costumes? Didn't Shannon Sharp get accused of some shit like that? What is wrong with these
Oh, role
people?
playing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean,
That is so dumb. That is so dumb. And it's even worse, the stupid role play. If your ass is a public figure, you have to live your life like everybody's watching you all the time, even though it's hard to live that way. That's what you signed up for. You got to live your life like there was a camera running. Everything is running at the same time. Like, because when this stuff comes back, you're embarrassed AF. Shannon Sharp is going to court, right? I can't remember. Yeah, that's going to be a mess.
He's supposed to be suing her for defamation, and of course they're suing him for the 50. Oh, which girl are you talking about? He got two situations going on. Yeah, but he is going to court for something.
That's going to be a mess. His big ass going to be like, I was in the clown outfit.
Mm-hmm. I told her, you treat me like I was out there on the plantation picking cotton.
Ridiculous.
He played Toby. She played Miss Daisy.
I'm surprised.
Dumbass, huh?
I'm surprised Law and Crime is not live. Someone said Shannon acting like nothing happened. Child, Shannon gonna be up here embarrassing himself. And that's before his ex-boyfriend alleged Hollywood comes forward. Hollywood gonna break.
Hollywood talk. Hollywood
gonna snap.
Mm-hmm.
Hollywood used to be his stylist. Anyway, let me make. You got your eye on these? I don't want to miss nothing.
I'm trying to check now and see what we got.
Yeah, nothing. Hollywood is supposed to be Shannon Sharp's stylist, and Hollywood is known for turning men out.
Okay, something came out.
Donaldson, didn't you tell the government that you would feel jealous because you liked Miss Ventura romantically? Fella said, oops, I hit something. I do not recall that. Donaldson, put up 35 to 70. Just for the parties? I do not recall that. Donaldson, nothing further. So they're trying to act like he was with, they're trying to act like that this dancer was with Cassie in a romantic way. They just didn't tell Diddy. That's what they're trying to do.
Well, of course, right. And then that'll lead more to her like, yeah, they could have had the threesome, but those two, she got hooked on Philip. And she would sneak out and go and meet with him. They would hang out with other friends.
Exactly.
About Diddy. Right. And that could be the crazy part about it.
And even if she did hang out with Philip or was interested in him, that does not exclude the mind control Diddy had on her. That does not take away from the fact that you keep putting your hands on her. That does not take away from the fact that you wanted somebody to urinate in her mouth.
Yeah,
You
that's
sick
quite disgusting.
bastard.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh my God.
I'm with you, but let's be objective to this whole thing.
Okay.
Two things can be true at the same time. Diddy could have been that way, and brace yourself. Could it be possible that she was down for the ride? Just possible, because
It could be possible. It could be
right.
possible,
And I'm only
but
saying that because we can real quick to say, oh, the guy was definitely taking control and making you do. Sometimes people sort of do the things they want to do too. Now, that's why I'm listening to the case people. We need to have her on for
you
me
know
to
I'm
make
going to
a
jump down your throat.
huh? So what now?
I said I'm going to jump down your throat. Go ahead.
I know how you get because you keep saying, no, she would not have done that. But kind of
One just came in. Redirect. Please explain why you now say Mr. Combs directed you, Phillips. He asked about positions, but Mr. Combs did not tell us what to do or use baby oil. The timing of the handing of the cash. How did the amount compare to your stripping services? Child, yeah, a mess. Uh, yeah. Go ahead, Perry. What were you saying?
I'm trying to remember what I was going to say about it. Uh,
You're saying it's
okay,
a possible. It is
yeah,
possible.
right. I'm just saying this because people say, "Oh no, that person would never do that. She would never cheat on him." No, child, she won't do it. But check this out. Didn't she end up marrying the trainer?
Perry,
No, no,
okay,
no.
you're
I'm
saying
only
birds of a
saying,
feather flock together. I know what you're saying,
okay,
but
okay. I'm just being objective, just saying on the same
okay,
time. Who paid for the trainer? I'm sure Diddy did, right?
child.
No, I'm only saying this is what they leading up to. The
Yeah,
actual day,
yeah,
I think she's
yeah.
pregnant, already had a baby by the trainer. They're
This
trying
would be
to
her third child by the trainer, but go ahead.
okay, so basically that they're setting it up and saying, hey, so she ain't off limits to falling in love with the help.
Uh, Something just came in. Uh, Phillips, 3,800 more. Attorney, how much were you paid to perform when you could? Phillips, $700 to five or 6,000 of dollars. Attorney, and when you couldn't perform, question mark, Phillips says, they paid me nothing then. Attorney, did Miss Ventura call you after after the Dream Hotel? Yep, Perry, they're going in that direction. They're going in that direction, which is birds of a feather flock together. Because now they're trying to say she was in possession of some of the tapes, and now they're saying uh, these two were awfully friendly. Mm-mm-mm.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
So you
right,
don't think
Perry.
that so you don't think I made this up. I just put this thing from the chat. I just want you to read it. Because I'm not just saying this myself.
Sorry to say, but Cassie sounds like she may have had some freak in her.
But we have, I mean,
No, I just can't go there with
I'm saying
y'all.
we kind of be clear and honest here, right? And just go off
Mhm.
less real. We waiting to hear her talk. All these things could be possible. I make my mind up as the trial go through. I don't know, but you know, you so sensitive
So if
about
she
it.
did have some freak in her, you're saying that now she's not a victim, she's a willing participant. Is this where we're going, y'all? And the people in
I'm
the
saying,
chat that keep saying that Cassie's not innocent, where are you going with this?
I'm saying it's definitely possible. At this point, she haven't spoke. I think after she speak, you'll get a better idea. Because like on one hand, yeah, it's easy to say Diddy is a freak. We know this. I think we all
He
have that opinion.
is.
But what takes her off the block? Is Diddy the only freak in the world?
So you're
Typically,
right, Perry.
typically freaks freak with freaks. Okay, never mind. I'm saying possible.
No. I see what you're going. I have to be open. So I am going to be open. Doesn't mean I change my mind, but I have to look at both
Right.
sides. Is it a possibility that Cassie could been enjoying this?
This is what I'm gonna
I
tell you
guess
what.
there's mhm.
This is what I honestly think. I think Diddy is so controlling. Now, I'm giving a chance to play out that he's so controlling. he uses money as a way to get people to do things. And I think she fell into that category.
Here we
It was
go.
still controlling
We got one
and
more.
to satisfy. Okay, go ahead.
It says, this is the attorney. Do you know who she was with? Phillips. No. Attorney. Did she answer your text messages? Phillips. Never. Almost. Attorney. You said you wanted to hug her. Why? Phillips. I could see she was afraid. This is attorney. What did you do? Phillips. I could not engage. I was messed up. What does that mean? Let me read that again. Attorney. Do you know who she was with? Phillips. No. Attorney. Did she answer your text messages? Phillips. No. Never. Almost. Attorney. You said you wanted to hug her. Why? Phillips. I could see she was afraid. Attorney. What did you do? Phillips. I could not engage. I was messed up.
Hmm. I don't know.
Yeah, this is
Sort of sound like they trying to show that he had more interest in
right.
Cassie, and they
Right.
still trying to lead that way. Oh well, why would you want to hug her?
Mm-hmm.
You want to hug her, and when they ask, did you know who she was with? Meaning, like, did you know
Did he?
she was dating Diddy, whatever?
Mm-hmm.
You want to
Mm-hmm.
act like, no, I ain't really know that, and they could just be setting this tone for this. And Philip, of course, Cassie is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
If he was into females, he probably did want her, and then he loved the paycheck that was coming with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
They're trying to make Cassie out to be a hoe. And let me tell you where they're going with this. She was attracted to Phillips. They might
Mhm.
have a romantic connection. She was attracted to the trainer. She was attracted to Kid Cudi, saying that she cheated on Diddy all the time. This is what they're trying to say. She cheated on Diddy all the time. She is not innocent here. And one of the times she cheated with Diddy, because remember, this is what Comey said earlier. He found out that she was cheating on him, and that's why we had the hotel incident. But I don't care what she did. Don't put your hands on me.
Mhm.
But that's what they're trying to frame. Asking all these questions, basically asking him, weren't you attracted to her? Wasn't she attracted to you? Didn't she text you when he wasn't around?
Mhm.
So this is what we expected they were going to do, and they're doing it.
And so this is the debate we got going on in the chat. Certain people saying, "Hey, freak or not, she's a female. Should never have been subject to such cruel and unusual punishment. She's a victim." And I'm saying I
Okay.
get that part. Go ahead.
It says, what did Mr. Combs say to you? That's the attorney. Philip says, he said, it's time for you to go. Attorney, in the Gramercy Hotel, who was in the room? Phillips, Sean Combs, myself, and Cassie. Attorney, when she appeared to enjoy herself, was Mr. Combs always in the room? Yes. You're right. They're heading this way. Go ahead, Perry.
Okay, so the debate is going on, and I'm getting both sides, and I'm being objective here when I say these things because
I
everything's
got you. I
possible.
got
Like,
you.
okay, no, I'm telling the chat too. So
Oh,
Cindy says this: Cassie should leave it alone. Shaking my head. Both were into it. So some could believe. I think it's important to hear her talk about it because if she was seriously afraid to leave and all that stuff, and I know, I mean, Tina Turner went through it with Ike, right? A lot of things happen, but to hear her say it
well,
herself, because like I said, both
well,
things
well,
can
no,
be true.
let me say this, Perry.
Go ahead.
You know how you're a if you are a young kid and you are touched by an adult in an inappropriate way, your body's going to have a reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Just like I was listening to people that have been touched in their childhood. That doesn't mean you're enjoying it. Your body is reacting. She was so high, it sounds like, and he was so high. Yeah, it's
Right.
easy to say you enjoyed it, but that was forced upon you. If I grab you in an intimate area, I don't care what you look like, your body's going to respond. That's how I take it.
Right, right. I know. I'm saying, and that I agree with. Like, I'm not doubting that, but I
Mhm.
noticed that you slid in. You said, "Well, if she was high, then that made her some kind of vulnerable state or took responsibility off." But he was high too. So if both of them high,
Mhm.
should she be free from responsibility and him not? So and both of them equally could have wanted to have getting high. Some people aren't forced to get high with others. They do it because they want to. Now, I'm not saying either way. I'm just trying to be transparent with everything I'm telling you.
Okay, here we have another one. Attorney, was that the same man who called her the B word and beat her? Philip, I did not see the beating. I presume. Attorney, oh gosh, objection. Judge, sustain. Attorney, you heard slapping? Philip, yes. Attorney, nothing further? Judge, recross. Donaldson, briefly. Yeah, this is intense because they're trying, and this is what an attorney's supposed to do. They're following a certain story that they want
Mhm.
you to believe. But what were you saying? And should I cut you off when it comes on the screen?
Oh yeah, you should.
Okay,
I
go
mean, what
ahead.
I'm saying don't mean nothing. I'm just filling in, just telling you. You know, I think it's really important to hear what Cassie got to say. And
Hmm.
this is why I think Diddy did have some kind of control and all that stuff to pay some to settle $30 million,
I know.
or whatever the case
I
was.
know.
It's like, damn, hold up. You trying to quieten something.
Yeah.
If say, man, you've been married 34 years and should I pay you
Uh,
30 million to get a
here
divorce?
we
I'm
go.
gonna be like, no,
Here,
you got to say what
here
you
we
got to
go.
say. Go ahead.
Uh, it says, attorney, this document. Do you see where you said I'm on the Upper West Side? She says 10 West End Avenue. Hit me when you're there. Phillips, yes. Attorney, do you see your text? Don't you give a F if I'm a little tipsy? I love y'all. N word. Yes. So he's definitely texting her. They had correspondence outside of the freak offs when Diddy wasn't around. This is what this sound like. And he just agreed to it. So that's the text message, and that's what it said. I'm gonna read this again. Attorney, this document. Do you see where you say I'm on the Upper West Side? She says 10 West End Avenue. Hit me when you're there. He says, yes. Attorney says, do you see your text? Don't give a F. I'm a little tipsy. I love y'all N words. He
Hmm.
says yes. But that could be Diddy could be in the room. They need to clarify this text message
Yeah, but what they're
because
trying to do though is saying they had more communications than what they're leading out to.
mhm,
This one day stripper coming over, stripping, turned into a friendship.
yeah, that's what they're saying.
Yeah, because typically you lead a stripper at the strip club.
That's what they're saying. But these text messages need to be more justifiable. She could
Mhm.
be texting him, and Diddy's telling her, "Hey, invite him back over." So
I get it.
I'm sure they're going to clarify the
Well,
conditions, right?
maybe her attorneys need to clarify. The whole thing is this:
Right, 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 right.
they just saying that it wasn't just a one-time thing. Basically showing two things: that you stayed around, You wasn't even forced to do it. You kept coming back over and over and over and over again, Philip. You started to enjoy it too much. Just text a girl, I'm downtown 10th and West Street. What you doing? I love you ninjas, right? But
Yeah.
look, this is a debate we still got going on. And I guess it's a debate. It's a good educational debate, right? Because we saying that like Queen Black says, basically, it don't matter how long you've been married, 25 years plus of mistreatment.
Yeah.
Staying doesn't mean complicit. Right. I get it. It don't. And that's something I really
I'll
had to
be right
learn.
back. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Keep going.
That's something
And
I had
keep
to
your eye
learn.
on the screen. Keep your eye on the screen.
Okay. That's basically something I had to learn. Like, because most of the time, for real, guys do think a lot different than females. I'd be like, oh, the girl was there because she wanted to be. But a lot of time, guys don't really think shit through. We just see it from our perspective. But a lot of females could feel endangered if they don't do these certain things or fearful and do these things. So I had to change my outlook. I'm like, hey, if you didn't want to, if a man beat you up 5 times, why you keep going back? And they call it something, I don't know, some kind of syndrome or whatever. When you, I don't know. That's when you fall in love with your capture, though. But I'm not exactly sure. But I had to realize that things are different for females. Chloe says, also, Diddy was her boss, and she was held on a 10-album contract deal. She only had 1 album out. She was trapped. I got you. Now, I'm understanding what y'all saying. You saying that this powerful man did this and their livelihood was on the line. Because sometimes you get to see how much shit you're going to take from a regular job before you quit. If you don't have anything else, Stockholm Syndrome. Thanks, Aphrodite. But I'm starting to understand that. So I'm trying to be real careful. But as I talk about this case, I'm just trying to throw it out. Yeah, some people could have that Stockholm Syndrome. Some people could just be scared and fearful. But some people like it. Now, I'm just saying, some people do, in my opinion. Just likes it. Perry said it 5 times, Stockholm Syndrome. Yeah. Okay. Look, that's the thing that I have to think by hearing her testify, it'll give us a better idea on what part she was. And I do think Diddy, by the way, I do believe Diddy did something. Because if not, the $30 million, it just don't make sense for him to give that money up if he didn't. In my opinion, it just don't make sense. So I think he was wanting to keep something quiet. Let me go and see if anything came out. So 2 minutes ago, they had a sidebar before the next witness. Judge, yes. Okay. So it sounds like they're almost done with Philip. It sounds like you're about ready to get another a witness up. Could it be Cassie so far, or are we gonna bring
Oh
in
my
another
God.
dancer?
I
Sherelle?
hope it's Kathy. Because it's supposed to be another dancer. I had read it to you guys. Let me see if I.
Hmm.
It's going to be a former bodyguard and an ex-employee.
Hmm.
That should be good. I think that with the ex-employee, we can really get some unbiased opinions, I'm thinking.
Okay,
Unless
yeah.
they're a
I mean,
hospital.
the chat is really good and educational. It's sort of because you get different opinions on it. Like Cindy says, y'all trying to twist it like she enjoyed getting beat on. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I'm trying to be open minded. They got their day in court. Hear it out. Personally, I don't see how nobody could enjoy being beat, but I have heard of people saying they enjoyed it. So Personally, I don't know nobody enjoy it, but I think we'll find out. And because really, I don't see how no man can enjoy beating a woman. But obviously,
Or watching your woman with somebody else. That's
I'm
weird.
watching it, right? But Diddy seemed to enjoy it. So, you know, it's almost a tough conversation because see, unbiased from an example employee, please. Well, maybe she could have felt it. And I do feel like Diddy had something to hide to give up $30 million. I feel like Shannon
Yeah.
Sharp, as much as you want to say, you was gonna pay her 10 million to shut up.
I
So,
know that's crazy.
oh no, come on, brother. If I ask Shannon Sharp for $5, he'll tell me to beat it. He giving up 10 million. You hiding something, brother. And
Perry,
just
I'm
like with
here. I'm just eating. So if you have to say something, I can hear you. But I'm going
no,
on
you
mute
fine.
so you don't hear me chew. Okay.
No, you fine. Yeah, I mean, but that's what I think. So this whole thing, I understand both sides. Most people don't ask to be beaten and all this kind of stuff or into all this freaky stuff. But it's two sides. But a lot of people will endure it for cash. Am I right or wrong? People will endure it. Not saying they like it. We all could have work jobs and probably more than likely work jobs we didn't like, but we worked them. So,
Really, Perry?
huh? No. I'm saying it because, like, on a certain hand, I
This is
I
what I
feel
want you
like
to. This is what I
Diddy.
want you to do. This is what I want you to do. I want you
Okay.
to imagine that you were doing a story on a cult. Okay, and
Mm-hmm.
in the cult, let's say you're doing in the cult. There's always a leader. There's always a
Mm-hmm.
leader of the cult, and he brainwashes you on a daily basis, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Even the Manson, he had those people unaliving people. When you hear this, even Mary Cosby, where how they listen to the tapes all day long, that messes with your head. And once you're brainwashed, that's just what it is. You're
Mm-hmm.
brainwashed. You got to have a lot of professionals to deprogram you sometimes.
Right.
That's why I wish Cassie's husband would take the stand. What happened in your relationship? Did it? She
Mm-hmm.
start out just talking to you as needing a shoulder to cry on? I just want you to remember that once you're brainwashed, you're brainwashed. Once you're
Okay.
fearful of someone, you're
Mm-hmm.
fearful.
Okay, I
Okay,
got
go
an
ahead.
update like a minute ago. Hold on, Sherelle. The
Okay.
judge, jurors, take a break. We have some issues to deal with. Jurors leave.
Oh
Come Anna
wow.
Maria Es- Esta Bayo, whatever.
Mhm.
Bayo. Will like Miss Ventura husband to not be allowed in the courtroom during her testimony. We may need to call him as a witness later, depending on direct. So I guess she's gonna come up.
Yeah. All right, y'all.
And,
We getting close
okay,
to Cassie. They don't
and
want the husband in the room.
you mentioned the husband only because they saying so just in case they want to bring him up as a witness later. He can't sit there and hear her testimony
I
and then
was
come
just
back.
saying that.
Oh yep, you did say that. So, hmm,
So they're on a break and they want him out the this it's going down, people. It's going down.
yeah. I mean, that's gonna be the good shit right there because we can debate all day why a person did something.
Right.
That person know why they did it, and I think, and we can come to conclusions. And obviously, Diddy ain't gonna speak, and we don't seen enough of his stuff. I don't think we've seen enough of Cassie Ventura with this personal thing, whether she was fearful
She
and all
never
that stuff.
spoke, not even
Right,
to the media. She has
right.
not spoken. This is good. I feel anxiety keeps on trying me because I just want to hear what she's gonna say.
You get
I
you with
love
that
that
video
song.
clip that pop up on your phone every 5 minutes.
I love that song. Rah. I love it.
Yeah, I like it too.
But I still have bubbles in my stomach. I'm sure she's got to be nervous.
Yeah, I mean, it's a touchy thing. Like, but is she okay? I wonder if she gonna get into other things that's gonna help build a case on this racketeering,
She
or
knows where all, for lack of a better word, all the dead bodies are. Cassie knows everything. So I'm sure you're gonna walk away feeling that was, she told us shit we didn't even know. Because she was there. She dated him a long time. They say that she's still in therapy now and she suffers from memory loss from taking
Mhm.
too many drugs. Did y'all hear that? That's what they say.
Sherelle, they must think you old. Quentin says, not Sherelle keeping her ears to the streets with the new music. Hell yeah. Look,
I
my
love
wife
Doja.
might be old, but she most definitely hip hop.
Isn't that weird? Like, are we just gonna love hip hop to the day we die? We're
Yes.
old, aren't we supposed to change our taste in music? Not me.
And what helps us too is TikTok keep us with that music stuff, I think. Or little
No,
small clips.
I mean I guess, but I just really like Doechii.
Yeah, so Cassie might come on then.
Yeah. Oh, I'm excited. I'm nervous. Not even excited. I'm nervous. I'm nervous for her. I know they're going to, on cross examination, they're going to drag her through the mud. This woman is pregnant. She's expecting a baby any day now. She did not have to testify.
Right.
And
Yeah.
her testimony, I don't think has anything with ex trafficking, but she might know how the whole system work. We don't know.
Right.
But she really wanted to speak her mind when you come and your baby's due any day. What if she's on court and her water breaks? What if she's on the stand and her water breaks?
Right. Yeah.
Because I've been pregnant 2 times. You cannot control when that water breaks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, going back to what you was trying to.
Here, hold on. I'm not sure how Mr. Fine's testimony will be relevant. Judge, Miss Garagos, she says, give me 15 seconds if he wants to come in to the courtroom today, but we ask that he be excluded when the testimony gets into post 2018. I think he might want to be in the courtroom.
Well, he might want to be if your wife up there pregnant. You know what I'm saying?
And yeah, and that's why, and he's there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's getting so close. I can't take it. This is getting close.
You know,
Go ahead, Perry.
and I understand. Okay, look, let's go back to this. I mean, because you were trying to like explain me the cult-like theory, and I know it's sad. It's sad when people go into these cults and they literally do either. It's never really the person they believe in right away. It's their sayings, and that they always have a Bible or something they're quoting that people buy into, and then they just want to adapt that for their lifestyle, right? But you saying that a person, once a person is brainwashed, they are brainwashed. I have seen people, documentaries and stuff, where people just afraid to leave the cult.
Right.
And you saying,
Well,
and I've seen
I'm
things with the.
saying once a person's brainwashed, you have to go through a process to be de-brainwashed.
Mm-hmm. Right, right.
Even if you are like in the FLDS, one of them weird Mormons that,
Mm-hmm.
part of the just whatever his name was, Just Warren. When they leave, it's a process.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know how bad it is or how bad you were until you step out of it. And that requires therapy or deprogrammers. They have people that are called deprogrammers, and their sole job is to deprogram you from what the code has done to you. Diddy is just like that. And programming, I'm going to do this over and over and over. Verbal abuse, I'm going to physical abuse till you can't take it no more, till you break.
Mm-hmm.
Till you break. And that's called programming.
Okay. And so I'm gonna take it that you saying that this is the part I got to look at, that Cassie was programmed. She was brainwashed.
She was.
That's your belief.
I
No, I'm saying,
think,
and you can 110% be right.
but
So
we're going to find
would you
out.
say, would you say everybody that was in somewhat Cassie's situation was brainwashed?
You mean other girlfriends or
Other
escorts?
people that did the same actions or would have done the same actions that
No,
she has been
I get
alleged
where
to do.
you're going with this. Yes, there's always a possibility that she was enjoying what she was doing, but there's also a possibility that she was brainwashed. Is that
Okay.
good?
Okay, right. And we're gonna give her the out. Let's be here. We're gonna give her the out because the thing she did it because she was brainwashed. Could Should we give Diddy a out
Oh,
and the
hold on,
things he's doing?
hold on, hold on. She says this is the attorney Johnson. In my initial examination, I will ask about post 2018, but only about devices. Mrs. Garagos, the judge. Then Tenny says, "Is that okay?" Judge says, "We'll be right back." Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're gonna give it an out because I'm telling you, and you're right. It is that possibility that she's brainwashed. She's coat like just been
Program.
trained.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
could we possibly be gentle with Diddy and give him a out and say
Oh
that his
wow.
upbringing,
No, 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 no. What would be Diddy's out, Perry?
being raised in a brothel, to be brainwashed to think these activities are okay?
I get it. Okay. Yeah. I told you I'm open
Yeah. So
to changing my mind. I get what you're saying. You're saying if Diddy's going to be responsible, even though he had, if we're going to hold Diddy responsible, even though he had a bad childhood, we got to do Cassie the same way.
mhm. And just like this,
If,
and
if,
just
if she's a willing participant.
right, right. And I would say this though, right? And it's different levels to a lot of shit. We use the term gold digger every day. I don't get upset at gold digger because a gold digger is only giving a service up to the person that's paying. Like both of them, it's like a little business deal. Both of them getting something out of it. Would you agree? Like, I'm not saying Cassie and Diddy right now. I'm just talking about, say, somebody being used or something. She nothing but a
No,
gold digger.
I get what you're saying. I did say that I'm pro Cassie, but if I
Mhm,
heard something to change my mind, I will change my mind. I haven't heard anything to change my mind, but I get what you're saying.
mhm.
It's
And
court is supposed to be fair and balanced. And if you're going to hold Diddy's hand to the court, in front of the fire, if you're going to hold his hand to the fire, then you got to do Cassie too. So if
because
we're
all of
going
us,
to
yeah.
get rid of everybody's background, then it has to be both sides.
And I do think Diddy is full of himself, got these control issues, and often just doing crazy shit, right? But at the same time, I think people do sort of volunteer for it a little bit. I'm just saying, let's be gentle. They sort of just, hey, I'll do that for you or whatever, right? So I don't know. Cassie, we look at her as being the victim right now. I guess we'll take that just based off what's been going on. Diddy
The
gave her
tape.
30 million for
Yeah,
something. He gave her 30 million for some reason. But
exactly.
so we look at it. Oh yeah, nobody sticks around. Young Miami don't get that same kind of love that Cassie get. You notice that?
We didn't see young Miami getting dragged down the hall.
I
And when
mean,
you
I'm
go
sure
around
Cassie.
saying you love Golden showers. Girl, that
Well,
leaves a different
I
impression
mean,
on me.
that's what she was brainwashed into.
No, no, Young Miami was
Okay.
not brainwashed. Don't even try that.
Okay.
She
Okay.
likes it. She said it.
So okay, let's back this up. Now, this is I'm saying this just for you because I know you love Kim Porter.
Oh, I do. I do.
How was Cassie acted when she first got with Diddy? Wasn't she showboating in front of Kim? Hello?
Oh, well, I get where you're going, Perry. All right. All right. Everything Cassie has done is not perfect. I hope they don't bring that up. You think they're going to bring that up?
Oh, I don't know, but I'm just saying no. I mean,
It's
and this
their
is
game.
we ain't got into
Mhm.
it yet. But I think it's certain things that make me believe certain things. Diddy behavior, just because I see how arrogant and shit he is, and I know just in general when people got money, they use it for their advantage to make people bow down to do shit for them that they generally wouldn't do. So I get all that, but to pay her $30 million make me feel like he definitely that's a lot of damn money. So
Well, it is.
it,
It's not a good look that he gave her 30 million,
right,
because everyone's going to think what you're thinking. He didn't give. He gave her that money for a reason. But let's just hear her talk. When you hear Young Miami talk, you definitely know she was not a victim. Especially the tapes. There's a tape going around where
but
Diddy
okay,
is collecting everybody's phone before they enter the party.
yeah, I got you right. But I would say this: we don't want to give Young Miami love, but she said
I
she
like
liked it.
Perry. She
Huh?
said on her own free will that she
Mhm.
likes golden showers on her TV
Okay,
show.
right, right,
She
right,
said
right,
it.
right, right. But yesterday, then you had this debate. You said, "Who would like that, Perry? Who would like that?" Meaning nobody really would like it.
Right,
They
right,
just
right.
sacrifice and get it. So that's what I'm saying. It's like you might be a little biased.
Well, but I'm open. I'm
Open, yeah.
biased, but I'm
No,
open.
yeah. But I'm just saying, really, at this point, for real, I sort of think of Young Miami. That's my thing when I'm saying people would do stuff, whether they like it or not. It's just whatever. I'm gonna do the job, and hell, if it pay good, I like it. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
I like Young Miami. I think she's fun. I like her and her gay friend. I can't think of his name.
I
They
mean,
crack me up. Huh?
didn't she do her friend wrong?
Saucy Santana?
No, no, no. The female rapper that
Oh,
was with her.
Perry. Okay, so let's
That
talk about JT and Young Miami.
that sort of make me look at her a little different.
Okay, so I guess when the City Girls first got together, um, I can't remember the name of their hit song, but there was a time that JT went to jail and Young Miami held her down because she could have went solo or she could have dropped the project completely. But Young Miami, and I do understand that it benefits Young Miami to keep everything going so the City Girls will be intact when JT got out of jail. But 20 seconds, here we go. All rise. The government calls oh my God, Cassandra Ventura to the stand. She takes the stand, extremely pregnant. Johnson says, how old are you? Ventura, 38. Attorney says, what is your work? Ventura, musician and an entertainer. Attorney, how long were you with Sean Combs? 10 years.
Damn.
Oh my God. Harry, you keep refreshing. I'm a refresh. We can't miss shit.
Okay, but I'm gonna need to go and get some more coffee. I'm out.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Mm, mm, mm. You guys, I'm not going to do a lot of chatter. I don't want to miss anything. Ooh, she's on the stand, you guys. She's on the stand. I feel really nervous for her. Very nervous. She's she looks like she's gonna pop. She's very pregnant. Okay. We've got attorney. Did you get in arguments? Ventura, yes. It will result in violence and dragging. Attorney, what else did he do? Ventura, stomp me in the head if I was down. Attorney, how frequently was he violent? Ventura, too frequent. I would get black eyes and bruises. Oh, jeez. I'm telling y'all, that man beat her whenever he felt like it. Mm-mm-mm. This is sad. I've never been in a DV relationship and I don't want to be, but these women go through hell. It's just sad. And right there, I can't hide my feelings. You know, she's been through hell and back. Nobody asked to be beat. But I get Perry's point. She might enjoy some other things, but not that part and not them damn freak offs. That's what I think. Forced to be intimate. Did y'all see what Jonathan Odie looked like? Mm-mm. No. Oh, here we go. Attorney, let me show you a video of the hotel in the elevator lobby scene. Attorney, where is this? Ventura, the Intercontinental in Los Angeles. It was after a freak off. Attorney, what does that entail? Ventura, the hiring of escorts, setting it up. I don't know if she meant she set it up or if, here we go. Oh, no. Harriet's getting good. And they're getting right to the point. That's good. Yeah, they're getting right to the point. That's good. So she's saying that the incident at the Intercontinental Hotel took place right after a freak off. This poor woman. And it sounds like they had a lot of freak offs. Like, how long are we gonna freak off here?
Yeah,
They
I
said it
mean,
lasted days, huh?
yeah, they got pills, baby oil,
I mean, like, okay,
seeds.
I get it if you like these parties, but how often are we going to do this? Like, I just like how days, and then I'm assuming
I think
she
they
was
said they
with
can
him.
last days, but then I think they said that they'll come back and probably
Yes,
like
that's
every
the
maybe once a month,
thing.
maybe. I mean,
Sounds
because after
more
the
frequent than
2 or 3
once a
days,
month.
they needed IVs after that, didn't they?
Yeah. Someone says, I saw another reporter mention there was multiple freak offs in a day. I can't. I can't. I can't. Was Cassie being trafficked? Yes, she was. Hashtag free Diddy. Well, if you're a Diddy supporter, this is very important testimony. Let's see how it plays out. I'm refreshing. I'm refreshing. Let's see how this plays out. Here we go. Attorney, how did you feel when he first asked for it? Ventura, confused, nervous. I wanted to make him happy. Attorney, did you agree to one when he first proposed one? Yes. Then there were more. This is Ventura. Then there was more. It wasn't something I wanted to do, at least not that frequently. Now, we could say that was an honest statement. Who wants to do them so often? What is wrong with him?
Yeah.
Just freak off, freak off, freak off. Your phone can ring any second. Freak off. Like, come on. And you're the head of a music company. Shouldn't you be finding new talent? Shouldn't you be somewhere selling Ciroc back then before they fired your ass? You just want to freak off all damn day. I don't know where he finds the time.
Yeah. Wow.
That's a lot. That's Perry. Me and
Mm,
you sometimes don't have a moment to breathe, especially when you got major things going on like you do right now on both channels, and
mhm.
then throw real estate on top of that. Who has time for all these damn freak offs?
Yeah, I mean, shit.
It's overkill, for lack of a better word. Come on, come on, come on.
That's why I think they could have had them. I don't know if they had. I mean, I know they said that they can go 2 or 3 days and throughout the day, morning section, lunch, and dinner.
That's just ridiculous.
No, I'll just yeah.
And don't forget, we're still missing a lot of stuff. You have to type awfully fast to get these things out. And we appreciate inner city press,
Right.
and that's why we donated yesterday.
Sherelle, I'll tell you this too, right? And see, this the whole thing. I laugh and joke about certain things, but when she was asked the question, "How did you feel when he first asked for it?" Ventura, nervous. I wanted to make him happy.
Right.
Okay, that's how they first get you. It's like when you get any kind of code or whatever, you wanted to make them happy. And this how people get into these 3 ways. I wanted to make them happy. And then shit go haywire.
Hmm.
Maybe that's what happened with Jada and Will Smith. Wanted to
Except
make you
Jada
happy.
was the initiator.
Right, right. And then it
And
said,
just when you do you know who Tiana Taylor and Iman Trumpet is? That's
oh
why
yeah,
their
I do. Yeah.
relationship fell apart. Stop
Oh, really?
bringing third parties into your bedroom, because you're gonna turn around and somebody gonna like it too damn much. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just crazy.
I would say this too, right? And those kind of things like most people say, well, hey, generally, I just wanted to make that person happy. Basically, I wanted to do anything to keep them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, but you get to realize you're not keeping them because you open the door to more competition,
Mm-hmm.
in better words, right? More competition. And then it's
Mm-hmm.
not going to happen just this one time. It's going to be
Mm-hmm.
sometime. Look at what's the little dark skinned singer that got like 3 wives or some shit or girlfriends?
Neo.
Yeah, that's freak, right? They keep adding on. You might well move to Utah if you want to get into it.
So ridiculous.
And then so it says, did you agree to one when he first proposed it? Now, for a Cassie lover, they'd be like, oh yeah, see, that's the simple. He said, did you agree to one when he first opposed one? The answer is yes. Then there were more, right? Because they'll keep going on. It wasn't something I wanted to do, at least not that frequent. How you take that?
Wh- What, that she
Yeah,
didn't want to do it?
right. Yeah, at
Well,
first,
right. No, it's
typically, a
always
person probably clam up, right, and be like, "Damn, I don't really want to do it," but maybe she didn't go in to say, "Damn, I really didn't want to try it, but I just really want it." I guess she said that by she wanted to make him happy in that previous statement. But then he says this.
and you're saying by her agreeing to it, automatically no pushback,
Mhm.
that maybe she wanted to try it too, and she's leaving
Well,
that off the stand.
okay, right. This, okay. And then it says, yes, then there were more. It wasn't something I wanted to do, at least
Here we go. We got
not
another one.
that frequent. Huh?
We got another one.
Okay.
Ventura, I didn't know what no could turn into. What do you mean? Ventura, making him angry. Attorney, what were you afraid would happen if you said no? Ventura, though time he had blackmail materials. Attorney, what did you give the government? Ventura, laptops. I'm going to read this again.
Mm,
Ventura, I did not know what no could turn into. Attorney, what do you mean? Ventura, making him angry. Attorney, what were you afraid would happen if you said no? Tough times. He would blackmail materials. Pardon me. He had blackmail materials. Attorney, what did you give the government? Laptops. So she's saying at some point that if she told him no, she was afraid that he would blackmail her, possibly releasing tapes,
right.
releasing photos, stuff like that.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
I believe that he would do that, because why are you taping everybody?
Right.
Why are you taping this?
Yeah,
Perry,
I can
don't
see
let
that.
me miss nothing. Keep your eyes on it.
Wow. Damn. Man, that shit got good. Mm. But going back to what I was saying though, she said I wanted it to do at least not that frequently. Meaning that, yeah, sometimes having a second guy was okay. But now when she come back with this last statement, she basically saying this too. That
Hold
and
on,
we
here we
know
go.
Diddy think. Go ahead.
We got something. Oh no, that's the same one. Sorry.
Oh, and we know Diddy. He gonna videotape every damn thing. So one could think that what did he have to blackmail you on? Most females do not want their SES tapes out there. Like, let's keep it real.
Right.
So,
Hmm.
and you could be around somebody enough to know, yeah, they capable of doing that kind of shit because they full of control.
Also, let's not forget, the prosecution has to prove that the SEX was forced. That's their job. Once it's forced, it turns into X trafficking. She just said she was forced in so many words, because if she didn't do it, she was afraid of the blackmail that was going to take place.
Right.
So there you go. Right there, X trafficking. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's setting the
I'm
stage
gonna
for that.
I'm gonna go ahead, Perry.
Yeah, no, I'm saying she's setting the stage for that, right? Like,
Right.
but she haven't came out. She's saying that it was self fear because she haven't came out once and said that he said if I didn't do it, it was her belief.
It was her belief. So I see what you're saying, that they have to show evidence that he
Right.
would. Well, that is the evidence. Do it or blackmail. That's evidence. And then they
Well,
have the tapes to show what he was going to release. Right?
uh, it's tricky, right? Like I'm saying,
Yeah.
like I am believing some of the things she's saying. Don't get me wrong, but
Okay, here we go.
okay,
The attorney. I've handed up GX B. Do you recognize it? Yes. I've reviewed this drive. It has communications and documents pertaining to Mr. Combs. Attorney. Did you review photos on it? Ventura, yes. Attorney, what's this photo? Ventura, me in 2004 with Carrie Morgan. Does that name sound familiar to anybody? Carrie
Mm-mm.
Morgan. Perry, keep your eyes on the screen. I'm gonna go and
Okay.
is Carrie Morgan. It says Carrie Morgan is a former close friend of singer Cassie Ventura. Okay, so that's her friend.
Yeah, nothing yet. Wow. Hmm.
Keep your eye on the screen. I'm on a whole nother page trying
Okay.
to find a picture of Carrie Morgan. Um, there's got to be a better picture than that. It says that Carrie Morgan is her best friend. Wait. Oh, this I can't see her face. Okay, this must be her. I, I that looks like Cassie. Let me put this on the screen and y'all tell me what y'all think. You got your eyes on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys, this is what I could pull up of Carrie Morgan, who's supposed to be Cassie's good friend. But doesn't this look like Cassie, you guys?
It sort of looked like her, but dinner time.
Oh man.
Yeah, still nothing. I mean, so I guess that last one you read basically, did they basically show her exhibit and asked her, um, what's this photo of? And she said her in 2004 with her friend Carrie Morgan. Now we don't know where they're going with it yet, but let's see. Something just came out. Sherelle.
Yeah, go ahead. Can you read it?
Okay. It says, when did you sign with Bad Boy Records? Question mark. Ventura. 2006. It, it was a 10 album deal. Did you release any after? Did you release any after late 2006? Ventura. No. Who's in the photo? Uh, Cassie says Kim Porter. She was Sean's ex from before me and the mother of his children. So I guess they are about ready to talk about her.
Well,
Well,
listen, it's widely documented that Cassie was dating Diddy at the same time as Kim. I don't know what she's talking about, the ex stuff.
right. But this is her attorney talking to her, so
Yeah,
he shouldn't hammer on her. But I
right.
guess maybe
So
they trying to get something out the way ahead of
this
time or something.
right here, this is Cassie, and then this is Carrie Morgan.
Yeah, they almost look alike.
They do.
Hmm.
Best friend. All right, let's keep going. Keep my eyes glued to the screen.
So that was her picture of her in 2004 with her best friend that they asked about. Then she signed with Bad Boy 2006 to a 10-year record deal.
And that's unheard of, by the way. A 10-year record deal. I didn't realize
Mhm.
I was on Avatar. That's unheard of.
Yeah. Hmm. But you know, too,
Hmm.
and it could just be a tactic because Diddy is sick, regardless if I go back and forth and say when I think it's possible that the other person could be lying or enjoyed more, but maybe the 10-year record deal is big leverage, right? Because even if things don't work out in your relationship, this person still can't sign with nobody until after they did 10 years or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. Um,
Oh, 10 album deal. Okay, thanks, Bonji. She said not 10-year deal. 10 album
yeah.
deal. Yeah, thanks, Bonji.
Definitely. Listen, Diddy is a victim when he was younger. That mom was no good. I'm sorry to talk about somebody's mother. She was alleged an escort, and she allegedly started the free calls early in his childhood. But he chose to go down that path instead of learning and being a better person from it and putting himself in therapy. Diddy needed to be in therapy because when children are put in that environment at a very young age, look at Richard Pryor. His mom was his, a prostitute. I hate to say it like that, but Richard Pryor needed therapy. So it's just a sad story. And then she has the nerve. I'm telling you, his mom is on some kind of substance right now to calm her nerves. The way that she was wobbling yesterday, I could just look at her and tell she's under the influence of something because she's
Here we go,
scared.
Terrell. I think something came out. Okay. It says, where did you celebrate your birthday in this photo? Question mark. Ventura in Las Vegas. Kerry Morgan was there too. We are out on his patio on my 21st birthday. VMAs. What happened then? Question mark. Ventura. Sean kissed me in the bathroom. I ran back to my hotel. I told Carrie. So this is how they hooking up. Did they give a year? Her 21st birthday. They was out in Vegas.
And didn't she meet him at 19?
Mm.
I think he put the moves on her right away, but maybe I'm
So
wrong. She
19.
she just testified that she was 21 when he first put the moves on her.
Celebrate your birthday. This photo. Las Vegas. Carrie was there too. We are out in the patio on my 21st birthday at the VMAs. What happened then? Sean kissed me in the bathroom. I ran back to my hotel and told Carrie. So I'm not sure what year it is, but obviously it wasn't 2006 yet because, well, I don't think it was 2006 because she ain't mentioned no record. Well, I don't know. I could be lying. Did he sign her first, then start dating her?
Yeah, that's how I heard it
Okay.
that it went. Yeah. I think there's another one in
Somebody
right
said he
here.
was grooming her. Go ahead.
He was. Lawyer, when you got back to New York, Ventura, I visited him at the I can't say this word, the our now president hotel in Columbus Circle. His apartment was being renovated. Lawyer, what were you going with your what were you going with your music career? Ventura, trying to come up with a concept. Sean called all of us and he called all the shots. Yeah, okay, I see that. He's very controlling about, how he wants the artist to look,
Hmm.
how he wants them to sound. But so he just kissed her and that started the grooming process, just like somebody said in the chat.
I believe he called all the shots now. I do believe
Oh, he
that.
was very controlling, just on making the band alone. Do you guys
Mhm.
remember that TV show? He's very controlling over his artists. Now, Aubrey O'Day is going to speak on that. She's supposed to be testifying also. But right now, start with a kiss, start with a peck, probably some gifts. He's grooming this girl. And that's what manipulators do. They just don't take advantage of you all at once. It's a
Mhm.
slow process. Now, this goes to being brainwashed. It's a slow process, Perry.
Mhm.
He'll be nice to you and then he'll do something mean. And
Mhm.
then three more nice things and then something meaner. And then when you are all the way involved where you can't look back,
Mhm.
then he starts becoming the monster. The monster just doesn't start right away.
Right. They flatter you with goodness.
And that's why I said
Yeah.
she's being brainwashed. Especially too, um, she's young. So, this is her first experiences in life. He's powerful. That man was too damn old for her from day one.
Mhm.
20 something dating an old ass man. I think she's 20 years his junior. That would have made him 40 something. He is ridiculous. And you notice Diddy never goes for the strong willed women. Like, Kim Porter, she was smart and she was a great mother. But and she would push back, but I'm talking about the real forceful women who don't play around.
True. I think you got something.
Let me see. I don't see it. Can you read
Okay.
it?
Yeah. Here we go. What is the age difference between you and Sean? Question mark. Ventura. 17 years. How
Mm-mm-mm.
did you feel when Sean invited you to hotels? Question mark. Ventura. Nervous. Excitement. We're going to talk about music. He introduced me to oral sex. I didn't understand it.
What?
Okay. She asked the question, what's the age difference between you and Sean?
Oh
She
no,
come
I
back and said
heard.
17.
Mhm.
Then how did you feel when Sean invited you to hotels? It wasn't a studio. Ventura, nervous, excitement. We're going to talk music. He introduced me to oral sex. I didn't understand it. So the day's getting into
Well, when I said what, I mean what didn't she understand? Like that she was being groomed. She didn't understand that. She probably
uh
was flattered.
she probably didn't understand how to do it. She probably thinks she had to learn it, something new to her.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm. Grooming, grooming 101.
Yeah.
How come you keep getting yours before me? So
I mean,
keep
I
your
think
eye on them.
yeah, I think your phone might be a little
I get them, but like
look.
when you're halfway through,
You know what though, for real though, it maybe your office location though, for real.
oh yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah. I was gonna say my phone better than yours, but it's not.
So Perry, do you agree that this is grooming? He's doing this in steps, very small
Yeah, I
steps.
mean, yeah. I mean, I can agree to that part. I'm just saying, but
I could just hear him. Have you ever had oral before? No. What's
he
that?
ain't that naive neither. I just say, look, I was excited. I'm with Sean. Just say that. He's taking me to hotels. You didn't say studios. Music studios. Hotel, you ain't talking
Are
music
you
like that.
saying that by the age of 21, you know what oral is? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that part. I'm saying you ain't thinking I was so excited, this and that. He's taking me to hotels. He'll be taking you to studios if you was gonna talk music. She was just
Oh.
happy to be in that
Mm.
relationship, to be with somebody famous.
And what's wrong with
No,
that?
nothing.
Yeah. Sorry, I
But
got my guards up. Nothing's
let's
wrong
not
with
think you
that.
would. Let's not go to thinking that you're going to these hotels to talk music. No, you wasn't going there to talk music.
Just Perry, stop.
I mean, unless you the Isley brothers in between the sheets.
Oh God. I
It's
just
just
lost
not gonna happen.
I lost my
Yeah.
timestamps. Keep your eye on the. Oh, why
Okay,
am I? Oh, it's where I am. That I'm not getting a good signal.
right.
Damn,
Yeah, it's gonna be a little slower than mine.
I hate that. We need to move. Okay, but when you see something,
Yeah,
let me know.
it's crazy.
It is crazy. He was grooming her. Maybe she is.
Well, I mean, the grooming part where look, find somebody young, not that much experience, that's wanting to move up in the music business, where you can flex your
Mm.
muscles, almost as if uh what he did to make it. He know the things he had to do to make it. With Clyde Davis, no,
No, no,
I'm
no. You're
telling you,
right. Uh huh.
that's how people go. Oh well, they got to do their time, and they don't even look at it no more as like making the band. If y'all gonna make it in here, you must do these things.
Yeah.
Those the things he felt like he had to do.
Right.
When he had to sleep with the old man.
But I think Gene Deal said that. Gene Deal said that exact statement, Perry.
Mhm. Hmm.
Now
Yep.
I've
But
got.
so we can look at it as being grooming. He looking at them just doing their duties.
I mean,
And
he's
then
a groomer. Do you think Justin Bieber's going to testify? Because
uh,
Justin Bieber, I'm no
mm,
doubt in my mind, was groomed. You don't think he's
I
going to
mean,
do it?
no, I don't think he will, but maybe that'd be the only thing but that maybe can save him too, though, because sometimes you get to clear the chest, get it out there, get it off, because the
Justin
drug,
Bieber has been going through a horrible time lately. His relapse is really severe. Um, someone released a tape at him at Coachella. He was smoking, getting
Mhm.
high, and it's just it. I can't look at Justin Bieber without my heart going out to him.
Yeah,
He don't have to
yeah.
tell us what happened to him. We know what happened
Well,
to
you know what
you.
though? I mean, is it for us or would it be for him? I'm not no
Yeah,
psychiatrist.
but I hear that you have to be ready. You know what I mean? Like I hear that they feel shame and they feel responsible
Right?
and
And then so I get it. So if you ain't ready, you try to mask it,
right,
the pain with drugs,
right.
but you'll no longer be here. I've heard that. I don't know. I'm just playing a psychiatrist on the internet that people who come out and speak on it, it sort of clears.
But it's stages, Pierre. You have to be strong enough. He
Right.
might feel embarrassed. He doesn't want the world to know this. This
Well,
is
I mean, I
something
think
he's dealing with internally.
he's aware that the world looking at him this way anyway. It's another one, Sherelle. Okay, you
I
may read
don't
it or
have
you
it.
got it. Hmm?
Uh, this is the attorney. Did you visit Sean in Miami, Ventura? Yes. I went with Carrie Morgan and Dallas Austin. Attorney. Did you and Sean do what did you and Sean do together? Ventura. Actual intercourse. He gave me blue dolphin ecstasy on a boat. Attorney. Had you once before taken ecstasy unintentionally? Yes.
Hmm.
Yes. That and all of that going to these lavish places, grooming.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got these two girls. Let's introduce them to celebrities. This is all new to Cassie. She's 21. She was not raised around the music business. Grooming.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to go off, but I'm just saying. Monsters never approach you in rare form. They have to
Right.
hide themselves. That's
Mm-hmm.
called the grooming process. And every time I want justice for Kim Porter, I want justice for Cassie, and I want justice for Justin Bieber and Usher, even though Usher trying not to talk about it. I want
Mm-hmm.
justice because we don't want him grooming nobody else. Look at Justin Bieber. Do you ever think it's hard to say, but I don't think Justin will ever get right, especially the condition that he's in now. And he was so excited about being a father. And now, he just back in the grips of hell. The grips of hell. And Usher, he's in denial or told himself something different. Usher, we know, we've seen that dildo on the bed. We know. This breaks my heart.
Okay, let me go ahead.
Especially too, now that I'm a grandmother to a little girl. So I'm a boy mom. I had nothing but boys. I lived in a house with 3 men. But now that I'm a grandmother to a daughter, I'm so protective over her. Because a lot of men don't have good intentions from the beginning, and that's Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
He knows what he was doing, grooming her, taking her to all these great places that she's seen on television. You're on some private yacht. Oh, okay, I'll go. Oh, a yacht? I'll go with you. Then he's whispering in your ear, have you ever tried oral? Let me show you this. Let me show you that. And everything revolved around sex with him.
Mm-hmm. Now I believe that. He was addicted.
Here we go. How did you take ecstasy unintentionally? It was in a Gatorade. When you took it unintentionally with Sean, how did it feel? When you took it unintentionally with Sean, how did it feel? She said, like rolling. Attorney, at the time, what did you think, Ventura, that we were spending a lot of time together? So you guys, Law and Crime is on now. I like watching them. Should we try to go to Law and Crime, or do we just keep reading what?
Well, the whole thing is,
mm-hmm.
I don't think they're gonna go on until they break for lunch.
They're on now.
Oh,
let me hear. Let me hear what he's saying.
Okay.
And you keep your eye on the trial, and if we need to stop, that's what we need to do.
Yeah.
Schoenstein, trial attorney. Rich, thanks for jumping here so quickly. Really appreciate it.
Glad to be here. Big day in this trial.
This is a big day because she is victim number 1 in this case. I think it would be fair to say we probably wouldn't have criminal charges if it wasn't for Cassandra Ventura filing her lawsuit in November of 2020.
And Perry, when something comes on the screen, let me know. We'll shoot to that, okay?
I will.
23. We all know that the videotape of her purportedly being beaten by Sean Combs in 2016 changed the course of this entire legal saga. It came up a lot yesterday. She came up a lot yesterday. And now her testifying for the prosecution, I think a fair argument is this case either rises or falls with her testimony. So what has she testified to so far? Well, first of all, she's quite pregnant. She's about 8.5 months, 9 months pregnant. She's 38 years old. She explained that she was with Sean Combs for 10 years. We're talking about a 17-year age difference. She admitted that during the course of their relationship, he introduced her to certain sex acts. She asked to describe the relationship she had with him. Quote, there were violent arguments that would
Terrell, we got something.
Physical abuse.
Go ahead.
Okay, Ventura, I thought we were monogamous. Did I pronounce it right?
Monogamous, yes.
Okay, yeah. Was it made public? No, I was his artist. Also, his family, his kid, his children. Who was linked to him publicly? Kim Porter. How did Sean treat you at this time? We had fun. So basically, she's coming out saying this. I thought we was monogamous. Then was it made public? She says no. I was his artist, also his family and his children. So I guess she didn't want to interfere with that.
Now, you guys, I'm going to go back and forth because Law and Crime might start also giving the updates, and we got to be very vigilant here. So we're going to go back and forth. If it's too much for you guys, me going back and forth, let me know in the chat.
She says, I was confused, nervous, but also loved him very much. She explained how Sean Combs ultimately controlled a lot of her life. She talked about blackmail materials, so videos that Combs purportedly shot of her during these sexual encounters. She was concerned that they would be published, they would be released. Quote, he had many resources to do that. She was shown the 2016 video of that hallway attack, as I mentioned. She confirmed it was after a freak-off, which is important because while the defense would say this is an unfortunate incident of domestic violence and domestic violence is not sex trafficking, she has confirmed that this was after a freak-off. This was in furtherance of sex trafficking. She says she was afraid that if she said no to him, it would make him angry. So again, we're going to get more of her testimony in real time. So far, Rich, from what I've said, what are you taking away from her testimony?
Well, obviously, this is a horrendous relationship and she suffered a lot. I think the defense is arguing, in essence, that she was a consensual, willing participant in this relationship. It was a 10-year relationship. It had ups and downs. And the defense is arguing that some of the things she was forced, she argues now she was forced to do, she did willingly and perhaps even enjoyed at the time. So that's what we're getting at. But this is really shocking stuff for a jury to have to hear all of this. And I think see some of it is coming up.
Don't you think that there is a potential problem for the prosecution? Because we heard it. It was funny. We have a question from TDB. Jesse, does the male dancer's testimony about Cassie contradict the prosecution's opening statement? Now, he had testified that he thought he heard Sean Combs slapping her, that there were instances where he saw him dragging her. But at the same time, he was getting paid by her. He was texting her. She was participating in these freak-offs. You wonder, this case is a thin line. Was it coercion or not? Was she a victim or partner in this? Do you think when you hear the testimony of that male dancer and you hear her testimony now, it'll be difficult for the jury to believe that everything was coerced and against her will?
I don't think the jury is going to believe that everything was coerced and against her will at the time, but it doesn't have to. There's a massive power imbalance here. So even if she willingly participated for parts of this relationship, he has all of the power and he's using it. And the one thing you mentioned, I wrote down, blackmail video. That stuff's really important to the case, right? This is carrot and stick territory, but he kept allegedly things like these videos to keep people in line. And the allegation here is if she sort of got a little bit antsy about how the relationship was going, he would threaten to release videos that would destroy any chance of her having a career.
The defense would say the only person that was in possession of the videos was Cassandra Ventura. That's a point that they made yesterday.
That's an evidentiary point. I don't know the answer to that.
Let me ask you this. We have a question from Lauren, who, by the way, has this cute little emoji, smiley face with the hearts. I like it. It's nice. I have a question. Do you think now that the prosecution has played their ace with Cassie, that they have more damning evidence to come?
I would expect so, because when you're prosecuting a case like this, you want to start strong. And I think some of the idea of putting her on in day 2 of this trial is to start strong. They put on a little corroborating testimony first, right, from this dancer, escort, whatever you want to call him, and now they have her, the security guard, and they get to show the video, that horrible video, and now she testifies. But it can't be the prosecution's plan to try this case that now they're just going to wind their way through some other inconsequential witnesses. I mean, they have 2 more victims, as I understand it.
Well, let's talk about this. The practical reality is, A, they need to get her on the stand before she gives birth. Okay.
But that's true too. That's true. Good point.
Yeah, because victim 3 is nowhere to be found. So they may have to make sure that victim 1 is still available. But also, I agree that they started very strong with corroborating evidence before they brought her on, because what happened? When she filed her lawsuit in November of 2023, made these wild allegations, I think people said, how do we know this is true or not? As soon as that video was released by CNN, the whole game changed, because people not only believed that particular incident in the complaint, they believed overall all the allegations that she made. And it seems the prosecution is doing just that. Now, it's interesting thinking about this. By the way, I'm going to give more updates about her testimony. So right now, Ventura said, I thought we were monogamous. The prosecutor asked, was it made public? No, I was his artist, also his family, his children, meaning their relationship wasn't public yet. Who was linked to him publicly? Kim Porter. Miss Ventura responds, how did Sean treat you at this time? We had fun. So a lot of this is talking about the beginnings of their relationship. And she has to concede some points, right? She can't just say, it was a disaster at the very beginning. I hated him from the very beginning. I was under a distress from the very beginning. There has to be an aspect to it where she explains, no, I started this relationship. I was young. I was excited, but then it devolved, right? In order to be credible on the stand about the story, I think.
I agree with that, and also to acknowledge that there were benefits
All right, Sherelle, we got
to her
something.
of being in this relationship.
Sherelle,
Go ahead. Yeah.
did you see it or you want me to get it?
Oh, you get it.
Okay.
Oh, I see it. Okay, go ahead. You want me
It
to do it?
says, what was his lifestyle like? Question mark. Ventura. He had all these assistants. He could get anything done. He traveled quite a bit. The attorney. What's this photo? Question mark. Ventura. Sean and I at a strip club in New York, like 2007 and 2008 Halloween. The attorney. How did Sean's mood vary? She says day to day.
See the grooming? See the grooming.
Mm-hmm. He's
It
nice,
would,
but
at least in theory, help her career.
his
More?
attitude switched with the weather.
Oh, yeah.
For a while now, because she's going to be on the stand. So let's keep it going. Again, thank you to our YouTube audience. Jane, are there any more witnesses to Cassie getting attacked by Diddy apart from the bodyguard? I mean, I don't know. I would imagine so.
Yeah, I don't know either. There's a videotape, so that's kind of a witness. But yes, I would imagine there are other witnesses who are going to talk about the relationship and probably talk about some of the physical stuff.
Well, they mentioned chiefs of staff. They mentioned a chef. They mentioned one of the questions from the defense yesterday was, how is this a conspiracy, right? For a conspiracy, you need two or more people to agree.
Yeah.
Who are the people that coordinated and facilitated this racketeering and sex trafficking operation are not criminally charged?
So I see two major hurdles for the prosecution in this case. One is what we've been talking about. They have to get past the idea that this is consensual behavior by other people who are behaving in a questionable fashion. They have to get past that. The second bigger hurdle to me is turning an abuse case into a racketeering case, right? Because yes, they have to prove RICO is very challenging. You have to prove a RICO enterprise. You have to prove a pattern of racketeering activity. You have to prove multiple predicate acts that are violations of separate federal laws. It is hard to sustain a RICO case. We've seen some other cases where people have tried. That's going to be a major hurdle here. The fact that he had this 10-year relationship, and even if it's arguably true, he took advantage of her, he treated her horribly,
All right,
he
sure, we got
beat her, he did all these terrible
Okay.
things to her.
Okay. The previous questions, remember how they asked her about the question? She says, how did Sean moves vary? She says day to day. Now, the attorney come back, when it swung, could you describe it? Question mark. Ventura, anger, zoning out. Attorney, how did it impact you? Ventura, greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. There was also psychological
Psychological.
abuse. He'll tell me to watch my mouth, change my face. Don't even put a frown on your face. So very controlling. That's what this is coming across. So for people, she was talking about how his mood changed from day to day. Attorney asked her again, says, when it swung, could you describe it? She says, anger, zoning out. The attorney came back and said, how did it impact you? Question mark. She said, greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. There was also psychological abuse. he'll tell me to watch my mouth, change my face. Who in the hell he think he is?
Do you see how it's escalating? Do you see
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Yeah.
They lure you in with niceness.
That's not
Yeah.
say
Then
yes.
the abusive
I don't know
side
if
come
that's
out.
yes to, I think we need clarification. 82% say victim or partner. We'll get a clarification on that.
By the way,
right now.
but that's my answer to that question.
Oh,
Was she
okay.
a victim or a
82%
partner?
say victim. 82%
Yeah.
say victim. Maybe based on we're reporting on the testimony right now.
I mean, I think she is a victim if the allegations are true, but also she is involved in some of the criminal act. I mean, she's getting those prostitutes, right? She's making payments to them allegedly. She's having them come, so she's involved in some of the alleged criminal activity, and that's an interesting point that wouldn't just apply to her. Other people in his orbit might be some combination of victim and co-conspirator.
But you know what? That video changes everything, because the argument would be, what do you think happens if she says no?
Yeah.
What do you think happens if she says, I'm not in the mood for a freak off tonight. I'm not going to pay the dancer. That's what's going to happen. That video is arguably the most important piece of evidence because it sets the stage when we're talking about coercion or force. Question from Angelina. How old was Cassie when they first started dating? I think she was 19 years old. So you're talking about a 17-year age difference. That's important. I think that's an important factor if you're talking about power and control, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that he's older and obviously has much more power anyway.
Sherry Williams asks, what kind of time is Diddy facing if he's found guilty? Do you want me to? I have it listed unless you want me to answer that one.
I would say life in prison, but you can tell me specifically.
So this is exactly what he would be facing. So if he's convicted of one count of racketeering conspiracy, I pulled this up because I figured people might be curious. If he is convicted of racketeering conspiracy, the top charge, that is a maximum sentence of life in prison. You know what the minimum is for that? Well, okay, so that's life in prison. Maximum sentence for sex trafficking, life in prison. You know what the minimum is for sex trafficking? 15 years in prison. And then the transportation for purposes of prostitution carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. Rich, I have to tell you, I don't know about racketeering. I don't know about sex trafficking if he's going to be convicted of those. I am fairly confident he's going to be convicted of allegedly transporting sex workers with the intent that they engage in prostitution. Their argument, as far as I understood yesterday, their defense yesterday was he hired people for their time and experience.
Let me tell you something. If he gets out of this trial only convicted of transporting for prostitution, that is a defense victory. That they would take that in a heartbeat, I bet.
Because I think if he is convicted of that, he might not get 10 years. He might get, a shorter amount and time served, his time already in the MDC. I don't know, but it wouldn't be life in prison. Wouldn't be 15 years.
Yeah, he might not get full 10 years. He might not get the hardest prison term, the hardest prison life, right? He would get out. He would still have a life. He would still have his enterprise. So I think that would actually be a defense victory, all things considered.
So we have an update from court. I think she's describing what the alleged abuse was like. She talks about anger, zoning out. She was asked, how did this impact you? She says, greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. She also apparently talks about psychological abuse. He'd tell me to watch my mouth, change my face. So, I do wonder that has a strong impact, because there's another case that we're covering right now. It's the Alexander brothers, and they're being charged with sex trafficking. And the argument you hear from defense attorneys is this is a very novel way to charge individuals. That if you're talking about romantic relationships or girlfriends or flings, and you're taking them on trips, you're paying for their meals, you're buying them gifts, maybe you're promising things, romantic gestures. Are we now in a position where romantic relationships are just on the line of sex trafficking, or where does it differ?
Well, here he is allegedly bringing in prostitutes to participate in these freak-offs and paying them for sexual services. So that, to me, would clearly be sex trafficking if it's true. It's not just about it's not just about the girlfriend. It's not just about the relationship. It's about these sex workers that he is moving about.
We have a question from To Trune. What about male victims? Seems like this case is solely based on women victims.
This case appears to be based on women victims. I mean, I've heard speculation too about male victims. I don't know where that stands.
Well, there's lawsuits. There's
Yep.
a lot of lawsuits that have
Yep.
been filed by male victims. And I wonder, do you think that was intentional for the prosecution to not include those in this case? I mean, why weren't minor victims? Let me say this. He has been accused in lawsuits of abusing minors. Okay. Allegations, accusations. Okay. Never been criminally charged. If you're the prosecution and you want a slam dunk case against Sean Combs and you want justice for all the alleged federal crimes he committed, you know, the problem with the minor victim for a defendant like that is there's no consent defense anymore. Do you think it's like we want to be as specific as possible with these charges?
We got something.
We don't want to make this case overly.
Okay. Now we're gonna go off back with his attitude change and watch your mouth change her face, right? Now, by the way, before I read this, I'm starting to believe, I actually believe her testimony. So her attorney says, how would he keep tabs on you? ? Ventura, we didn't live far apart. He sent security to come find me, or a trusted assistant. Her attorney, like who? ? Ventura, David James, Christina Coram. Her attorney, well, you get that attorney. Was your relationship exclusive? ? She says no. So that's the same picture that we have been imagining, but I truly believe her testimony because basically the attorney come out and says, how would he keep tabs on you? ? She would say, we didn't live far apart. He'll send security to come over to find her, or a trusted assistant. Like who? David James. I don't know who David James is, but I know this Christina Coram.
Quorum.
And then it says,
So now
was
we
your
finally, for the first time,
Hmm?
and she said no, because he was with Kim also and Gina. But for the first time, enters one of the most important enablers, Christina Coram, who they called KK. Let's see. Let's head back over here and see what they're saying.
Keep tabs on you, to which she apparently responds, he didn't live far apart. Oh, we didn't live far apart. He'd send security to come find me or a trusted assistant. Like who? David James, Christina Coram, who we all know has been a central figure in this case. Maybe not the criminal case, but she's come up in lawsuits before. The prosecutor asks her, was your relationship exclusive? Ventura replies, no. If she's naming names like David James or Christina Coram, do they have to testify, you think?
I don't think they have to testify, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I would think this is all planned out, that she's going to indicate some people and then the prosecution is going to bring them in later in the trial to verify, right? One thing you really want to do with a witness like this, the defense is going to say that she's embellishing. They might say she's lying, but that's going to be a little hard to do with that video, right? They can't just say she's a liar. But they're going to say she's exaggerating, she's embellishing, they're painting it a certain way because of the case. So you have to bring in these corroborating witnesses and whatever other corroborating evidence you have to verify what it is she's saying. So it would be very useful, for example, if she says, yes, David James came around to check on me on behalf of Mr. Combs, and then David James takes the stand and says, yes, I did that.
Yeah.
That would be helpful.
Well, and yesterday they talked about the defense, her lawsuit in 2023, her attorney being in the courtroom, that she has an incentive, a monetary incentive to fabricate this situation. Got a question from Daniela. By the way, we're taking your questions on YouTube about this case, about Cassandra Ventura's testimony that's happening in real time. We're
Okay, sure. We got another one
possible about what she says in that courtroom. No camera.
So her attorney says, did you see other men? ? Ventura says yes. Her attorney, did Sean see other women? ? Ventura says yes. he said, "I am Puff Daddy." I was instantly, insanely jealous. Then her attorney says, "Did you move to LA with him?" Question mark. Ventura says, "Yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there."
So that was the time right after Kim Porter moves to California, and then she follows. He follows her, and now we find out he brings Cassie along.
So
Was in the courtroom.
she said she see
No.
other men doing this. She's saying that he see other women, but he was seeing security and Christina Corum and that David James or whatever his name was to check up on her to make sure she ain't doing nothing. Yeah, very controlling.
If Christina
Did Kim the
Corum is
same way, right?
if Christina Corum is as bad as everybody's saying she is, she needs to go to hell.
And didn't he do Kim the same way, like bug her house and shit like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's head back over, see what they're talking about.
In real time. Question from Daniela, 3984, talking about the video. What version of the hotel video was played in the courtroom? Was it the sped up version? Now, I believe it was portions of the surveillance video, not the CNN video, and cell phone video that was taken by the security guard who testified, Israel Flores. He had apparently taken a cell phone video of the surveillance footage to show his wife, but that became a big pretrial issue about what the jury was going to see.
Yeah. And by the way, that story was a little odd. I took a video of it to show my wife. For what purpose? I mean, that was a little strange.
Well, you're not going to believe this happened, even though he didn't report it to the police.
I think it's going to be difficult. I think the defense would like you to believe that video has been doctored somehow, but I think they're going to have trouble sustaining that.
Hey, would you like a civil law question?
Yes, please.
Yes, this is our litigator here. Question from Teodora Bodurova. Can Cassie sue Diddy again if Diddy's found guilty as charged?
So Cassie, if you remember, sued Diddy. And that was the first thing we really heard about this. That was before the video. There was this blockbuster lawsuit in November of 2023 that really put these allegations out there. And she was very detailed. In fact, the front page of her lawsuit had a trigger warning on it. It was so detailed. That case was settled the next day. And I would have to think that the settlement included an agreement that she wouldn't sue him again for anything. Usually, if you're going to settle like that and pay the kind of money she would have gotten paid for settling that lawsuit, you get what is known as a general release. And a general release means you don't sue me for anything that happened. Now, here's one caveat. Up to the date of this agreement. Up to the date of this agreement. So then if you the next day punch me in the face, I have a new lawsuit against you.
Yeah.
Right? But at least up to the agreement, she can't go back now and say, I want more money.
Well, for the same conduct, right? I mean, if he comes out and he did something to her or allegedly did something to her after the agreement was signed.
Yeah. Presumably they got it. And it also, you have to make sure the release covers all of his companies, all of these other individuals who were involved. It has to be a general release of everybody. You don't want to leave any wiggle room to have a lawsuit.
We have a follow-up question to this from Fads. So why did he settle if he was innocent?
Well, I mean, people settle all the time when they think they're not liable. People with the thing that really surprised me when that case was filed is that the case was filed. Typically in a case like that, you draft the complaint and you send it to the defendant and you say, dear sir, please pay me a boatload of money or I'm going to file this publicly in court. And if there's any merit to it, or if just for publicity reasons, the defendant decides to negotiate and pay, and it never goes to court. So it fascinated me at the time that she actually filed that publicly and he settled it the next day. That unfortunately was pretty telling that he didn't put up any fight on the lawsuit. He didn't even want to litigate it. He didn't even want to go to discovery. He wanted to settle it immediately.
And if he would have settled it before she filed it, I think we would have been in a very different position than we are today.
Oh, I totally agree, because that lawsuit, I think, is what sets this ship sailing.
I agree. Okay, update from court. Prosecutor asks Cassandra Ventura, did you see other men? Cassandra Ventura responds, yes. Prosecutor asks, did Sean see other women? Ventura responds, yes. He said, I am Puff Daddy. I was insanely jealous. Did you move to LA with him? Yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there. Goes to a theme from yesterday where the defense owned up and said, yeah, he's jealous. He's angry. He's violent. He engaged in domestic violence. That 2016 video is indefensible. When you hear her testify like that, does it help the defense? Does it help the prosecution? Because the defense got in front of it. They didn't say he's a saint.
Well, it helps the prosecution, but the defense did the correct thing in opening statement, and they had to do it. They didn't have any choice. I mean, the defense couldn't walk into this trial and say he's the victim of a conspiracy to invent evidence against him. That was never going to work. The thing's on video, and there's lots of other evidence. So they were going to have to say he is not a delightful guy. You people on the jury probably aren't going to like things that he did. He did engage in things we consider domestic violence, but this is a racketeering case. And I liked that about the opening statement. They made that very clear. You're going to have to judge the crimes alleged here, not whether you like him or dislike him.
And look, I think the defense spent a large portion yesterday dismantling all of those, as you mentioned, underlying crimes as part of racketeering. It's not kidnapping, right? Because the person he allegedly kidnapped had worked for him 10 years, still wanted to work for him. It's not involved in the arson, forced labor. He worked hard. His employees worked hard. Drug trafficking, personal drug use. So they're saying the prosecution can't meet the elements of the crimes that are charged against Sean Combs. Okay. Question from Content Channel. Will the transcripts be available? Will the transcripts be available to the public? Yes. In fact, we are using them in a lot of the content that we're creating for you. I did it in a sidebar earlier today that's coming out. Sierra Gillespie, who has the Scandal channel, has been using them as well. And by the way, if you go on our Law and Crime YouTube, we're also experimenting a little bit with this AI. We're creating recreation.
Okay. The attorney says, where did you live in LA? ? Ventura, 875 Cornstalk Avenue, Wilshire Corridor condos. Her attorney, how tall was the building? ? Ventura, no more than 17 floors. The attorney, where did Sean live? ? Ventura, 200 South Mapleton. Sean would use a golf cart to get back and forth. So they just basically giving the locations, how far she was from him. Not that far, because they're saying Sean would use a golf cart to go back from his house on Mapleton to Comstock Avenue.
Easy access to keep control of where she is at all times and what she's doing.
Right.
This is a living hell. Let's head back over.
Of the courtroom, what it's going to look like since there's no live program. We have a question from Ariana San 1. Is it favorable to start her testimony so early in the case? How could this influence the foundation of the remaining counts that he's charged with?
I think it's a perfectly good strategy. And by the way, I took your point earlier, right? She's pregnant, so you have to deal with that. You can't get into a situation where she's not available. Also, I wonder if with these victims' witnesses, the prosecution's thinking is, we want to get this testimony on the record as soon as possible. We don't want to risk anything happening with these key witnesses of ours. We want to get them in the courtroom and get it done and get it in front of the jury as soon as we can. Now, in terms of the flow of a trial, you want to start strong, you want to end strong, you want to ebb and flow, you want to worry about how you end at the end of a Friday going into a weekend. You want to sort of pay attention to the pace of the trial and the story you're telling. But you also have to deal with availability of witnesses. Not every witness is available every day. And you have to deal with that and put this complicated puzzle together of what witnesses are you calling in what order. But I do think they really wanted to start this trial with something really significant, and this made sense.
Got a question from Helena Ignacia Gallego. Is Cassie allowed to testify on racketeering evidence that she witnessed, or only her personal experience with Diddy?
Well, she's allowed to testify if she witnessed racketeering evidence and has personal knowledge of it and is qualified to testify about it, she can testify.
I think she already has,
Yeah,
talking about
sounds
the
like it.
assistants and the people who might have helped him. But how do they prove an agreement, right? It's not just racketeering conspiracy. There has to be an agreement to further criminal activity, to further racketeering activity. What's the agreement? How do they prove that?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because the agreement isn't we're going to abuse a lot of women. Let's go use this enterprise and go do that. That no one has an agreement like that. So that's part of the problem of a racketeering count at all. It's so technical in the requirements of proof. It's really hard to sustain.
Got an update from court. Cassie Ventura's testimony happening in real time. Prosecutor asks, where did you live in LA? Ventura responds, 875 Comstock Avenue. This is Wilshire Corridor condos. How tall was the building? No more than 17 floors. Where did Sean live? 200 South Mapleton. Sean would use a golf cart to get back and forth. I know where this is going. This is going to the allegation that she was present, and I might be wrong, that she was present when Sean Combs dangled a woman off the balcony. You remember that allegation? I think that's where that's going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do. And that's an important kind of allegation in this case, because again, the threats, the reason all of these people say they lived in fear, and it helps justify their conduct, even if their conduct
All right, Sherelle, got another update.
looks like they were in agreement.
The attorney says, who paid your rent in LA? Question mark. Ventura, Sean, except when I had the house in Studio City. The attorney, why you pay then? Question mark. Ventura, I could afford it then, and I wanted to have some control. It was accepted. Her attorney, by whom? She says, Sean. So basically, she eventually paid rent in LA. Who paid her rent? Sean did, except when she moved to a house in Studio City.
And then she paid it herself. Wow.
Right. Because why did you pay then? She came back and said, I could afford it then, and I wanted to have some control. It was accepted because basically Sean accepted that she was going to move out into the house, but he wasn't going to pay for it. She had to pay for it because he was giving up control, but she wanted her own control. It sounded like being right down the street from this freak wasn't really working.
Yeah, I agree. Let's keep going.
Yeah, that was
prison. He's continuing to make money, presumably, and be a defendant that you could sue and collect from. That might be useful.
Yeah, and look, OJ, right?
Right.
OJ.
Well, that's the blueprint. That is exactly the blueprint. That is a criminal trial where they mucked up the prosecution and couldn't get a conviction, and then the family came in and got a civil.
Sherelle, we got another update.
We have a question from, I'm not
moving.
going to say the name.
The attorney, how many songs did you write while with Sean? Question mark. Ventura, hundreds. Most were never released. Some got leaked on the internet. Some on mixtapes. The attorney, how many albums on your deal were not released? Question mark. Ventura says 9. The attorney, did you get paid for them? Ventura, no. So out of the 10 albums she's supposed to have made, she only made 1. She wrote over 100 songs. Diddy didn't publish them. He probably didn't want her to ever get to 10 albums.
I used to wonder why she only put out that 1 album. This album luring is a part of the grooming process.
Mm-hmm.
He knows she wants to make music. Let's keep going.
Because you're stuck under his wing at that point. Yeah.
It's ridiculous. This man is insane.
With Sean Diddy Combs, 54% say yes, 46% say no. Interesting what people came into this trial thinking, in the sense maybe their opinion was changed over the last year and a half about Sean Combs, so it's hard to know. Update from court. Prosecutor asks Cassie Ventura, who paid your rent in LA? Ventura responds, Sean, except when I had the house in Studio City. Prosecutor says, why'd you pay then? Ventura responds, I could afford it then, and I wanted to have some control. It was accepted. By whom? Sean. I think that this is critical because this goes to the idea of the commercial sex acts, right? Don't you have to say there was something of value that was given or obtained in exchange for sex, in exchange for the relationship, or it goes to control he might have had over her? I think money is important here.
Yeah, I think money is important too. And the notion that that was one of the ways he controlled her and other people is an important part of the trial.
This is a question from Josh Cutemup. How is it not a bigger deal that one of the witnesses is missing? Again, presuming alleged victim number 3.
I think it's a pretty big deal.
Yep.
The question is, at the end of this trial, has that person testified? And if the answer is no, now the jury doesn't ever have to know anything about it. I mean, the jury doesn't have to know that there was a planned third witness and they didn't show up. And therefore, the jury doesn't have to make any conclusions about that one way or another. You could make all sorts of different conclusions from that fact.
We got a few updates from court about the testimony of Cassandra Ventura. Prosecutor asks, how many songs did you write while with Sean Combs? Ventura says hundreds, that most were never released. Some got leaked on the internet. Some.
Harry, is there an update with Ventura? The freak-offs became a job. There was no time to do anything else but do them, then try to recover. Attorney, how much time in your week would freak-offs take? Ventura, the longest was 4 days. Insignificant periods of time. Wow.
Yeah,
I told you.
Yeah.
So, how many freak-offs are we going to do, y'all? How many? Like, okay, once or twice, maybe, but this was daily.
Important. The duration of those, the fact that drugs were so involved in them, the number of people involved, where they got the people from, all of that is very important. 9 albums. That's a lot of albums. That's an interesting fact, right? She's in this relationship. She's not just being abused. She's trying to start an entertainment career, and sounds like she was working pretty hard at it.
So we have a question from Madison Thomas. I have a question for Law and Crime. Did Cassie testify that Diddy injured her? Yes, that was, if you're just joining us now, first of all, we are reporting in real time her testimony on the stand. There are no cameras, there's no audio equipment. So we're trying our best to relay to you in real time what she's testifying to. But she started off her testifying by saying there were violent arguments that would result in physical abuse. There'd be dragging. She talked about being stomped in the head if she was down. That physical abuse or alleged physical abuse is a key component of this case, particularly sex trafficking, fraud, force, or coercion that was used to induce somebody to have these sex acts.
Okay, so
just a
thing right after that.
Angelina.
The judge came in and says, right after they asked about the freak offs and all that stuff, how long they would be, the judge will break here.
Okay.
If like the coverage and can support. Okay, it sounds like they're about ready to break for lunch, maybe.
Yeah. What time is it?
It's 12. It's almost 12:30 there.
Yeah. All right. Let's finish listening to him. Looks like he's going to wrap it up too.
To know what she observed of Cassandra Ventura's testimony, and also how the jury might be responding to her testimony. Which, by the way, can you ever glean anything from how the jury is responding to testimony?
Yes, you try. I mean, sometimes when I'm on trial, I have a person in the courtroom with me whose sole job is to watch the jury, because I'm very interested in the reactions of jurors. But jurors try not to express emotion. They try to stay straight-faced. They're not there reacting the same way you and I would if we were watching some testimony on television. So it is very hard to do, but you can sometimes, and you certainly try to.
Question from Slaytan. To what extent might Cassie Ventura's visible pregnancy influence jurors' emotional response and perception of her credibility? Will that have an impact on the jurors without them knowing?
I think it could. I mean, again, that's something that could cut both ways. I mean, in one sense, a juror could say, well, it appears that she's moved on and she has a life and she's has a family, and actually she seems to have come out of this okay. And that could be something that a jury could consider. It also, I think jurors have some sympathy for pregnancy, and it makes them like the witness a little better.
We have another question from Angelina. Who is Diddy's lawyer? He's got a lot of lawyers.
Right.
So he's got Xavier Donaldson. He's got Mark Agnifilo, Tenny Garagos. He's got Brian Steele. I mean, he's got a high-powered legal team. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a necessary thing. He needs a high-powered legal team. It's funny. The defense has the daughter of Mark Garagos, and I think the prosecution has the daughter of James Comey.
Correct.
So it's a second-generation trial in some respect. But they're really good. They're really good lawyers all around, and for the defense. And I would expect. I mean, this is a defendant who can afford top-level representation, which most defendants down facing federal charges can't. Is taking advantage of that.
We have another question from Content Channel. Couldn't she be charged with racketeering also, meaning Cassie, since she booked hotels and paid with her credit card, as stated by the previous witness, presumably referring to David Phillip, who is that male performer?
Yeah, I think some of these people are, as I said, a mix of victim and co-conspirator, and I also assume that the government is only interested or mostly interested in convicting Sean Combs. So probably they have an understanding that they're not going to bring any charges against her.
We have a question from OU812. Jesse, any idea how many witnesses the prosecution will be calling? I know it's an 8-week trial. I know the defense is going to be calling a lot of witnesses. I don't know how many the prosecution will call, but there is a strength in numbers. So aside from just the alleged victims, the more that they can get escorts, right? The more that they can get people who worked in Diddy's inner circle, that's going to be imperative in this case. And also, I imagine members of law enforcement.
I think that's true. I think you want strength in numbers. I'm gonna put one caveat there.
Please do.
If I'm the prosecution, I want to be careful when you show the jury this evidence, this really shocking evidence over and over and over again. They become more conditioned to seeing it. And their reaction to it the first time is much different than the reaction to it the 40th time. So you want to put in enough evidence to get your conviction, but you don't necessarily want to repeat the same thing again and again and again. It's not really helpful.
Want to hear something interesting? We took another poll. We're taking a lot of polls here on YouTube.
I love it.
Do you think Diddy's celebrity status will affect the outcome of proceedings? 59% say yes, 41% say no. Thoughts on that?
Well, his celebrity status affects the outcome of the proceedings. I mean, it affects the whole case, right? It's the only reason there is a case. It affects his ability to mount a defense and the quality of that defense. So I think that question more gets to what will the jury think when it considers that they're looking at a powerful celebrity here? Will that impact them one way or another? And once again, that can kind of go either way on a juror by juror basis. But I will tell you that jury charge is going to very much contain instruction that they're not supposed to take his celebrity into account in rendering a verdict.
It's interesting. We always have to ask that question after.
Hey, everybody in the
Johnny
chat,
Depp
hey, if you haven't hit
his,
the like
his,
button, please hit
celebrity
the like
status.
button. You know, my wife planned on covering this trial all the way through. We got 2,300, only like about 700 likes. So if you could help out the channel, please hit that like button. Hook my wife up, would you? All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Trey. You can go back.
And the way he testified was a big factor in that. We got a question from James K. Will individuals involved in these freak-offs be named? And so I think this goes to a larger question, right? Everybody, when Sean Combs was first indicted, who are the celebrities? Who's going to be named, right? It might not be, it might just be the alleged victims and the escorts. I mean, I think there's a difference between saying what the prosecution's asserting versus, oh my gosh, we're going to list every celebrity who knew what was going on and every celebrity that may or may not have participated. I don't think that could be a distraction, but I don't know. You tell me, I could be wrong.
Okay, so everybody's fascinated to hear what this lists are. In somewhat in the same way, people always wanted to get the Epstein files and hear what that list is. People want to know who's involved. From the prosecution standpoint, it really wouldn't be that helpful to have a laundry list of celebrities who attended these freak-offs, because that would make it seem more and more like it's just a Hollywood thing. It's a thing that a lot of people participated in. You might not understand it, but this is what they do out there when they're rich and famous. I don't think that it helps that much. I know the public is very interested to know who else was involved.
We have a question from Makita Ramser. Do you think Sean Combs and R. Kelly's cases are similar? Now, let me just also say, he was convicted of something else. It was a racketeering case, but this was illegal sex with minors, sexual exploitation of minors. Sure, there was bribery, coercion, forced labor, and head of a giant music icon, people working for him, wealth, power, resources. But the minors component is what I think separates that case from Sean Combs.
I think the minors component makes it different. Obviously, it has some comparisons because it's the same industry and some of the allegations are similar, but there are also differences.
Yeah, and I can see that. And like, I think during the pretrial motions leading up, they cited a lot of cases that were similar. So I remember they cited Ghislaine Maxwell. I believe they cited R. Kelly's case. I think they even cited the Mike Jeffries case, Abercrombie and Fitch.
Oh, yeah.
That was in order for him to get bail, which was ultimately abandoned after losing so many times. Okay, so I have an update for you. We're getting Elizabeth Milner, our in-court reporter. She's coming out as soon as possible, and then she's got to jump back into court because they're going to come back after this lunch break. I got a question from Sharada Ramanthan. Won't the Cassie video clinch it since she has confirmed that it was after a freak-off and not domestic violence? Is that video going to convict Sean Combs in and of itself?
No. Also, I challenge this idea that because it was after a freak-off, it was not a domestic violence. I mean, if you take your partner force them into a group sex situation and then afterwards beat them, that is domestic violence, right? Maybe something else, but I don't know that it's an and or kind of thing.
Yeah. This is a great question. They're all great questions. What I'm talking about, we got a great audience. From Rel, is the freak-off tapes going to be viewed in court? I think the answer is no. I think the answer is no based upon what we heard earlier. If I was understanding the court, and I want to get the transcript on this to be 100%, but it seems to me, because of the sensitive nature of this, it's not going to be viewed for the entire courtroom gallery, but the jurors are going to hear it. They might have headphones in. Right. The way the questions are asked of the witness regarding what's occurring in the videos will be careful. That's what I think you have to do.
Yeah. Let me explain. I think this will help how these courtrooms are set up, because I've tried cases in the federal building that they're in now. So you have in the front, there's the judge's bench, and the judge has a computer screen where he sees everything. And the witness box has a computer screen where the witness sees everything. And the jurors have multiple video in the juror box, so they can view it right there. And counsel have videos on their tables, on counsel tables. If you're sitting in the back in the galley, there is a big video monitor where usually whatever is being shown to a witness and the judge and everybody else is also displayed from the gallery. As I understood the back and forth this morning, they're trying to not have the worst evidence on that big video screen in the gallery, so that people who are just there to watch it won't see it. And they're also hooking up the jurors with headphones, so you won't hear the audio in the courtroom. So some of that stuff is going to be a little shielded from the public. And I'm not sure it's going to be filed on the public docket where anyone can get
The
it.
worst thing is if that gets released. That's the worst thing. If that
Right.
gets released, that's a big problem. Okay, so we are going to take a break. We're waiting for Elizabeth Milner to come on. We're going to get her up in a second. I really want to know, how did Cassandra Ventura testify? It's one thing reading it off the transcript. It's another thing, how did she behave? What was her demeanor like? How was she answering the questions? How was the jury reacting to that? So we're going to get up that in a minute. Before we do, I thank all of our viewers for continuing to come on, watch us as we're breaking this down in real time. But one of the reasons we are able to put on this live show for you is because we get incredible support from our amazing sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. I want to call them out real quick. This is America's largest injury law firm. I'm talking about a firm that has secured a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrongful auto death in Georgia, and by the way, $6 million for a trucking accident in New York. And mind you, keep something in mind, this was all after insurance offered their clients significant.
All right, he's talking about their commercial. Perry, powerful. Oh, Perry's gone. I believe this was powerful. A powerful. What's the word I'm looking for? She gave a powerful testimony. I think that it showed how she was groomed, because I think that's very important. A lot of people say she was a willing participant. I think it showed his control over her. I think it showed the excessiveness of the freak-offs. Nobody in their right mind will want this damn many freak-offs. Just because of the consistency of it, I think that it shows right there this was forced. She said that she wanted to please him from the very first time. I think that it shows she's definitely a victim of DV. Definitely. There's a 17-year age difference. Can you guys that are older in the chat remember what you were like as a person at 21, as opposed to being in your mid-40s? Life, you were a different person. She's just entering the world of adulthood. She might not have known any better, but he did. I mean, this is just, I'm still feeling Team Cassie. That's no way to live. Perry went downstairs. I hear him in the kitchen. He'll be back up and give you his opinion. Do I think somebody will pardon Diddy since they are old friends and this is a federal case? No. I think that nobody wants to be tied to Diddy, not even him. Not even him. If he was going to do something, I heard those rumors, he would have done it by now. He tried to help Mayor Adams, and I just don't think that he's going to step in. I just don't. But yeah, he was around. Or at least there's pictures floating around that saying he was around. And then Junior said himself that they used to go to the parties. So I don't think that's going to go down. At 21, let's see, I don't know. At 21, at 21, there wouldn't be such a participation in such acts. That's what I think she means. Just think about it. You're new. You are just entering adulthood. You've seen these people on TV. Oh my gosh, I got a record deal. I'm happy about that. 10 damn albums. Oh, I must be great. Then, oh, take me and my best friend here. We get to meet this person. Oh, it's great. But it's luring you in. It's luring you in. And I probably could say with confidence, up until this point, I don't think Cassie or her family knew anybody in the world of Hollywood, in the world of celebrity. All this is grooming. Oh, you never had oral before? Let me show you. Grooming. And that's what pimps do. They're grooming, grooming, grooming until one day the grooming is over. And then there's that one slap, two slaps, three slaps. Perry, people wanted to hear your opinion because you are fair on both sides. Go ahead.
Yeah. Look, I said I keep it all open. But hearing Cassie's testimony right at this point, I believe what she's saying. Because like sometimes like you can tell when somebody just definitely coming in being a gold digger. But she felt for the okie doke with him that he was attracted to her. She thought she had a good thing being younger. Not don't give that an excuse for everything. She got a man that's successful. Then she wanted to keep that. He was showing her a lifestyle she never experienced, right? So she gave in to the threesomes and whatever freakiness just to keep him happy. But from her testimony, I'm basically believing that she was in fear. I'm believing that she was in fear. That's what I think. But on a side note, I was going to say this. Did anybody hear of Jag making it into the courtroom today? Because I haven't. Sure, you must be on mute. You on mute, baby. Sure, you on mute.
Why
Oh,
don't you text Toria? She would know.
yeah.
But this was heartbreaking for me. Very heartbreaking to know that she did this for 10 years. Once you're
Oh, somebody says
programmed,
yes. So Melissa, she actually made it in the courtroom today, or just outside the courthouse? Let's see.
I mean, people don't understand the cycle of DV. It's a slow process. If he came off strong the very first day, hi, I'm Diddy, and put his hands on her, she wouldn't have stayed in that relationship. It's a slow process. And then the next thing you know, you are knee deep in the BS. Perry, you can tell
Mhm.
me to stop this whenever, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Been talking about the fact that right now, Cassandra Ventura, victim number one in this case, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, the prime focus of this whole case, has been testifying. And currently they're on a lunch break. But right now, I want to go live to Long Crime's very own Elizabeth Milner, who is outside of the federal courthouse, was inside that court for when Cassandra Ventura was testifying. Elizabeth, it's great to see you. I know you have to jump back into court quite quickly. So let's first start off with Ventura. She takes the stand. How did she appear? What are some of the highlights of her testimony? And most importantly, how is the jury responding to her testimony?
Yeah, well, Jesse, when she had first kind of entered the courtroom, can't necessarily describe it as a tense moment necessarily, but I can only imagine what was kind of going through everybody's minds. You have Diddy's children on one side, his family on one side. You have Diddy, who was looking at Cassie as the moment that she walked inside that courtroom today. She was wearing a long brown dress. She is very, very much so, appears to be in her third trimester of her pregnancy. And so she kind of walked very quietly and very slowly up to the witness stand, took swore the oath and that type of sort, and then sat down for the prosecution's questioning. And as far as who her support was inside that courtroom, that included her brother, what we presume to be her mother, as well as even her husband, Alex Fine. And he was kind of the topic of some of these arguments outside of the presence of the jury, mainly about just some testimony that they're expected to happen, especially later on today or even possibly tomorrow, because she is expected to be on the stand for a while. But as far as when she got onto the stand, she was very soft-spoken when she was answering ASA Emily Johnson's question. We've been following this case from the beginning, from the moment that she had filed that federal lawsuit that was just very shocking, a very bombshell lawsuit that we all know was settled the following day. But as far as just kind of comparing the allegations to her witness testimony, it was kind of a difference in the sense that we had only seen her allegations through words, through paper, through court filings and that sort. But, when she got on the stand, stand, it's now, for jurors in their minds, they're putting a voice and they're putting a person to, a name. Finally, they're seeing just from her side of the view, just kind of her relationship with Diddy. Much of the testimony was very foundational. When did she meet Diddy? How long before, the two engaged in sexual intercourse? As well as, she was briefly asked about the CNN video. And she did confirm that she was leaving a freak off when the vicious beating kind of happened. As far as just some other big highlights, we were shown a lot of photos of her and Sean, as she refers to him, in court, as well as her friends. We saw a photo of him being Diddy, Kim Porter, another friend, and Cassie all at the 2006 BET Awards. We saw a photo of Diddy with Cassie, another friend, and another potential witness to this case, all sitting on a couch. We had seen photos of their trip to Miami. We saw photos of them at a strip club together here in New York City in 2007. For Halloween, she had spoken about just, her time working as an artist for Bad Boy, and just that pretty much, some of these allegations she had talked about in her lawsuit, but also that Diddy controlled a lot of aspects of her recording career. She signed a 10-album deal. However, she only put out one album plus a mixtape. A lot of the songs that she had even recorded had just gone either, unreleased, or they were leaked and that type of sort. And so some of those were like kind of the big highlights, I would say. They were kind of touching base on who all else kind of played a role in, as far as, security. She had named people like D-Rock and Bounds and Uncle Paulie and Malik. As far as assistants, we heard one of the big names being Christina Coram, as well as David James, Neil Dominic. And so that was kind of touching base a little bit as far as, how Diddy's staff kind of interacted with her. But for the most part, another eye-opening point was just that, Diddy had security around him 24/7. But she also had said that, sometimes the security's job was to kind of check on her and make sure that she was doing what she was supposed to, essentially. That, if she wasn't answering the phone when Diddy had called, that he would send his security to go and find her. And so, as far as just some of the testimony, I'm sure we'll get into more details as far as kind of, the freak offs and that type of those types of allegations. But, it really did start off pretty foundational. And I was pretty surprised at, how composed she was keeping it all while on the stand. Again, she was very soft spoken, but she answered the questions directly. If there was something that she was confused about or wanted Emily Johnson to rephrase or just to ask again, she was open about that. There were very brief moments of laughter, but that was just because, it was nothing that had to do with any of those graphic allegations or anything like that. But it was just, pretty much, she was asked, like, why didn't you release more albums? And she's like, is that a question for me? And then there was a little chuckle. But for the most part, it was very much a serious tone. A lot of eyes were on Cassie. A lot of eyes were also on Diddy's children when they were talking, for example, about Kim Porter and just how that relationship had ended while Cassie was starting her relationship with Diddy. And so we got to kind of see finally for a while now, because it's almost been 2 years since she had filed her lawsuit at this point, that we kind of got to see her explain her own view from her own mouth, as opposed to us seeing these allegations in like lawsuits and that type of sort.
So I have two questions for you. One, how is the jury responding to her testimony and more of the graphic points of her testimony? But also, what was Diddy doing? What was Sean Combs doing? Was he looking at her? Was she looking at him at any points? So again, what was the jury's reaction, and what was the reaction between Diddy and Cassie?
Well, let me tell you, it was a very packed courtroom, so it was really hard to kind of see all the jurors in their faces. But from the little view that I got of just seeing these jurors, they were listening intently, like they have been even since yesterday, taking notes, kind of watching back and forth, both, the prosecution asked their questions and then going over and kind of looking at the witness, that being Cassie, while on the stand. Now, as far as Diddy goes, he was watching very intently. Like, let me tell you something. He is very much so participating in his defense. He is jotting notes down. He's passing these notes, because we do know when the cross-examination comes down, it's going to be Ana Maria Esteval who's going to be doing that line of questioning once the defense does get to the cross of Cassie's testimony. But as far as Diddy goes, he definitely kept his eyes on Cassie for the most duration while she was on the stand, which I can only imagine felt intimidating on her end. Possibly, I'm obviously not in her mind, so I don't know that 100% or anything like that. But as far as Cassie looking back in Diddy's direction, even when she had gotten off the stand, she didn't look at him once. She just walked immediately outside through the gallery, didn't look at him, didn't look at his children. There was no type of like soft smile, none of that. I think, even she might not have noticed her husband was right there in the courtroom too, but she kept laser focused, got out of the door, and then that's when everybody else kind of left the courtroom for lunch break.
Pretty surreal, to say the least. Let me ask you this. At the beginning of the day, we kind of got a sense of what's going to happen next. Everybody's been talking about the freak-off tapes or these sex tapes and how they're going to be visible in the courtroom, whether or not the gallery is going to see these tapes. I imagine when she's going to have to talk about these tapes, she's going to have to view these tapes. What was the discussion earlier this morning regarding the tapes, how a witness will be questioned about the tapes, and whether or not anybody in the gallery will ultimately see them?
Yeah, so there was a lot of concerns about these exhibits, mainly more so, I guess, from us on the press ends portion, just seeing that these photos were sexually explicit and very graphic in nature. The government planned to show some of these images because they, according to the government, were 6 still images. They were nude images of victims that were sexually explicit, but the government kind of came up with a solution that, they would provide headphones to the jurors, so that way, we wouldn't hear any type of audio of these exhibits that were going to be portrayed. The government wanted to keep this material out of public record. The defense, meanwhile, says it's pretty much adult pornography, and so that's when we kind of started connecting the dots that these were videos and images of these freak offs that the government is kind of talking about that's central to their case. The defense says it's a privacy issue, and they question what us in the press would pretty much do with these types of images. And you know what? We have a right to kind of talk about them, especially not in a salacious manner or anything like that. I don't think that was any of our intents on, being in the courtroom while these images were played or anything like that. But apparently it seems like, a point for the defense that, they were just wondering what the press would do about it, especially with so many eyes on this case. And so, they wanted to address this issue. The media did have a response through a lawyer. Not 100% sure what outlet they were with, but the media's response was pretty much that the press needs to see these. The testimony isn't necessarily suitable for these images because the big question is, was this consensual or was this coerced? And so the media lawyer, offered maybe just the pool reporters to see these types of images, so that way there would at least be some media in the room, so that way we could report about this. And so from the media's response, they completely object to total sealment of these images and says that it's a First Amendment issue. And so this is going to be taken up probably at a later time, possibly when we all come back from the lunch break, just to kind of get a better picture of it. But it seems like, from both parties that they're kind of fearful about these images getting out. But on our side, we have a right to report on what's going on. I mean, look at just the media campouts just behind me. A lot of people have interest in this, not just for salacious headlines or anything like that, but because this is a very high profile and criminal case. And of course, we will respectfully report on it if we are able to see these images.
Real quick, Elizabeth, I want to get you back in that courtroom. 30 seconds. If you could just explain what the scene is like today.
Well, the scene is very much so a lot of high energy, a lot of anxious energy. And maybe I'm just saying my own personal feelings, because it was pretty tense this morning, as a lot of people were just trying to battle to get inside that courtroom, because everyone wanted to be in there when Cassie took the stand. Everyone wanted to see her raise her right hand, swear an oath, and to get inside that courtroom. So there was a little tense moments from people either cutting in lines or people trying to get ahead as well. But as far as, from the family's perspective, I had mentioned yesterday that the daughters had walked out during Daniel Phillips' testimony. That wasn't the case today. Everyone stayed in court, stayed in place. They were listening to all the testimony that was going on today. And so for the most part, it just seems like, okay, this is day 2. A lot of people are just wanting to know more information. What are we going to be getting out of this case? Is this a criminal case, or is this, very much so possibly a domestic violence cases. The defense is trying to kind of paint it out. But as far as the mood inside that courtroom, it's very tense, I will say, mainly because a lot of people just have their eyes on this very important testimony from one of the biggest witnesses and one of the biggest players inside this case today.
Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for being our eyes and our ears about what's happening in that courtroom. No cameras, no audio equipment, but we got Elizabeth, and she does a fantastic job. Thank you so much. And I know you have to head back into court. Thanks, Elizabeth.
I wanted to say this.
All right. So
because it's not like I'm some naive lock 'em up enthusiast. I feel sad for Diddy. He let it get to this. Nobody's born a monster. I think his childhood affected him deeply. I think he's sick and he needs help. But with that being said, he cannot be on the streets. He will hurt again. He will hurt again. He's possibly unaliving people. He's destructive. He's beating people up, giving them brain damage. He's acting like he doesn't have to follow any rules. He was an icon in the 90s. And I am thankful for what he did. He did what a lot of people can't do. And that's real impressive. That's why it's sad that he let it get to this. So I'm not looking at him like he's not a human being. But we live in a country full of laws and rules. You cannot affect this many people. He was hitting football coaches upside the head with a kettlebell. One of those headed. He is out of control. Please don't think I don't have any ill will towards Diddy. I'm evaluating a case, and we can't have people walking around like this. Do I think he should go for the rest of his life? I don't know.
Well,
I don't know, and that's not my job.
It all depends on what they prove he did. Like, I don't condone no men hitting women, but one thing about Diddy, now I don't feel bad for him whatsoever. Because even you can go through a rough time, and I'm sure everybody in the chat, we all done went through rough periods in our life. But certain things, right from wrong. Beating up people, whether it's a man or a woman, it's just no way to act. And I think he wouldn't act that damn terrible if he didn't have that money in the bank. That's what I'm saying. Put his ass at UPS, the post office, working. He ain't acting that way. That money and control went to his head. And like I said, go back to Clyde Davis. If you enter the business, well, you get to pay your tithes. You ever heard that? You get to pay your tithes to make it. And then he realized when you rich and powerful, you can do all these things, right? And so he had to do what he had to do. And now he feel like he should get that same back, given back to him in return. That people should be his puppets. But go ahead.
No, we were lagging. Go ahead.
So, I mean, that's the part I was going to say. And then I had to time out somebody. Only people can have their own opinions in the chat, whatever, and that's what we're here for. But if you got something to say, but just to over and over free Diddy, just to irritate people, that's sort of messing up the flow. The person will be coming back in a little while. Just say what you got to say. And it's okay to believe if you think Diddy need to be freed, but let's not irritate other people just constantly that's the only thing you say. Just say what's on your mind, but don't just keep doing the same thing over and over. Go ahead, Sherelle.
Well, also too, guys, emotions are high. Everybody, we understand. Just don't do it again. Emotions are high because we're talking about somebody's life.
Right. I get it.
Your life.
And that's the whole thing.
I'm glad I'm not a juror. I don't know how long. No, We have a delay. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say this, but
Can,
either way,
can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. We got a delay. I don't feel sorry for Diddy in that kind of sense, but because I'm tired of pacifying people in life. He clearly know what's right and wrong. If he didn't, he would give away all his money. He know that'd be something stupid to do, so he don't do it. So he know right from wrong, and he just know that he's taking advantage of vulnerable people. Do I believe Cassie? She was infatuated with him. It's like, damn, and probably assumed that he really cared for her, right? But he's using his power, his fame, his money to manipulate these people and to get his rocks off, with his fetishes.
Yeah.
So that's what I think.
It's just a
Okay.
sad situation. I mean, who, me?
Hmm. Yeah, I know. It's
This
crazy.
delay is crazy. It's a sad situation because you also have to remember Diddy is a father. Oh my God. Those poor kids, even though they're adults, they're going to be traumatized when they show those tapes. What do you think about the tapes, Perry? Should they show them? These are victims on here. Nobody knew they were being recorded.
Nobody want to be publicly caught on tape stealing. But if you got to prove the case, it's going to be hearsay to a lot of people if you don't show the videos. Maybe you could just show it to the jury. Hell, I don't know.
Mhm.
But they said they're going to give them headphones, so nobody got to hear all that. But
Child.
I mean, if I was going to be prosecuted, show the damn tape. Don't just have somebody just imagine what could have happened. Or, on both sides, I think you might have to show the evidence. So, I mean, you got to show the tape.
Perry, can you take comments so we can answer their questions? Because people
Mhm.
want to talk. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
It's just a mess. Y'all tell me what y'all think. I'm going to put a poll out. It's just too much. I'm putting the poll out right now.
Okay, we got Bungie. She says, Sherelle, he should have thought about that first himself. The kids will see too much. Yeah, and the kids probably really shouldn't even be in the courtroom, but those his kids, I ain't gonna tell you how to raise them. You know, I'm not sure. I'm sure he could speak to him some kind of way or pass a note through his attorney that he don't want his daughters to see it, his sons to see it, his mama to see it. But if things the way they were, his mama probably immune to it. Like certain people that live that lifestyle, it's nothing to them. It's like cutting the grass,
Mhm.
something you do every weekend. But I almost think that the evidence must be shown, to be fair on both sides, the defendant and the plaintiff. Because
I
if you
put a
don't,
I just put a poll out because this is a hard question. Should Diddy go to jail for life? It's a hard question. I can't answer it right now. If you can't answer, don't answer. But right now, within the first few seconds, 84% says yes. Well, it's changing. I don't know your whole life. I don't know. And I'm just glad that that's not my job.
Mhm.
Your whole life, we're the same age. So I'm 54. Diddy's 54
Or 55, yeah, one of them. Yep.
or 55, one or the other.
Yeah. Mhm.
We don't have more years in front of us. So life is usually, is 25, right? So how old would I be in 25 years? I'm going to be dead. How old am I going to be, Perry, in 25 years? I'm going to be dead or close to it. I don't have 25 years left in me. I say about a good 15 at the most. After that, even if I'm still alive, I'm older. I'm old. So it's no
Mhm.
more living my dreams. It's no more. Then it's about, your grandkids and leaving what you can behind to the rest of the family.
Yeah.
It's a
So
lot.
somebody
I
says
don't. Go ahead.
his daughter shouldn't be in there when those videos are played. It's too traumatizing. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and I would agree. I would agree. But the court don't decide who can come in. It would be on Diddy's side. If you want your kids to see it, hell, he should know what's on the tapes. And
Yeah.
I would think it's too much for the kids. Like I said, I'm in my 50s. I wouldn't want to see my mom and them or my parents doing nothing like that at the age of 50.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
Them
and we'll
poor
see how it
kids.
goes.
Poor, and I feel worst for Quincy. No, for all of them. I feel bad. But Quincy, you have a real biological father that you got to make amends with. Well, I would, if I were you, make amends with them. These two men do not like each other, but you love both of them. I wouldn't want to be Quincy either. What do you do? Perry, what would you do?
Well, if I was Quincy,
Yep.
you know, we all raise it, and like you can't really pick who your parents are.
Mm-hmm.
Diddy raised them. Do I feel like Diddy really stable? Financially, he probably was stable, but mentally not all there, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think you just got to be an adult and look at your parents as being human. They're gonna have some good points and they're gonna have flaws.
Hmm.
You know, Quincy is no different than the rest of them, his kids,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
You're right.
you can assume, oh well, I feel sorry for Quincy because he didn't chance to, you know, he went with his real father. If I'll be sure it was his real father, but then people say sympathy stuff. He wanted to be with his kid and all this, and I heard rumors that he never took care of his other kids. So
Oh no, that's what you heard?
yes, I'm not going to put nobody on a pedestal because at the
Mm.
same time, whether fearful or not, if you really love your kids, are you going to let some other person just because they got more money than you keep you away from your kid? I'm saying at certain points, things could have happened. Now, I don't know the full details, but I heard you know, he ain't take care of the rest of his kids. That's just what I
Man.
heard. If I'm right, people, if you heard the rumor, I'll be sure they ain't take care of the rest of his kids. Let me know in the chat.
Mm.
Then Yo-Yo says, yes, for the rest of his life, he passed a monster. Yeah. Well, if he's guilty. And then I I think if found guilty, he should be given the same thing other people would get for those same crimes. Not just because he's Diddy or whatnot. He should get the same thing a regular person with no money, a real rich person would get. He should get the same thing.
So 67% of you say that he should go to jail for life. 33 say no. Here comes another poll. I forgot what I was going to ask. Hold on. Well, y'all know I'm old. I forgot. It's just sad all the way around. I'm not happy saying, yeah, lock him up, lock him up. I'm not. Just because I feel he should be locked up. Yeah, I'm not celebrating. I'm not celebrating. He is a significant figure in our lives. He was a role model before this. A lot of people wanted to do what Diddy does. So,
Okay. This comment, good that the whole Diddy family there so that they can see what's really the truth. Because you
mhm.
never know how manipulative Diddy could be when it comes to some situations. And I guess they saying that, say if they don't show all the stuff they don't really see, he can come out and be manipulative. No, that never happened. And this person is basically saying that it's probably good so the family can see for themselves. This the kind of person he is. I take it.
New poll coming because I'm asking you guys the difficult question. Should the children keep a relationship with their father? Perry,
You know,
it's hard.
I'm gonna say this, right? And for multiple reasons. I mean, like, you don't pick your parents. And I'm gonna tell you this, and not to throw shade, it ain't no shade or nothing. Do you have relationships with your uncles?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh wow, you went there. I do.
Well, I'm just
I
being
love my
serious. Like I
uncles.
said, right. Because it's a different kind of thing. You don't have to condone what they do to have a relationship with them, I believe. Right?
Hmm. But you know what? So Perry's going personal. He knows I have several relatives in prison, supermax prisons for life sentences. That love that I have for them never goes away. That bond is there. Did they do things that maybe I wouldn't do?
You know, I'm sure Diddy still loved his mother regardless of what she did. I think it's a natural kind of thing. The difference is you don't have to condone what they did.
Mhm.
And it wasn't a personal attack. I'm just saying, like, sometimes when you just toss out a question, you're thinking, but put yourself in that situation.
Yeah. Hmm.
You got your uncles. And I've
Yeah.
said on camera before, love my daddy to death. Was my daddy the best daddy? No. Did he have flaws? Yes. I don't condone his flaws. But you still have whatever kind of relationship you have. It could be a close relationship or it could be a distant relationship. But I would never say never have a relationship with him
Hmm.
because we can look at the freaky shit he did, but did he do it to his kids? We don't know how. I mean, to me, it seemed like he treated his kids very well, spoiled them or whatnot. I ain't saying he perfect and don't deserve jail time. I'm just saying to cut off a relationship, I don't know. And I think we underestimate when you talk about Quincy. Well, the adopted, however, you sort of get a bond of who raised you.
Hmm. Hmm.
And we can say, oh, yeah, I wonder he's in a bad situation. Well, he's been in a bad situation ever since his father really wasn't there day one, right? He's been in
Right.
this bad situation ever since he's been living with Diddy. And just because Diddy did all this shit, it don't make his father no better to me. Like,
And I don't think people understand the love never goes away. I get judged for loving my family from the other side, looking at us like we're crazy. The love never goes away, but you can't go in the dark and act like this didn't happen. You have to say, I love my father. I love Diddy for raising me. But what he did wasn't cool. We don't support that part. And I'll be there for him, even though what he did ain't right. And that's how I would handle it if I was the children. But I cannot, that love never goes away.
right.
I can't, I
That's
don't know
what I'm
how to
saying.
explain it.
So it just is what it is, like they should have that relationship, but it's going to be a different kind of relationship. And I'm not sure if somebody answered your question when they said 79, then somebody says 80. You must ask somebody's age. I don't
No,
know.
I asked, should the children stop speaking to their father? Should they stop the relationship?
Hmm.
And people are
Okay.
saying, no, I agree, you guys. No, just no, you can't.
If that's the
Can't.
case, a lot of people wouldn't talk to their parents or their siblings because nobody's really perfect. And I'm sure you can find something you just don't like about a person. Now, I don't agree with all his crazy stuff that Diddy did and his fetishes.
There was
I
a
don't
time
think
in my life, and y'all will not believe me, but it's true that I blame my mother for everything that went wrong in childhood. Blamed her, blamed her, blamed her. Then I just woke up one day and said, listen, she was young. She did the best she could do. She did not love me. And I'm just thankful I have a mom. So when I start thinking that way and stop pointing out all her flaws, my mom's the best mom anybody could have. And, I'm just thankful for her. And I'm going to love on her forever. So maybe they can just say, my dad is sick. Look what happened. And the best thing Diddy's kids can do is break the cycle.
Mhm.
We don't know what these kids seen growing up. The best thing they could do is break the cycle. But now they're adults and they must live like it. No more baby thoughts, Justin. No more getting high, drinking, no, it's time to grow up. And your father wanted y'all there. Now you got to act like adults.
Yeah.
Did Albie Shore Perry, this was in the chat, deny his son when he was born? From what I heard, he wanted to parent, but Diddy didn't want him around. That's what we heard. That's what he says. Is my mom in the chat?
I don't know. I haven't seen her. I don't think.
Oh, she was in the chat. No, no. She can't be in the chat today. I forgot. But y'all, please. Y'all know I'm an empath. That's what they call me. I feel other people's pain and I feel mine's deeply too. She doesn't have her parents. Just love them while they're here. Try not to judge them. Just love them. And they were the ones given to you. Perry, go ahead. What are your thoughts on how they should treat their father?
No, I think I just told you. I just think you treat them like you would treat anybody else.
Yeah.
Right. Now,
Yeah.
with respect, still your parents.
Uh-huh.
If they was terrible, then you treat them, yeah, they're terrible. And you would distance yourself from them.
Right.
So you could be safe. But no different than a co-worker or a neighbor or a friend. We don't like everybody. You can have a close relationship or you can have a distant relationship. And like I said, my father wasn't always like that and had serious flaws that I didn't agree with, but I still love him. Now, could I be around him every day? That should get him under? No. So it's different kind of relationships.
Nola, darling, is coming with some serious, deep, soul-searching questions. Should we blame Kim too for putting her children in this situation? Yes. What do you say, Perry?
Yeah,
I still don't think she should have been unalived, but she does bear some of the blame. Go ahead, Perry.
I guess everybody have blame, and everybody's not perfect. But I guess if you're gonna just tell the story, everybody need to take accountability, whether your name is Kim, P. Diddy, or whoever.
Why do you think she kept her children in that situation?
Huh?
Why do you think Kim kept her children around Diddy? Was she programmed too? This is a lot.
Well, I guess, hell, she could have been groomed just as much as Cassie was,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So if we gonna give one the pass, that's why I said sometimes it's different because we'll say, Kim was one thing, Cassie get a pass because she was brainwashed. Then when I say Young Miami, no, and she just as young and gullible as Cassie was, Kim was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's hard to say. But I think, anybody that really would tell somebody else, I would cut off a relationship, it's easy to tell somebody to do that if it's not you. That's why I said, put yourself in that situation.
Perry, answer this soul-searching question. I'm going to go get some water while you do that.
Okay. I'll be sure it was a deadbeat. That's how Diddy got into the picture with Kim in the first place. He's full of crap. That's what I heard too. Now, do I know? But I'm just going to say, if these allegations are true, and to be honest with you, like I said, even as a man, if you broke up with a girl, you're no longer together. If it's your kid, do you let another man or woman get in the way of you being a father or a mother to your child? And if you did, it's because you probably didn't want to be a father and a mother any damn way. That's just my opinion. You know.
Listen, Toria doesn't believe that he unalived Kim. She says, Kim is not at fault. He treated the kids very good. Kim passed away from complications of pneumonia. Everyone adored Kim, especially Diddy. She was the only woman he wanted to marry. Toria, can you explain why the second coroner is unalived? Can you explain why they even needed another coroner? Can you explain, did he? No, I'm just asking her. They're back in court. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm
Easy,
trying to check
easy.
too. Yeah.
Maybe you can. I don't know. I mean, you could, because they're individually charged. There's sex trafficking of victim 1 and sex trafficking of victim 2.
She is the most important witness in the case. From
Do you see anything? I don't.
I think we back. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ready? It
Yeah.
says 1:16 Pacific time. I mean 1:16 p.m. They're back. Judge, welcome back. Attorney, who was your manager at Bad Boy Records? Question mark. Cassie Ventura. James Cruz. Attorney, what did he tell you, Ventura? That he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. He had to check everything with Sean. So she's saying basically he was managing her. This James Cruz was managing her, but with one hand behind his back because he ain't totally fully a manager because he got to approve everything through Diddy.
Right.
And then, okay, the attorney came back and said, how did you make money if your records wasn't being released? Question mark. Ventura, I did hosting parties when Sean approved them. Attorney, what comments did Sean make about your physical appearance? Question mark. Ventura, that I look too Mexican with my hair like that. Okay.
I wonder if they're going to talk about her shaving the side of her head for 3 years. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I seen something like that. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess they back on and popping. And I guess because people saying, hey, afford your other place and all that. Remember, she got her own place because she wanted more control. Saying, well, how was you making this money? I guess she was hosting these parties or whatnot. But she wasn't getting paid for no music because there wasn't none there.
Let's go back to Law and Crime.
I said it before, I'll say it again. I think it was brilliant to not even start with her, but to start with the security guard, to start with the 2016 video, to start with this male performer. You build up her credibility. So when she takes the stand, the jury is a much more beneficial position to evaluate her testimony. It's, again, I go back to what I said. She filed her lawsuit in November of 2023. These were wild, unheard of allegations. You wondered, telling the truth, not telling the truth. As soon as that video came out, it not only corroborated one particular moment in her complaint, arguably corroborated her entire account. She is the star witness. I also think from a practical point of view, she's got to testify early before she gives birth. Right. Because the worst thing about not having victim number 3 is not having victim number 1 testify.
And I'll add one other thing. I'll add one other thing to that. So she's the star witness because of the allegations of what he did to her. She's also, I assume, the witness who's going to cover the broadest.
Another update, Sherelle.
Go ahead.
So the attorney comes on. How did he like your nails? Question mark. Ventura. White, French tipped. Attorney. Hair? Question mark. Ventura. It varied. I shaved my head in 2009. The attorney. Your body? Question mark. Ventura. He told me to work out, prepare for the freak-offs.
What?
Okay, attorneys. How did you feel about his comments? Question. Ventura, it varied. So he liked the French white tip nails, and he liked her various ways. I guess she shaved it off in 2009. When asked about her body, how Diddy felt about her body, he told her to work out, prepare for the freak offs. See,
Everything's about these damn freak offs.
he's obsessed with these, and not even for his set. Well, I guess you could please yourself in all kind of ways. He didn't get to be physical. He just liked to enjoy seeing maybe somebody being tortured in certain cases or freaked up. It's some sick people out there. You know,
Let's
he's
go back.
Peeping Tom or some shit.
Let's go back.
Wait. Okay.
And it's interesting if the jury thinks those people show up at trial and they still like him. That could resonate with the jury.
Well, the defense didn't shy away from the fact they're probably not going to like this guy. I mean, they said it, and I kind of respect them for doing that. Doesn't mean it's a defense. Okay. Another update from court. The prosecutor asks, how did he like your nails? And Ventura responds, white, French tipped. Prosecutor asks, hair? It varied. I shaved my head in 2009. What about your body? He told me to work out, prepare for the freak offs. How did you feel about his comments? It varied. So, mixed bag there about what to take away from that.
We have an update.
Okay, you got it?
Says, lawyer. What else did Sean pay for? Ventura, cars, attorney. Did he give you cash? Ventura, yes. But he would take things away depending on how he felt. Attorney. What else would he take away? Ventura. My self-confidence. Attorney. Who would take things away? Ventura. Staff.
Yep.
Let's hear what else they're saying. We're going to go back and forth. Perry, you want to say anything really quick?
No, that's it.
Okay.
I think, talking about.
If the jury thinks she's a liar, then she could have set up any of this.
The prosecutor asks, this is another update from court. Again, no cameras, no audio. We're doing our best to report back to you in real time about Cassandra Ventura's testimony that's happening right now as we speak. How did Sean pay? What else did Sean pay for? She replies, cars. Did he give you cash? Yes, but he would take things away depending upon how he felt. What else would he take away? This is an interesting response. My self-confidence. Who would take things away? Staff. That.
Update. Ventura, I assume staff. Defense, objection. Judge, jury will disregard the last answer. Lawyer, who took your laptop and phone? Ventura, security. Lawyer, how long would they be gone for? Ventura, however long I was being punished for.
Yeah, that's some bullshit, ain't it? Like, he's really treating her like that, and then it's like being like one of those battered relationships. Like, you got this thing, then if I leave,
You're gonna miss it.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Is racketeering, right? The more you include.
Did she threaten to write a tell-all book, and is that extortion? It would go to credibility, right?
Yeah.
This idea that she sued him for the money, she wants to write a tell-all book, she's made a deal with the prosecution, she's still marketing herself. Those are all credibility issues that the defense can try to drag out.
Another update. Remember when she said that staff would take things away? So Cassandra Ventura kind of corrected that answer and said, I assume staff. The defense objected. The judge said, jury will disregard that last answer. Prosecutor says, who took your laptop and phone? Ventura responds, security. Prosecutor says, how long would they be gone for? Ventura responds, however long I was being punished for. Thoughts?
Yes. Well, that gets at it. When she's being punished, right? She's in a relationship with Sean Combs. So you don't think.
Okay. Did you want to add something, Perry? I just wanted to hear them read it back too.
Oh no, no, that's it. I'm just trying to see if we got any updates.
even when there's a person who has a lot of staff because he's rich and famous, you don't think of them getting the staff involved in the domestic part. So the staff shouldn't be involved in punishing your girlfriend. And that gets you into sort of predicate act territory.
If you were the prosecution, should you dedicate just a full day to everybody who worked for Combs and helped him facilitate this alleged illegal activity? Do you just dedicate 1 or 2 days, just staff member, staff member, staff member, staff member?
So I don't know how I would do it exactly, but if I was prosecuting the case, I would try to build an org chart. I would try to build a demonstrative I could show the jury that would have Sean Combs on the top and lines that flow down to his various staff members. And then I would add to that demonstrative the specific things those various staff members did to Cassie or otherwise relevant in the case, and try to show that it all flowed down through this enterprise, through this organization.
We have a super chat question. Thank you so much from Get Right 904, Mike a Beast. Why should we care if Diddy's lawyer goes hard at her? She was down for everything. She married his trainer. Of course, Diddy stopped giving her money. Then out of nowhere, she sues. She was finding men and girls. So you have somebody here who has legitimate objections to Cassandra Ventura, who I think this will be a struggle for the prosecution. You know, I think saying that everything was coerced and everything was against her will could 100% be true, but also may be difficult. I go back to what I said before. It's not a classic sex trafficking case where you have a shadowy organization who is kidnapping girls from another country, selling them off to somebody else. She testifies, explains what happens to her. She was trafficked. This is different. And I wonder if Get Right 904 Mike DeBeast's concerns are legitimate. So I think they are.
As I hear that question, they're asking, why should we care if the cross-examination goes hard? And if you have the views that question suggests, you should care because it could hurt the efficacy of the cross-examination with the jury, who doesn't necessarily, sitting there on day 2 of the trial, have the same views as the person who wrote that question. And you cannot look like you're up there bullying this victim of domestic abuse who's now 8 months pregnant. It's going to get you in trouble.
Would you like some company? Because
yes.
I know I sure would. I love hanging out with you, Rich, and you're going to stay with us. But guess who we got? We got former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani, who's with us right now. Nima, join the party. Thanks so much. Good to see you. So we've been talking about Cassandra Ventura, oh man, almost for 2 hours straight. What are you taking away from her testimony? What do you think there are the strengths of what she said so far? And do you see openings for the defense to exploit?
I do see openings for the defense. Look, she's calm. She's been pretty soft-spoken. She's whispering. Obviously, she's very pregnant, 8.5 months pregnant. I think what I would want to see is how she holds up on cross. I mean, these are softball questions. She did talk about how she fell in love with him, and that really goes to that consent issue, right? How much of this was consensual? How much of it was coerced? You and Rich have been talking about this. So I think what I would want is to see more evidence of the violence, things that Philip talked about yesterday, the hair pulling, the glass being thrown at her, right? Obviously, her being punched, the purple eye. No human being would consent to those types of things. So the extent that we can have more violence and less just freaky sex would be helpful for the guy.
I think they're building up to that, Nima, right? They say, how did you begin your relationship? Building up the level of control, 17-year age difference, taking things away from her, what she can do, what she can't do, and then you throw in the violence. And I said it before, I'll say it again. It seems to me, Nima, that as soon as the argument comes, well, what happens if she said no? Or what happens if she objected? Look what happened with the 2016 video. I wonder if they're going to dedicate a significant amount of time to that video and what happened.
Sherelle, you got to
absolutely. And it was a big issue during.
Go ahead.
The attorney, how often were you in contact with Sean's staff? Ventura, daily. The attorney, who are these people in this photo of Ventura? Christina Coram and Mrs. Fletcher, attorney. What did you call Miss Coram? Ventura, KK, attorney. And who's this? Ventura, D Rock. He was Sean's security.
Never
D-Rock.
heard of D-Rock. All right, I'm going back. You got anything to say?
No, that's it.
Jury selection and
Directing her. That's the key. That's the line there. Directing, coercion, control. That's how you get to sex trafficking. Okay, we have an update from court. Prosecutor asks Ventura, how often were you in contact with Sean's staff? Ventura responds, daily. Who are in these photos? Ventura's asked. She replies, Christina Coram and Miss Fletcher. What did you call Miss Coram? KK. And who's this? D-Rock. He was Sean's security. Let me ask you a question here, Nima. If you're the prosecutor and you're bringing up these specific names, are they definitely being called as witnesses?
I think Christina Coram, absolutely. That's Diddy's right-hand woman. I mean, she knows where the bodies are buried. She reportedly would procure the sex workers, would have a fanny pack with the drugs. I'm surprised. I would be very surprised if she hasn't flipped and she's not cooperating, because under the RICO statute, even if she didn't participate in the freak-offs, if she set them up, she's on the hook substantively for that sex trafficking. So she has significant exposure. She's at the top of the food chain when it comes to Diddy's entourage and his organization. So she would be one of the government star witness, of course, aside from the victims themselves.
Rich, throw it over to you. Got a question from Millie Iwano. What reason would the defense call Alex Fine, Cassie's husband, up as a witness?
Well, we were talking about this earlier. I don't know unless he's going to verify that she told him certain things, although I'm not even sure that would be admissible. Or maybe that he witnessed violence. I don't know, because I don't know how long he's been in the picture.
Again, I go to the idea maybe questioned about the lawsuit and her intentions and motivations.
I wanted to say one thing about something Nima said that I thought was, I always like what Nima said, but the point about needing more violence, if you're the prosecution, I totally agree with that, right? One of the things about this tape of the encounter in the hotel is if it's a one-off, the jury will treat it entirely differently. True. It's just no one should be judged on the basis of their worst night. And he went wild for some reason. But if it's connected by other acts, whether supported by video or not, just credible testimony, that this kind of violence was a persistent and regular thing in the relationship, that's going to be a much different story.
And it might not all be documented on surveillance tape, but if you had Mr. Phillip yesterday say, I saw abuse myself, that's corroboration. Obviously, eyewitness testimony, very different than surveillance tapes, but who knows what else the prosecution has. Let me ask you this, Neil.
Sherelle, you got an update? You got it?
Yeah, update. Attorney, how frequently were you in Sean's residence, Ventura, all the time? Attorney, did they all have safes? Ventura, yes. Attorney, what did you observe in them? Ventura, cash, jewelry, cameras, and videotapes. GUNs in the New York, LA, and Miami, and Alpine, New Jersey. Wow. She just admitted that there were tapes. Now, we don't know if she watched it, but she just admitted that she knew there were tapes.
Court. Prosecutor asks Cassandra Ventura, how frequently were you in Sean's residences? She replies, all the time. Did they all have safes? To which she responds, yes. What did you observe in them? What did you observe in these safes? Ventura responds, cash, jewelry, cameras and videotapes, guns in New York, LA, and Miami, and Alpine, New Jersey. That feels particularly relevant, Nima. Talk to us about why.
Of course, the guns, obviously, and we know that guns were seized when his homes were raided, and the cameras, right? If it was something that was in the ordinary course, why would you lock up your camera in the safe and the video in the safe? That must have been something potentially unlawful.
Update. Attorney, do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight? Ventura, yes. We were having a freak off in LA. D Rock came in and said Suge was down at a diner. Sean drove over there. Attorney, what was your reaction? Ventura, I cried. Said, don't do something stupid. This is interesting. Yeah.
Awful, something that you could file the civil lawsuit, that she's making these allegations years later. We know that the government is going to bring in a witness to explain all this, the psychology of abuse, physical, sexual abuse, by people who are in love with their abusers. They don't report it right away. And this is something that they fronted yesterday with Flores, right? They asked, well, why didn't you call the police? And Flores said, well, the victim, there really was no victim. She didn't want to report this. She just wanted to leave. So they're going to have an explanation for this. And this is consistent with a lot of domestic violence and sexual assault cases where the victim doesn't report it right away.
Nima, I lied to you. I have another question for you. Just came in. This is from Alpha and Omega Forever. If witness 3, so alleged victim number 3, doesn't show up, what's going to happen?
Big problem. And, this is something I've been talking about from the beginning. What you want to do in these types of cases, and it doesn't matter if you have a Weinstein or a Cosby or a Diddy, you really want to overwhelm the defense with the sheer number of victims, because jurors may have a tough time believing 1 or 2 victims, but if victim after victim is telling the same story of physical and sexual violence, it's very difficult to overcome. Now, obviously, here you're not going to call the 100 people who have raised civil claims, but maybe if you're the government, you don't want to hang your hat on just 3, because obviously Cassie is an ex. So the argument there is that maybe she's a disgruntled ex-girlfriend that has an axe to grind. You have one other victim. And then, especially in a case like this where you have a defendant that has almost unlimited money, there's always the potential that someone gets paid off. I'm not saying that, he's going to do something illegal, but you have to at least accept that possibility if you're the government, or that he may intimidate one of the victims not to show. If it were me, I would like to have at least 5, 6 victims in a case like this that I know are locked and loaded that may not go sideways.
See, I think she is so important because she is the connective tissue for each charge. So not just racketeering, not just staff, not just team members, but predicate crimes, kidnapping, right? Well, maybe kidnapping. We'll get to that. But, drug trafficking. We know that there's an allegation. Obviously, there's sex trafficking. But this is what's so interesting. The reason I bring it up is because her testimony so far mirrors what her allegations were in her civil complaint. Why do I say that? She just testified, and I'll throw this to you, Rich. Do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight? Now, again, this is from her complaint. Yes, we were having a freak off in LA. D-Rock came in and said Suge was down at a diner. Sean drove over there. What was your reaction? The prosecutor asks. I cried, said, don't do something stupid. And this is the allegation that he took a weapon and, was going after Suge Knight, who is his rival. They are basing all of this on her complaint. And again, goes to the idea of why none of these criminal charges would have advanced, I think, without her filing her lawsuit. What do you take away from what they're doing here?
Well, okay. So I agree. It demonstrates again that.
Go ahead, Perry. Can you read that one?
Yeah. The attorney, were you ever handed a GUN? Yes, we were doing a club in downtown LA. We've taken mushrooms. I was high. I was told to put the GUN in my bag. I was freaking out. The attorney, who was present? Ventura, a driver, security, and Sean.
Same thing he did to J-Lo, remember?
Yep.
Same thing.
The filing of that civil.
Nima, I'll throw to you. We have another update from court. Prosecutor asks, were you ever handed a gun? Again, an allegation verbatim from her complaint. Yes, we were going to a club in downtown LA. We'd taken mushrooms. I was high. I was told to put the gun in my bag. I was freaking out. Who was present? A driver, security, and Sean. Becomes a question if they're going to testify. What do you think about that?
Also important, right? Guns, violence, security, all that goes to that force, that goes to that coercion, right? The totality of the circumstances. Obviously, if you're the prosecution, you want definitive statements like have sex with this individual or I will kill you, I will harm you. But you don't necessarily need that to prove coercion. Would a reasonable person think they can't say no? And if there's that age difference, there's that power disparity, right? And someone has a significant cachet of firearms and they're giving you one of them potentially loaded, that's a big deal.
Well, listen, it is a big deal. There's a lot more we could break down. We have been live straight for 2 hours breaking down Cassandra Ventura's testimony. I don't have a voice anymore. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to thank Nima. I'm going to thank Rich, my excellent guests, for breaking down all of my questions, all of your questions. You two were terrific. Thank you both so much for taking the time, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thanks,
Our
Jesse.
pleasure.
Thanks, Rich.
And I want to thank all of our viewers as well for listening to this and for following us. And I also real quickly want to thank our incredible sponsor who helps support us and helps us to put on these shows. That is Morgan & Morgan. This is America's largest injury law firm. And if I can quickly just tell you about them, this is a major firm. Okay, this is a firm that secured a $6 million verdict for.
Sounds like he's signing off. Did they come back on a second time yesterday? Can't
I'm
remember.
not sure, but you got another update.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, Ventura. Another time I saw them get dressed and grab GUNs and leave in a SUV. Attorney, how long were they gone? Ventura, 30 to 40 minutes. Attorney, let me switch topics. How soon into the relationship did Sean mention voyeurism?
Voyeurism. Mhm.
Voyeurism. What the hell is that?
Watching.
Oh, to you. Ventura, first 6 months or a year. So that's when he started to be peeping.
Well,
Creeping.
voyeurism is when you want to watch somebody else in
Right,
the X-axis and you don't participate.
Right.
I guess it's some kind of weird fetish, but it's better than urinating.
Well, he probably wanted to
me.
watch them do that too. That's the problem.
All right. So they have gone off air, Law and Crime. They did this yesterday and they don't come back. So we've got to keep narrating. Thank you, Perry, for helping me.
Yeah, you got it.
And let me make sure nothing else is live. Hold on.
I'm gonna need some more coffee though.
Yeah, go
Sorry about
ahead. I got it.
It's about my fourth cup.
Hmm?
It's about my fourth cup of coffee.
Why do you keep drinking so much coffee?
Shit, I don't know. I'm just stuck. But this trial shit is good though.
Yeah.
I can't miss nothing. I'll be back.
No, I got it. Go ahead. I got it.
Okay.
Okay. You're going to be up all night, but go ahead. This is getting really, really good. Really good. At first, when they brought up Suge Knight's name, I thought, he came to the party. I was like, not his big ass. He too big. But he went to go meet him. And then she said something strange. Don't do anything you'll regret. It's really weird. Very good, you guys. Very intense. You could tell that she wanted to tell her story because she's on the stand and she looks like she's gonna pop. Did I show y'all a picture? I showed it yesterday of Cassie. Let me see if I got it. I don't want to take my eyes off the screen because this is getting good. I'll show a picture later when Perry comes back, and then I can take my eyes off the screen, but I don't want to miss anything. It's getting really good. I don't even think here we go. I don't know what this is. It says, how old were you? Ventura says 22. Lawyer says, why did you agree to try a freak off? Ventura said, good question. I wanted to make him happy. Lawyer says, where was the first freak off? Ventura says, one of his homes in Los Angeles. Attorney says 2A-627. Who is this? She said the first escort. Whoa, okay. Wow. You notice she said homes? I think Diddy has about 6 damn homes. Impressive. You would think he'd have more common sense. How did Cassie get away from Diddy with the trainer? I heard that they actually snuck her out in the middle of the night. Now, this is hearsay. This is hearsay. I didn't hear this in court. I heard they snuck her out in the middle of the night. And eventually he found out where she was, but they wouldn't let him see her. And the new husband didn't feel threatened by Diddy. So that's what I heard. Maybe she'll tell us. She has to tell us eventually. Here we go. Lawyer. Do you know his name? Ventura. No. Lawyer. I called him the first escort. Were you aware he was paid? Ventura. Yes. To dance and to have intercourse with me. Lawyer. What drugs did you take? Ventura. Ecstasy and alcohol before things started. That's force. That's force. And she probably took them also too. I seen a documentary about prostitutes. Like, so it's not so bad, when you're high, you can drift to other places or not be fully aware of what's going on. Mm-mm-mm. I never did drugs, but I'm wondering, I'm just wondering if ecstasy and Molly is the same thing. I keep hearing these two having to do with sex. I'm gonna have to look into this and see if they're the same. Yeah, Diddy, her husband actually did rescue her. He really did. And they said he never was fearful of Diddy. And he was just a trainer. He could have, I don't know, tried to milk Diddy out of some money. He could have, let him know what Cassie was doing. I really like the husband. And that's a man's man. I love a man that will stand up for me and make sure I'm protected. I like to feel safe. And I'm thinking her husband made her feel safe. That's why I mean men, good husbands, good relationships, you feel safe in that relationship. Here we go. Lawyer, did you disagree? Did you disguise your appearance? Ventura, Sean said we would disguise ourselves. I wore a masquerade mask. Lawyer, what was a session in a freak off? Ventura, until the escort finished. Attorney, how many sessions with first escort? Ventura, at least 2. And that's probably in one day. I'm trying to tell you, he had this unusual obsession with the freak offs. And I don't even think the body is designed, especially at his old age. Maybe if you were in high school or your early 20s, you could go all day long. But after a while, to the young people in the chat, after a while, you just get tired.
But you get to remember this too, though, right?
Mhm.
Now, she was what, 16, 17 years younger?
17, yes.
And then remember, he'll just be peeping through the closet. So he wasn't performing.
Oh,
When he
that's
couldn't perform,
right.
he like to watch.
And that's taxing on your body. You can't just do it all day long. Your ass will get tired, especially if you are running a business. But he wasn't doing it all day long. He was making her ass do it. Now, right there,
Right.
that's force. Who
Right.
wants to just do that shit all day long? You got appointments to meet, you got meetings, you have obligation, work, child, especially as successful as he did. So, in a way, I mean, nobody said this, but she was the ex-slave on demand, right? Is that how you would look at it? Whenever I need you, freak off time.
Yeah, I mean, he was like she probably looked at it as they could have been dating. He looked at her as a nanny per se, like part of
We
the
got an
household workers, and
update.
basically, huh? Okay.
Update. The attorney. How did you feel? Ventura. I was high, so I didn't feel much. Dirty and confusion. And that he was happy with me. Lawyer. Why did you feel you could say, why did you feel that you couldn't say no? Ventura. I didn't want to make him angry or upset after he'd shared this part of himself with me. Now, when she said after he shared this part, I'm going to take that to mean that at this point she knew he was bisexual. That's how I interpret that in my mind. How do you interpret it, Perry?
That he shared this part.
Uh-huh. This part of his life with her.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how to interpret that. I mean, he shared the part that he'll get angry as hell if you don't do what he says. I don't know.
That's why I'm thinking she meant his bisexuality. I'll read it again. How did you feel? I was high, so I didn't feel much. Dirty and confusion. And that he was happy with me. Lawyer, why did you feel you couldn't say no? I didn't want to make him angry or upset after he shared this part of himself with me. I think she means bisexual, but she could just mean freak
I
off.
mean, could have been his upbringing, the things he had to endure with his mother.
Maybe.
I
Yeah.
don't know either. Yeah, but and this is what I definitely believe, right, with this whole thing with her. I know people. I mean, and I would go back and say, hey, I'm not gonna give her out and say she was drugged because he could have been drugged too. So
Update. Lawyer, how frequent did the freak offs become? Ventura, weekly for a consistent amount of years. Lawyer, when was your last one? Ventura, 2017, 2018. Lawyer, how long were you awake during the freak offs? Ventura, I never slept. I took drugs, ecstasy and Molly, and the white powder. We're not allowed to say that. But she said the C word. Go ahead, Perry.
well, I mean, yeah, and this is what I was gonna say. Yeah, I mean, this like I can say the drug, but I understand like a lot of people who's forced to walk the street and do all this stuff for their pimps or whatnot,
Mhm.
they end up taking these drugs,
Mm-hmm.
because they got to cope with the, you know, as much as somebody may want something, but do you want it with any person here,
Right,
there?
right.
You have to be forced to do it. Like you might get in the mood for it. That's what you want, but not when you forced to do it. So I
Mm-hmm.
think a lot of people take these medications to, drain the thought of what they had to do.
Now, in the book, they said that Kim was forced to do these same things too. Al B. Sure denied it at first and then came back and said that it was true. Do you think if you had to be a woman in his life, was mandatory from him? Or
That's what it
else he
sounds
would
like.
act. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
I mean, because Young Miami, She don't told you, but her story was like,
Right.
like, and this is the crazy part about it. I think people look at Diddy as being normal. He had a
Right.
different
Right.
way of thinking, a mental issue or whatnot, right?
Mhm.
That most people value women. He got to the place when, I guess, if you looked at your mother and the things she had to do, he lost value. A woman is just an object.
Right.
And I think, too, in all these fetishes he got, because he can't do it, he get tired of seeing the same thing, so he'll jazz it up. Now, they
And
ain't good enough. Behind the neck. He started coming up with all this crazy ideas.
and possibly up the ante with Usher and Justin Bieber. I
Mhm.
believe in my heart they're victims, but there probably could be more male underage victims. We don't know. He was out of control all day long. X X X X X. He sounds like R. Kelly,
Mhm.
if not worse. At least R. Kelly had the ones living in his house. This is just an open door.
I mean,
You
yeah.
don't
I
know
mean,
who gonna show up.
he had this sex addiction that people become bored with the regular stuff. And
Mhm.
maybe that's how he got busy with, hey, I don't seen enough women do it. Come on in, John.
No, I think he saw bisexuality in his childhood because
Mm.
when the guy who grew up with him said it would be girl on girl, men on men, all
Oh,
kinds of action group.
mhm.
What was that mother thinking? Why would you do that shit in front of your kid? Girl, what is wrong with you? She's got to feel guilty. Even here we
Yeah.
go. Attorney, do you recall all the freak offs? Ventura, that would be impossible. Attorney, did you want to stop? Ventura, yes. I was humiliated. I didn't even have those words then. I couldn't talk to anyone about it. This is, she sobs on the stand. Attorney, did you tell him you didn't want to do it? Yes. Oh, man. I hate to hear her crying. I'm glad she's testifying. Just, I feel that she's got to tell her story because it's no telling how many more victims Diddy would have had. Because, they alluded to he was with underage people. It's an obsession. Like, it's just constant all
Mhm.
day long. How the hell did he run his companies? And then Q, I guess he did something to Q for making the band, and then he did something to Don Rashad, or maybe she's seen something. I mean, it's just a list of people.
Yeah.
It just doesn't stop. How the hell are you running such a successful business when you got one thing on your mind all damn day? And you can't tell me no different. When Diddy kissed his mom in the lips like that, which I never do, I don't walk around. I'm a boy's mom. I don't walk around in a bath towel, even if I just got out the shower. No. But she was probably, here we go. Ventura. I brought it up gently. I didn't want him to just do it with someone else. Lawyer. Were you able to express your concerns to him? Objection. Judge. Rephrase. Attorney. Why would you talk to him gently? Ventura, I didn't want him to be angry. Girl, now you stuck. You stuck and you can't get out. And who knows if it wasn't for her husband, if she would have got out.
Right. Yeah. Like, this was her testifying. We'll hear her testify when she get crossed, and that more likely that's probably tomorrow or something. When she
Right.
get crossed, because a lot of people saying she's not innocent, and I can understand why a person might say that too. But then I
But
just
we're
know,
only hearing her side today.
yeah, right. And I'm just saying this, and I've seen people, and I'm sure people in the chat have ran across people in their life that you be like, oh, my man did this to me. He beat me up and he threw this out and did all this. And you be like, damn, girl, why are you still with him?
Yeah, yeah,
Well, I'm scared if I don't go, he gonna do this, get
yeah.
worse and worse. And people have came up missing when they tried to leave. Let's keep it real. We all watch these shows. You try to leave and you get this sick individual on the other side, don't know when to stop. So sometimes it's hard to, especially for guys that put themselves in that spot. But I do realize some people can get like that, really fearful. They just want to please him, and hopefully they're thinking, hopefully one day it'll change. But too afraid to leave right now.
That's the cycle. That's the cycle. But you guys are right. So we hear that tomorrow they're supposed to have damaging evidence against Cassie. So every day is a new day. I'm just responding to what she's saying today. I guess the evidence was so damning, Nancy Grace threw a fit and made a public announcement to her attorneys. So we'll see. There's more to this story. But right now, I'm just listening to her side, and it's I think she was forced into it because she wanted to keep that man. She wanted to keep that man, no matter how terrible he was to her.
Yeah, so Ashley says this. Cassie tried to leave when she was in the hotel room. He dragged her back. So,
All right.
and I'm saying, at a certain point, we got to get it. And I understand. I'm a big believer. I know it's a lot of gold diggers. It's a lot of people who would do shit for change. But I got to just go by step, and I'm just listening to her testimony. I do believe that she was in fear of even this guy ruining her career. She owe him 10 albums, 9 more albums, or the things that she had allowed to happen, like videotaped and stuff. No woman want these kind of tapes out there. No woman want to feel dirty like this. And then this guy would mess up every other relationship you might have. Every time you try to get a relationship, here he is dropping some tape that he have you doing this freaky shit in. Most men ain't gonna want that out there about their woman. So it can damage all her relationships. And he and did he know this? But go ahead.
I'm waiting. I just realized I found myself reading from this phone. I gotta take my ass to the doctor. Playtime over with. I cannot see.
Okay, so Callie says this. He wanted her to come back for a long time, so I don't think she was so easily replaceable because there is not a lot of attractive, famous women that are going to do this shit. You said that right. They ain't.
Here we go. Attorney, what is this? Ventura, an email between me and Sean. Attorney, what did you call him? Ventura, Pop. Attorney, why? Ventura, he asked me what I called my grandfather. I did it, but now I think it was disrespectful. What? Oh, weird. Diddy, come on, Diddy. You are a mess. What? I'll read it again. What is this? Ventura, email between me and Sean. Attorney, what did you call him? Ventura, Pop. Lawyer, why? Ventura, he asked me what I called my grandfather. I did it, but now I think it was disrespectful. See, he just getting ridiculous. Diddy is crazy. But let me ask you this. If her reactions were different, if she was a stronger person, he wouldn't have kept pushing like that, right? You know who you could push and who you can't push.
Right. But if
The
she was
minute he told me call him Pop. Go ahead,
yeah,
sorry.
but if she was a stronger person, she would never been in a relationship with him, more likely.
Yeah.
That's why
Yeah.
he's going for young, somebody impressionable, right? And not saying older people can't be impressionable, but
Mhm.
look, and people saying, hey, at the time, Diddy didn't have these hits. Diddy was still okay. People will look at Diddy and say, damn, especially when you want to be a singer, like a
Yeah.
producer or something,
Yeah. Yeah.
people trying to come up. So I just think that Diddy look for him that way. Look at Young Miami. Look
And
at
maybe that's what people are saying. People are saying she stayed in that relationship not because she loved him. She stayed in that relationship because of the perks. Okay. Attorney, what did you write? Ventura, I really need to F. Attorney, why did you write that? Ventura, because I wanted to be with him. Lawyer, I'll read your messages. You read yours. Sean, you don't want to do anymore. Sean, you don't want to do anymore. I don't know. I'm so predictable. Perry, read that for me because
hold on,
I
let
can't
me see.
see, and what I said didn't make no sense.
Yeah, somebody said I need to take you to get your glasses. I
Yeah.
tried, people. You hard headed. Hold on, I got to go and find mine all back over again. I had them
Yeah.
bounced out.
What did you write? And I guess she wrote a song called I Really Need to F. He said, why did you write that? She said, because I wanted to be with him. Attorney. Yeah, go ahead.
Damn. Hold on.
I'll read your messages. You read your messages. Sean, you don't want to do anymore. I'm so predictable. I don't know what that meant. I read it twice. Can't find it.
Hold on, I'm trying to find it. I don't
It
lost my
starts
train.
with, what did you write?
Oh yeah, it's not that. I lost my whole
Oh,
giddy up from the whole thing from the beginning. Let me. Yeah, I mean
hmm.
that's sort of crazy.
Let me read this again. I don't understand. What did you write? I really need to F. Why did you write that? Because I wanted to be with him. I'll read your messages. You read yours. Sean, you don't want to do anymore. I'm so predictable. Yeah, I don't know what that meant. Anybody in the chat?
I got to try to find it. Let's see.
You can't find it?
Oh well, yeah. No, I can't even find
What's
the
what?
stuff I was reading off earlier. But let me just keep going through it. You mother sucker. Let's see. Let me come my way back out.
Yeah, that was. I'm gonna need more context. I don't know what that meant. Let me refresh.
Okay, I think I might have what you're talking about. The attorney says, "What did you write?
Mm-hmm.
I really need to F. Why did you write that? Because I wanted to be with him." Um, the attorney, I read your messages. You read yours. I read I read your messages. You read yours. The attorney, Sean, you don't want to you don't want to do anymore. Ventura, I'm so predictable.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Sound like she
It's
was trying to please him and make him happy, and she know he's a fetish freak and just into this sex. So the attorney asked her, "What did she write?" She said that she's writing this to Diddy, and she want the work to make sure he's happy.
so in a
So she
sense,
says, "I really need to F," because she know that's the only thing on his damn mind. Why did you write that, Ventura? Because I wanted to be with him. And see, if you ain't effing, he ain't got time to be around you. So she was trying to get back close to him because she's trying to, please him. That's what I'm taking from it. Then Ventura, because I wanted to
I
be
think
with
they're
him.
trying to show her being the aggressor also. Like he didn't always make her do it. She would ask too. Because when you say to somebody, I really need the F, child, that is
Mm-hmm.
hmm. Let's finish these text messages. But Perry, you understand the cycle. Here we go. Attorney, what did you think this meant? Ventura, that he knew I didn't want to do the freak offs anymore, but then I backpedaled. Attorney, why? Ventura, to not make him angry. He could be violent. Attorney, where where'd you get your outfit? Ventura, pleasure chest, elsewhere. I mean, I believe her. I believe
No,
she.
I mean,
Nobody wants to do that all damn day long. So
I,
she, there came a point she didn't. She wanted to stop, but she knew
I
he was
believe
going to
it.
act. Say it
I'm saying
again.
I believe it too. I'm saying I believe it too. And I think she was
Hmm.
so enthused about having this so-called relationship, thinking, her music career going to take off. Even this, my thought, even the first time he asked, I'm sure inside she wanted to say no,
No.
but
Hmm.
now it's like, hey, maybe this is what I'm supposed to do. She's still young and impressionable, right?
Hmm.
This guy. Why would he bring it up if it wasn't the right thing to do or something? Then you get tired of it. It's like, no, that shit ain't. Maybe this is a thing to prove my loyalty to him or whatever. Then it eventually stopped. I think most of these people, I think I just kept going because I think, yeah, he treated me bad and did this, but eventually he would change. Most people stay into it hoping that eventually he would change. I'm thinking.
And she's making a lot of mistakes that young women make. You guys remember this? The first time they bring that shit up, like Blueface was joking with Krishan, hey, we should do a threesome. You
Mhm,
make it very firm and very clear. If that's not what you want to do, no, not even if you joking. If he laughing, pretending like it's a joke, you don't laugh. Say, no, 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 no. That's not me. Because
mhm.
they test you. They test you. They push and push to see what you will let them get away with. But I get it. He's young. You don't know these things. It's just the beginning of your adulthood. But when people say serious shit in a joke, you
Mhm.
check their ass quickly. Even friends, if somebody say, "Oh, that's why you look, frumpy in that dress," check. What dress you talking about? How about you? You got to check people when they disguise things as a joke or testers. That's what I call them. Little
Right.
testers, throwing testers out there. No. So now she's stuck. Come up here. You see that part? She's stuck with this maniac
No, yeah. And,
and
and
she's
and I get
doing
it.
these things. She don't want to do it.
Right. And I get it too. I'm saying, like, and it's one of those things where you can say, well, hey, if she really didn't want it, she could just leave. She had said to herself, she don't sign this deal. So her record career pretty much over unless she's dealing with him, as far
Right.
as my knowledge of it, because she still owe
Right.
him 9 more albums, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
He don't convince her that one time. Now, I want to believe her. Did he film every damn thing? So once she gave in and thinking, well, maybe I just tried with him. Maybe it's not going to be an everyday thing or whatever. It became weekly. Now he got these tapes on her, and you can't even really. You can leave and just follow your pride and say, "Hey, I was with this guy. He made money, but the relationship didn't work out." What other man, the trainer? I'm saying guys think a different way. If I'm wrong, but nobody want these videos of their woman out there.
Right.
Now, guys can do whatever. And they're like, well, so no big deal. But nobody want no video of their woman out there like that. It can mess up a lot of relationships because he's really controlling, and
And
he was
something
doing it to get all the power, huh?
and something tells me that subconsciously the family was pushing for these two to stay together. I don't think she told them. I think they were proud that she was dating Diddy, this rich man. He's on TV. Because if you watch The Girls Next Door, Kendra Wilkinson's mother forced her to stay with that old ass man, Hugh Hefner. Oh, I think it's great. She would come to the parties. Do you remember that? So subconsciously, the family wants you. They think it's great. She's dating P. Diddy. He just bought her a Lamborghini. Stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm
That's
gonna
what I
say this,
think.
Bishop. I understand. Some men will actually the trainer married her and having babies with her, but most
Here we
men,
go.
a lot wouldn't. But go ahead, Sherelle.
Attorney, did you get a piercing? Ventura, yes. Sean came with me. Attorney, which of these homes did you have freak offs in? Ventura, Miami and New York. Attorney, what other homes? My home, all but Studio City. Attorney, in what other cities? She says, Atlanta, in someplace out of state. I can't read it. Perry, what does that say?
Hold on, I got to go into
Ibiza?
hold on, let me see. 5 minutes ago, 1 minute ago.
He had so many
Yeah,
houses.
Miami, New York. The attorney said, "What other homes?" Ventura, my home's all
Ibiza.
Studio City. The attorney, in what other cities? Atlanta and Ibiza.
Ibiza.
I
Yeah,
don't
let
know
me
what
look
that
this
means.
up.
What that
I'm
place
gonna
is.
look it up.
Yeah, but Bishop, what I'm saying is, yeah, I get it. She doing it, but most people, and if you was dating a woman, and then you had her ex bring you these videotapes of her at these freak offs, it probably make you look a little different. We did said defecating or urinating, all that stuff, but some men still would. I'm just saying it'll make it hard, and no woman want that shit out there.
It's an island in the Mediterranean Sea. It's a Spanish island. It's called Ibiza, Spain.
Mm.
They love these islands, like St. Bart's and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
What were you saying, Pierre? I was blocking you out.
Oh
What'd
yeah,
you
no,
say?
no. I was just going back with Bishop. We were just going back, just talking about the power that Diddy was building over Cassidy with these videotapes and all that stuff. I
Here we
mean,
go.
yeah.
Attorney, in what hotels in New York did you have freak offs? That big tower that our current president has. We're not allowed to say his name during these tapes,
Okay.
or we get in trouble by YouTube. So you know where it is. Gramercy. International Continental, Ventura, 44th Street. Yes. Attorney, elsewhere, Ventura, Mandarin Oriental, Fontaine Blue. Attorney, what names were used? She said Jackie Star I used and Frank Black. These are aliases that they used. Yeah, we are not allowed to mention him, the person that's in charge of our country with these cases. I don't know. You'll get a slap on the wrist from YouTube.
So Sherelle, I'm looking at these places that she said. She said Mandarin Oriental, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fontaine Blue.
Mm-hmm.
That's that new casino we got here. I
Yeah,
wonder
but
if they got
they're
another one.
in
Oh,
other
oh,
cities.
okay.
It's definitely one in Miami.
'Cause I was gonna say, because that one here wasn't built that long ago. That's why I was just wondering. Okay.
Yeah, they're in other cities.
Mm.
Child, they're just running around from state to state, house to house, hotel to hotel, which is very weird. Oh, hotels, so they wouldn't be. I don't know why they're in hotels. I don't know. What do you think, Perry? Why are they in hotels? He has a big ass house.
Oh,
He has
no. I
more
mean,
homes than
he like the Amaran. He's just out all of it. He go to different cities because you get different ballers or strippers or whatever else you want. He don't want the same group every week. You rotate. No, I'm
I
just keeping
mean,
it real.
maybe you're right. This
Yeah,
is
no, I'm telling you.
insane.
Yeah.
He's going jet flying here, flying there, going to this island. Like,
Because I remember somebody he would produce some stuff for him. He's supposed to give him credit, didn't give him credit, but some guy in Miami, and he was like, "Well, don't worry about it. I'm gonna hook you up down there, basically with all these
mm-hmm,
SEX workers that was gonna
mm-hmm.
take care of it." He thought that'd take care of the bill. He thought everybody worried about SEX more than he do. I guess in his mind, it was worth it.
I wonder if this is a serious question. Do you think Diddy was touched in his childhood?
I mean, for real, I don't know, but I'm gonna say I think so.
I think so.
Because I think with all these men and stuff going up and downstairs, you got one up there, one down there waiting. Hey, come here, boy. No, I'm just telling you, I think
No, 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 no. Yeah.
it don't happen. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
He had to be. This is extreme behavior.
Lynn said,
Extreme. And just like R. Kelly was touched by his sister when he was little,
Mhm.
and it became an obsession for him. Diddy, this is like an obsession. Let me see, what does it say? What supplies for the freak offs? She said Astroglide, baby oil, condoms, attorney. Who brought the supplies? Ventura, security, Sean's assistant, attorney. Which brand of baby oil? Ventura, Johnson, attorney. How was it used? Ventura. Sean said you need to be glycerin. If them damn things was spiked, his ass need to go to jail. If them damn things was spiked, he's offering drugs and then putting stuff in the drinks, according to the rumors, and the baby oil. I'm surprised nobody got hurt, like rushed to the hospital. And they could have covered it up because these are lasting days. She said 4 days was the longest. 4 damn days, freaking off all day long. This is R. Kelly behavior. This man was touched in his childhood and he is not talking about it. He is very damaged and scarred. And maybe that damn mother knows. So when you are a victim of being touched, one of the symptoms are you act out and do it to others. Like Bobby DeBarge did James DeBarge, like he did Tommy DeBarge, like Krishan is claiming that Tasiki is acting out and had act out with the other family members and that cousin. I'm trying to tell y'all, Diddy was touched.
and that's my belief. And the crazy part about it too, well, I'm gonna say this. I seriously think so. Because I think a person who would run that kind of business upstairs, downstairs, while your kids is in the house,
Mm-hmm.
moral level ain't that high. And I think when you run that kind of stuff, whatever, you open to it, and you thinking, well, you accepted it. It's just what it is, just like going to work. And probably came
Right.
downstairs to pick up the next one and probably seen somebody do something. If she didn't give them up. I'm just
Right.
saying.
When you're a sex worker, that stuff is no big deal to you. That's why he can go do Clive Davis. Do y'all see how
Right,
Clive Davis look?
Mhm.
Child, this is just years of pain. This is a generational curse for Diddy.
Yeah.
It's obsessive behavior, very obsessive. All day long. Look, in my mind, Cassie was an ex-slave. I gotta
Right.
do it whenever you tell me to.
Mhm.
No.
Yeah. Well,
Mm-mm.
that's about right.
This
That's where the power
is
and control come from. You know, it's that's basically what you can call her. She was a
Didn't I hit
servant.
the nail on the head? He was touched. This is extreme behavior. This is not normal behavior. Even if you're a person that likes group sex, this is too much. Even if you like it, even if you're in the threesome, this is too much. What, Candy and Todd, they say they like to bring people into their bedroom, but her ass is working. She got to go to this house, this. Candy does other things with her time than freak off with Todd all day long. Is no room for anything else. Here we go. Were there freak offs where you ran out of baby oil? Objection, Your Honor. This is irrelevant. Attorney. You also mentioned Astroglide. Defense. Same subject, irrelevant. Judge. Sidebar. What is Astroglide?
Hell if I know.
Astroglide. It's got to be something. Maybe the what they call it, the jelly or something. What is Astro?
Yeah.
Let me look this up. I gotta look it up. And we are at another sidebar.
Oh, somebody says a lubricant.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
It must be an expensive one because he gotta have the best of the best. It probably heats itself up and do the job for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know he's still rich. Curry, can you take over reading while I relax my eyes?
Yeah, let me see. But rumors, this says rumor has it that he was touched as a youngster by a priest.
Oh, damn. Really?
Yeah, and look, for this conversation, we're not exactly sure, but that could sort of explain some of the things why he don't feel any type of way about anything.
Now, I say this again, y'all, because I don't want y'all to get me the wrong way. I feel bad for Diddy. It's obvious he had a horrid childhood. But unfortunately, when this happens to you at a very young age, it's very confusing, and the brain goes into shock. The brain goes into shock when you're very young and you are touched. Unfortunately, you have to try to heal yourself. You got to start going to therapy. You got to just, I'm sure the worst of the worst, something happened to them, but you can't hurt others. You can't go around hurting others. I feel bad for Diddy. This woman is horrid. And her ass was high as a kite yesterday, getting off that damn Sprinter van. She was high. I know high when I see it. She was stumbling. And she should just feel terrible. Her ass was probably at the freak offs because they did something to insinuate that Janice was at the damn freak offs. And she was taking a picture with the guys, the shirt off at the white party. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
This is sad all the way around.
Okay, so here we go. We got another update. The attorney, we were just talking about Astroglide, whatever that lubricant is. How was it used? Ventura, lubricant. Attorney, if you ran out, what? Question mark. Ventura, we'll call either staff or the bail desk, give them a tip. The attorney, were the freak offs lit? Ventura, initially it was candles, strong smelling glaze. So
now imagine working at the damn front desk and somebody calling down there. Do you have Johnson's? Because he was very specific about it. Baby oil. Can we get some of that?
Astroglide and some fresh towels, please.
You know what's going down, okay? Baby oil. What you need that for? Now that's when I'm calling my sister. Girl, you won't believe who just ordered what.
Somebody said
Diddy going by the
use table.
This is me. You know how I'm always talking trash to my sister. Girl, I just seen Diddy in a red wig calling himself black. And he just asked for some Johnson's baby oil, not the store, not the generic. It got to be Johnson, and he need 500 bottles of it.
2 cases, please.
We're just joking. We're not laughing at this.
No, we ain't joking because he would stock that shit up. He said, can you get that baby oil? If you run out, it's not gonna glisten like that. He wanted it to be shiny. So he got to have top notch baby oil and to his perfection. Because he's standing at the other side of the room looking too. So the angle got to be right.
Perry is being messy as hell right now. He's trying to make me laugh. That's what y'all don't know. He says stupid shit just to make me laugh. We've been like that forever. And I always say, Perry, shut up. Stop. Perry, stop. Perry, stop. Ooh, that hurted my eyes. You on it, Perry?
That sounds like some shit that you grease down a car part on. Astro Glide. Like some shit you grease your axle with. Slippery, greasy body.
How much is a bottle of baby oil? I can't.
Shit.
I don't.
Probably about. I can't
remember.
But
I always keep baby oil too.
About $10 probably.
For some reason,
I'm sure it's about the same. I just brought the baby some baby lotion the other day, and I think it was like $10.
You bought a whole bunch. You don't remember how much money you spent?
Like $10, $11, I think. So I'm sure the baby oil will probably be the same.
I have to put cocoa butter on my legs and then baby oil on top of it. I am a greasy MFer. I love it. But not for the reason he loves it. That's different. And I only need one bottle. Lasts me about 6 months.
Yeah. Damn, Diddy. Yeah. But whatever happened to him in early days and stuff, he had a chance to know right from wrong. And to take advantage of somebody, it shit just don't make sense. But he knew what he was doing.
Should he go to jail for the rest of his life? I couldn't answer that question, but now I can.
Okay, I'm saying this. I'm not sure about that. I think he should get the same time somebody else found guilty for that thing, whether they was poor or rich. He should, if somebody else a poor person got found guilty for that, if they got 7 years, he shouldn't get 15. He should get whatever the law is given to everybody else. I'm thinking.
I don't know how I feel about him going for life. Give him a significant amount of time.
Well, we ain't went through this whole trial yet to find out.
Right now, I'm not thinking he should get life. Life, I'd rather have the death penalty because, and I'm just speaking for myself. I'm not trying to offend anybody who in my family listening. I just think it's no life to be stuck in jail for the rest of your life. I don't know. Maybe not life. A significant amount of time, maybe 10 to 15. Give him a chance to be old and maybe heal some wounds with his family. Hell, I doubt Cassie will ever talk to him again. And he'll never be Diddy the way he used to be Diddy. So the public's always going to look down on you. I don't know.
Well,
Go ahead. Someone said, allegedly he took other people's lives. So why not? Life is better than the death penalty. I wonder why Diddy just didn't get into corn. I know he could have did so many other things. He could have started a fetish of, I don't know, but he just made so many bad mistakes. This man is hurting. This man
he was aboard. He was above that. Okay, now we got an update. The attorney Any other used the candle wax. Ventura, a few times poured on my body. Attorney, who set the temperature of the room? Sean, I was expected to do freak offs on my period. Attorney, did you want to do that? She says no. Now, you see what I'm saying? This is some sick shit, right? And I understand what you're saying too about like, I used to be down for the death penalty. Now I'm like, just give them life in jail just in case I'm wrong, but maybe with no parole. You know what I'm saying? Do that. But you would say whatever happened in this whole case, it's easy to say how much time somebody can get when the shit wasn't done to you.
Right.
You know.
I
But go
used to
ahead.
be down with the death penalty until I think about my family. And they're older now. They should be released. At least that's how I feel. When you're old, is a less tendency that you will, keep hurting people. I don't know. It's not my responsibility. I'm so glad. Someone said on her cycle, that's just nasty, real
Mhm.
nasty, with some
Right.
damn dancers you don't even know.
Yep.
Child.
Like I was asking too, like, how come he just didn't go in that business? Because people like
Right.
that, when you get this money and control, that's beneath him.
Here we
That kind of
go.
thing. Huh?
Next one. It just came in. It starts out, did you want to? Oh, I
Okay.
can read this because it's big.
Okay.
Lawyer, did you want to be urinated on? Defense. Objection. Judge. Grounds. Defense. Asked and answered. Judge. Overruled. Ventura. No, I did not want it. Lawyer. How did it feel? Ventura. It was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. Yeah, we know you didn't want it.
Now you see what I'm saying about him? Like,
Yeah, that's just
and even if it's a man, like really, even if you thought your girl wanted that, how would you feel watching somebody do that to your girl? I'm just
mm-hmm.
saying, he can't be wrapped too tight. He don't look at women as humans, only as objects to please him.
It's sad. It's sad. It's just sad. Mm, mm. Nobody wants. Some people. Carisha claims she liked it, but most women don't want to be urinated on. Like it's disgusting.
She said that to stick around a little bit longer. Because right now, if somebody walked up to her with no money, asked her about it, she'd be like, "Hell no, you better get to stepping."
And I would have had to devise some kind of plan. I'm not doing that every damn time you feel like it. I'm not doing it. You get it done to your ass.
Mm-hmm.
If you love it so much, you do it.
Okay,
Tell
we got
them to do
another one.
you.
We got another one. Are you got it? You want me to read it?
Go ahead.
The attorney, why were you choking? Too
'Cause it's
much
gross.
urine in my mouth.
Oh
Attorney,
God.
who else urinated on you? Sean. Attorney, did you want Sean to urinate on you? I didn't want anyone to urinate on me. Attorney, how often did it happen? Often enough.
Y'all don't even know what to say. I don't
What
even
kind
know
of
what to say.
shit, germs and all that shit. I mean, that's just disgusting.
Why in the mouth? Why not
And
in the toilet?
I wonder if he gonna have tapes where people doing it to his ass. He want to be so damn freaky. That's crazy.
It's just disgusting. Like she said, I'm gonna reread it. Did you want to be urinated on? Defense. Objection. Judge. Grounds. Defense. Asked and answered. Judge. Overruled. Ventura said, no, I did not want it. Attorney says, how did it feel? She said, it was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one can think I wanted it. We don't think that, Cassie. We don't think that.
Oh yeah, it was another one that you missed.
There's another one. Go ahead,
Yeah,
read it.
that's the one I just read.
Oh
No, you
yeah,
read
the
the one
one.
before that. Yeah, go ahead. You see it now?
No,
When the attorney
I
came back
didn't.
after she said no one could think I wanted
I
it.
want.
The attorney says,
Here goes a new one.
why were okay, which one is that?
It says, lawyer, what hotel charged you for the most damage to the room? Ventura, the Intercontinental in New York. They redecorated the whole room for ridiculous money. Lawyer, back to the urination. Judge, Miss Johnson only has a few more questions. Attorney, why didn't you say no? Nah, don't start beating up on Cassie now. Don't do it. Y'all know why she didn't say no. Y'all know she was scared of him.
No, this her attorney, so she's probably okay because he probably know what their response is going to be or something.
I don't want them beating up on her.
Oh yeah, no, I
What
don't
she
think he beating up on her. He just said, "Why didn't you say no?" Just to give her a chance to explain to the court. They gonna beat up on her tomorrow.
The way-
No, I'm telling you,
And I'm
that's
gonna go
what's gonna
off.
happen.
I'm gonna go off. Because how come nobody urinated in Diddy's mouth?
Yeah, nobody.
How
I mean,
come
you had
nobody did number 2 on Diddy?
Daniel Phillips, whoever else. He over there dry as can be, and want somebody to be doing this shit on
Well,
somebody.
I mean, just think about it. If he loved it so much, why didn't you pay one of your dancers to urinate on your ass and your nasty mouth?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
then Cassie said you urinated on her.
Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, a person like that could not value women whatsoever. He can only look at them as objects that's beneath him.
Y'all, listen, I'm trying to tell y'all, I didn't listen to nobody else in the 90s. It was all Biggie and Diddy and Tupac. That's all I listened to on a daily basis. Miss Mika says, let's not assume he was touched as a child. He could have started this freaky lifestyle as an adult, and having money and power fueled the monster in him. That's true.
That's possible too. Yeah.
But I just heard so many people that have been touched react like this. It becomes an obsession to them, not just regular, I'm freaky, I like to have group sex, or I like threesomes. It's overboard. That's all they think about all day long. Like R. Kelly trapping people in his house. That's overboard.
Okay, so we got an update. Because remember, the attorney says, "Why didn't you say no?"
Thank you for your donation.
Okay, so the attorney left off. Why didn't you say no? Then Ventura came back. It was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by two men. The attorney, where did you find escorts? She says initially Craigslist.
Oh no, not Craigslist. You ain't even going to a nice escort agency. Y'all on Craigslist?
Yeah.
Not Craigslist. Or maybe I'm old. Maybe that's how they do it these days. But I thought you would go to a nice upscale, like Heidi Fleiss type thing. Nah, y'all just want the regular streetwalkers.
I mean, did you see that guy that he's supposed to pay $5 million that was in jail?
Adi, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he
Shit.
looked like your average. She said 2 men urinate her while she's laying on the ground. I cannot. That's not normal behavior. It's not normal behavior. This is why I'm assuming he was touched. Do I know for a fact? No. But this is almost like a humiliation ritual. It's almost humiliation.
Somebody said Craigslist is my shit. LOL. Not for that though. Not for that. We talking about for that. you
I'm
know, a
gonna have
used
to go to
washing
some kind of.
machine or a washer and dryer or something, but they talking about some
If I was into that kind of stuff, I would have to
plumber.
go to the Heidi Fleiss. I want an upscale one, not Craigslist. Where's Sherelle at? Over there on Madison on Rodeo Drive. 'Cause she wants an upscale
Okay.
one.
So now we just came out a minute ago. Judge said we'll break here. Now, okay, it's break, so it's almost 3. I wonder if they just gonna do them a restroom break and something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they don't
okay.
stop till 5.
Okay. Yeah. But that's some crazy shit, huh?
Unbelievable. It's sad on both ends. Her
Mm-hmm.
end, his end, and her end. That's the lifestyle they were living. When we see him on stage, Diddy gave one of the best performances I ever seen in my life. This is around when Biggie died, and it was for the MTV Music Awards, and I remember it like it was yesterday. He brought on Bono from that song that they made about Diddy passing, Faith Evans. And back then I believe that some some person they didn't know who unalive Biggie at the time. And I just thought, whoa, he knows how to put on a show, because most rap concerts, they're just going back and forth with the microphone. He had dancers and he was skipping around and he just put on a good show. Who knew? Who knew the real life he was living?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Pinky says the upscale agency probably keep records. Maybe that's why they went to
They
Craigslist.
do. They do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what the chat is saying, Perry.
She grew up seeing the adults do it, probably.
Yeah.
Mm.
Also, too, there was a man that unalived Jennifer Hudson's family. I cannot, Belfour, can't remember his name. Right after the trial, Jennifer Hudson did an interview with Oprah Winfrey. And she said, Jennifer Hudson is one of my favorites, but she said, do you hate him? And Jennifer Hudson said, no, you didn't know what kind of childhood he had. She said it was horrendous. So even though we feel that these people should pay for what they did, like Diddy and Belfour, you have to have no heart to say, damn, look how he grew up. But you still got to pay the price. But just, Puffy probably got all kind of stories about when he was young, with your mom being an alleged prostitute and your dad a alleged dealer. That's a crazy ass life. Children need stability. Children need love. Children need teaching. His ass was probably left alone with some damn cartoon on while she went upstairs and went to the party. Something like that.
Damn. Some people ain't believing Cassie.
Y'all don't? Okay, let's read them. Let's talk about them. Y'all put your true feelings in the chat.
Sherelle, it's sad that Cassie Ventura is lying. She is not innocent. She is guilty. She needs to tell the truth. Oh, we're going
Yeah,
to find
if
out
she's
tomorrow when they
lying.
start coming back. Okay. We got this. Why didn't Cassie go to the police? Then her timing for his money is off, and the government brought him to trial, not her. Yeah.
That's a very good question, a question that a lot of people are going to ask. We don't know. Hopefully they'll answer the question. I personally think it's the cycle of DV. Because you say that about women, that husbands beat the shit out of them. I had a friend. I had a friend that would call me in the middle of the night because he didn't beat her ass again. I go get her. We make the grand escape. And then I wake up the next morning because I let her stay at my house. She gone. I called her. Girl, he wanted me to come back. It's a cycle. No, Perry, you know what friend I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
Maybe
Like
I
some
don't-
women are
I
like
know.
that. It's the cycle. It's the cycle. You think, are you out of your mind? I had a famous friend that got the daylights beat out of her. Went right back to him.
Yep.
Hid it from the public. So I don't know. It's hard.
So
to-
Lala says this though. She says it's a blessing Cassie was able to have children. When that's a lot of mileage, it seemed like, with all these freak offs and multiple people 3 or 4 days in a row. I mean, yeah, it is a blessing that she could have a family and not having like these STDs or something, because all that stuff is like, if they ain't wearing protection, and oh, come on. It's a lot.
But I will say this. There are other male bloggers not buying Cassie's story, calling her a gold digger, saying she could have left. So there are a lot of people that feel that way. And I
Oh, yeah.
think it was a $30 million that some people didn't
Right.
like.
Right.
Because now you got the money. This is how they feel. You got the money, and now you're still testifying.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if she wouldn't have took the money, those people will feel more sympathetic. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, or like file criminal charges or something like that. Bondi
Well, these
says,
are criminal charges.
am I the only one who never saw him as a real talent? He had businesses, some talent.
Bonji, that's
More.
you.
He stole more from his artists. Yeah, that's true though.
He took a song from the 80s. Yeah. Does it sound so crazy? Yeah. And made it and remixed it. He will remix the hell out of a song. And I guess what Bonji's saying is it's hard to go wrong when you sampling Diana Ross, I'm Coming Out. That is a good song. But
I think I could have heard something about this. I think he could have talked about it, but I ain't up for that. Is that true?
yeah, you don't remember that? Jennifer
I-
Hudson?
I'm thinking I could have heard something like that, but I'm not sure. I just wanted to make sure. I don't want to be on here
Okay,
lying.
so what period in our life did this happen? This was in the early 2000s. So we lived in a different state.
Mm.
Yeah, that happened. And Oprah had Jennifer on right after the trial, but Jennifer didn't publicize her trial. But she had Jennifer on and her sister Julia, and it was the sister's ex-man that did that to her family, to Julia's son, to Jennifer's brother, Jennifer's mother. People are crazy. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Unfiltered says this, right? It says, does anybody think that Allie Carter was victim number 3 that they can't find? Question mark. She hasn't been on social art for a hot minute, and was one of the underage victims at the same time as Justin Bieber.
I never
Somebody
heard that
asked
before.
And then somebody asked earlier, do we think KK is the third victim? I mean, the
Nah,
third.
I think KK turned state evidence. I think she's
Right.
working with the feds now. That's my belief. It could be Allie. Allie was adamant in her stories, and maybe she got cold feet. I'm still watching. You take questions. I'm still watching. Make sure they don't come back.
Let me see. What the hell is this? Okay, Monique says bedroom sex of his choice is not the issue. It's the violence he brought into it with the folks he chose to do it with, and the the dragging too. Yeah, yeah. Because if it's consensual and that's what they want to do, that's what you. I mean, but you can't be forcing people to do this shit or threats of blackmail. Nobody said that, but that's leading to that kind of shit. Let's see.
You know what's really weird is how come when Cassie sued him, he settled the next day. Why didn't he get rid of the tapes or think that this will go any further? He knew what he had done. Why didn't he cover it up? You know what I mean? Or he thought the 30 mil will be enough. But when
So
you're doing that kind of stuff, you don't know who's going to talk. An escort could have talked. Why didn't he cover it up after the 30 mil, alleged 30 mil? That's what I would have did. Unless he just thinks he's invincible and could get away with anything.
Well, he pretty
It's
much
like robbing a bank with somebody. If one person gets arrested, I'm going to panic and think they're coming after me next. Go ahead, Perry.
He wasn't gonna pay at first, remember? Then he eventually got around to it. But T Love said that I think the song you was talking about that he remade and made money. It was the song by Sting and the Police.
Yeah.
Every breath you take.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, that was so touching. I would have never thought he had anything to do with Biggie's unaliving. But if y'all listen to Gene Deal, and I believe Gene, I don't know why these people they say they don't believe Gene. Maybe y'all haven't talked to him. Maybe y'all don't know what kind of person he is. But I don't think Gene Deal is lying. He said that he didn't want Biggie to leave.
Okay, let me see what this talking about. Yeah. Okay. Creed says signature says this. Girl, have several seats. She's talking about Cassie. 10 years. Never told your mama, your daddy. Oh, when the money ran out, now I'm a victim. Girl, bye. Yeah.
We can't deny that.
No, I get
It
it.
looks bad. It looks bad that you didn't, the time that you came forward. It looks bad. I see why people say that, but I still think she's a victim. But the timing is, and then you took the money. Oh, so another theory going around is that the alcohol company, Diageo, I can't remember the name, got mad at Diddy for getting a competitor alcohol company called De Leon, and they went to Cassie. This is a rumor, and they've been working with her ever since. That's the rumor. Perry, do you think that the alcohol company can get that mad that they could convince somebody to, they knew what was going on. They said a lot of people knew what was going on at the Diddy parties, and get somebody to come out with the story?
Yeah. Well, I
That
mean,
could
look,
be possible too.
that's business. Yeah. Yeah. That damn sure could be.
Mm-hmm. Lots going on.
For real, for real. Somebody said, y'all acting like you know her personally is wild. Sick honesty. Honestly.
I,
Okay.
I don't have to know you personally to just feel empathy for you. I mean, if somebody can look you in the face and tell you, or go on the stand and say, I was laying on the ground and two guys are peeing on me, and you don't feel nothing, I think we're the right people to cover the case, because we're feeling her pain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they're going back and forth with people in the chat because I'm getting all kind of stuff. I guess you were there, right? Okay. Yeah. So
Now, by the way, all of you Cassie naysayers that said, she wasn't as a victim like she's claiming, this is true. But we have the blessing, this is why I would never want to be on that jury, of not having to make that decision. We could sit here and go back and forth, but I do not envy those jurors. I don't.
Here we go. Cassie was a co-conspirator. Diddy might just walk with a deal.
That's true too. That's true too. Anything could happen. Don't just assume that Diddy's going to lose. Don't assume it. And plus, this is like Perry said, this is Cassie's day. Tomorrow we might feel something different. This is Cassie's day. We're listening to her story, but wait till cross-examination. Because they did say, now I have to remind you guys, they're saying that there is damaging evidence against Cassie, as in videotapes and pictures. That's the rumor. And I believe the rumor because Nancy Grace freaked the F out. Someone had told her in advance what was on these tapes. And then she starts saying she shouldn't testify. She shouldn't testify. And I'm warning you guys, if you put her on the stage, you know how Nancy Grace is.
Yeah.
Some call her over the top. Others call her crazy.
And I used to love it back in the day when she first came on. Because it was so much energy. It was like a jaguar nest to her. To the next extreme. You know, it was crazy.
Hi, Espar. She says, I don't think she wanted him to go to jail with the civil lawsuit. He didn't settle. The insurance co-paid it. Oh, I didn't know that. Why didn't her family interfere? I respect her husband. I can only imagine the threats. Thank you both for day 2. Don't thank us. We are spectators.
Yeah,
we would have watched this case if we didn't have a channel.
Yeah.
I'll
roll all the way through it.
So possibly does this mean Cassie was caught on film slipping a blank in a blank? That's what they're saying. They're saying that the defense has damaging. This is what they're saying. Damaging evidence against Cassie. They're saying that she put her hands on him. They're saying that she allegedly broke his nose. This is what we are hearing. Is Jaguar right hanging out?
Did I mess you up with your comments?
No, go ahead.
Okay, no, I drug something across. Was you reading something that you drug across?
Somebody asked, was a Jag in the chat? No, Jag isn't in the chat. According to the rumors, she's in the courtroom. That's what they're saying. Go ahead, Perry.
Okay, so Jasmine says this. Why isn't she using her money to help other victims? Why did she accept the money instead of speaking out to help other victims under his control? If she felt so bad, what about the other suffering? Yeah, so, people going to say, well, hey, was it the money you wanted? Why ain't you helping others? If you went through all this and you want somebody to feel your pain, why ain't you helping other people? I think that's what they're saying.
Also, too, you guys, don't forget, this is prosecution day. So we're hearing all the stories they want us to hear. We still have to look at this damning evidence that they so-called have.
Somebody said, Sherelle, a lot of people don't believe Jennifer Hudson either.
What?
Yeah, I've seen some stuff. I mean, some people say it was a sacrifice. I don't know. I don't know much about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I just love Jennifer Hudson. I don't know her and I don't necessarily like her personality, but she is the best thing we have to Whitney Houston.
Mm-hmm. Marissa says, Sherelle, you're exactly correct. It's called a cycle of violence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's what happens. I had a girlfriend that was caught up in the cycle of DV. I tried not to judge her. I tried to say that that's a part of the cycle, but I also didn't get up in the middle of the night anymore to help her because I was like, why? She gonna be back with him tomorrow. And I was always right.
Yeah.
Till I had enough. I had to get rid of her and that friendship. That damn relationship was getting on my damn nerves. Stop playing. Y'all know you have friends and families that have that crazy fight. And they are back together. Okay. I had to get rid of that friendship. That girl was driving me crazy. I love her. I won't say a bad thing about her. And,
Mm-hmm.
I had to get rid of it. She was making my nerves bad.
And then Ramsey says, "I believe her, yo." Yeah, and I'm telling you, from Cassie's testimony today, call me a fool if you want to. I believe her. I believe her.
What's she saying today? We have
Yeah, what she's
tomorrow's
saying
a whole
today.
new day.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We taking it one step at a time. Because
One
yesterday,
day.
I don't feel like the prosecutor did enough. Remember?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying it how it go.
What you think they're doing? Arguing something to the judge?
It
They
might be.
still got 2-3 more hours.
Yeah, they're doing something. Let me check. Make sure no update popped up.
Cassie is not on trial. Diddy is. All right. The only way I could be friends with Jag is if I had is if I had mental health issues too. It's so funny because I met Jack through another friend of mine. I better not say this, but yeah, I guess she's very difficult to be friends with because I'm the type of person when I meet somebody through you, that's your friend. You ain't gonna find me calling them the next
Mhm.
and inviting them places without you. I don't do that. And when I did give Jag a second chance, I talked to my friend and I was like, this is what I feel like I should do. And, I think I should give Jag a second chance. And she was like, you can do whatever you want, but I ain't doing that. And she said, this and this is going to happen. And then, like, it wasn't even 2-3 months. This and this happened. That's why I don't F with Jag. She be lying and she be doing some shady shit to her so-called friends.
So D says this: nobody can make the woman leave. They have to leave when they're tired. Then most occasions, like mine, it's very dangerous when they leave. Yeah, I mean, 'cause some people flip the coop, you know, and people have been unalive that left relationships because the other partner is just that's mentally ill. And unfiltered says, no doubt that people who think that she couldn't have left have never been in that situation themselves.
Because y'all have to understand, I'm about to tell y'all a true story. Perry met a guy at work and they were friends. Perry had no idea that his temper was bad. When the guy went off in front of Perry and you seen the look on her face, what were your thoughts? Something wrong with him?
I was like, man, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell, Burger?
What the heliante? What the helion? It come to find out the friend had unalived an ex-girlfriend before. These DV situations is no joke. They
Yeah,
can be
no,
real serious.
crazy.
That's why I always err with the victim. Because unless you've been in one of those situations, I've been around one of those situations, it gets bad. Some of these people are crazy. And when they have these blackouts,
Mm-hmm.
I've seen people ran over with cars. These people are crazy. The DV relationship is hell on earth. But we do have gold diggers. I'll keep my mind open. You do have women that plan shit all out. I've seen women get pregnant on purpose. In this business, we have seen it all. Okay, these women are professional gold diggers, especially the ones that go after athletes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, leaving can cost you your life. You gotta be ready and prepared. You have to. I think I'm scarred from my friend being in a DV relationship. I'm scarred.
Yeah. It's
What's
crazy.
taking so long?
They probably fighting it out about something. Because I doubt if that hold on. I think they might be back. Okay, he just came back ready. All rise.
Okay, good.
Okay. Attorney Miss Ventura, in what cities did you respond to ads on Craigslist? In New York. Attorney, did you respond to ads on Backpage as well? She says yes. So they
Backpage is like it used to be a magazine
well, it's
where
the
you could,
seedy part. It's the seedy part where you go and get the straight up
right.
hookers. Yeah.
I mean, I ain't never been with an escort, but I'm gonna need my escort to be
You need to come from
from.
Macy's.
I'm gonna need
Yeah.
the Jeffrey Epstein kind. If I ever wanted an escort, I can't do Craigslist.
It ain't gonna be the Dollar Tree. It got to come from Macy's.
You making fun of me. I'm trying to tell you the truth. My escort needs to be up to par. And Jonathan Odie was not up to par, sir.
Okay, so here we go. The
Can you say it
attorney,
louder too?
Attorney Johnson, who directed you? Who directed you to communicate with escorts? Defense objection. Attorney, who, if anyone? Defense same objection. Assume facts not in evidence. Attorney, did you ever reach out to escorts independently? Ventura says no. So she's saying she never reached out to escorts independently. So meaning that Diddy had her do it.
That's a very loaded question, Cassie, because if you say no, if the defense can show that you did, it's a loaded question. And that's a question that has to be answered honestly, because that can change the course of the case.
Right. I mean, obviously you paying them. So I don't understand. Did you ever reach out to escorts independently? Nobody
Because
said Diddy called. She have admitted that she called, made the appointments or whatever, right? I'm thinking she made that today.
they're saying independent without Diddy asking, without having orders. That means that you yourself enjoyed the lifestyle. Because
Right.
you didn't just do it when Diddy asked you to, you did it on your own. It's a very loaded question that has to be answered honestly.
And I get it. Now I'm saying, like, she's saying no, she never independently did it. But if you got the only independent text that's texting one and Diddy didn't do it, it is your word against his.
Oh, I see
Well, I
what
don't
you're
know.
saying.
Yeah. You independently did it at his direction, but you ain't got no proof that he directed you besides hearsay. Yes, it is a lot
Someone
of
said his
objections.
chief of staff handled getting the escorts, and she did. She admitted to it today that she did too.
Right.
So KK can't. Nobody told me different. KK has turned state's evidence. She showed them where the books were, who the escorts were. She ain't trying to go to jail.
So with KK, do you think she participated like with the
No,
SEX at the parties or just managed it all?
no. I think she spiked the bottles like they said. I think she got escorts and got drugs, but I don't think she was taking drugs. I don't think she was at the freak offs. If she was in the back room waiting for them to tell people to clean it up. Ooh, can you imagine the smell? 4 damn days. I can't.
He said they had the incense candles and stuff for the ambiance and the smell and to heat your body up when you got cold. Shit like that.
And like always, I don't think a single celebrity will be outed. They always protect the client list.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think a single celebrity will be outed. So Jamie Foxx, no, I'm just kidding. You know, those were the rumors. You're clear, Jamie.
Yeah. Trying to see. There should be an update coming up. And I doubt if they start the cross today, because it's probably so much more that her attorney got to get out of Cassie. I mean, 'cause we was talking
Yeah.
about just the appointments they had in the bedroom. We ain't got into other things that she could have known Diddy have done.
Also, too, it's early on in the process. This is only day 2. We've got other escorts to interview. We've got anonymous alleged celebrities to talk about. It's a lot more stuff coming. And I think they put Cassie out there for, like the guy said on Crime or Law and Crime. One, you don't know when you needed her here now before the baby came. That's one. Two, let's just get straight into it and start out with a bang.
Yeah, but I wonder who that damn missing witness is.
It could be Allie. You never know.
Hmm.
I go back and forth with Allie Carter because a lot of people call her a liar,
Well, we know who it ain't.
but who
I said
isn't
we
it?
know who it ain't.
Who?
It ain't Jag.
Oh, you're a mess. No, Jag is a mess. I'm tired of talking about Jag. I'm not talking about Jag no more. I'm done. Y'all
No,
see Jerry trying to drag me into some Jaguar right mess? I'm not talking bad about Jag no more.
no, I mean, she having fun. She having fun, living her best life. Living my best life. Ain't nothing wrong with you, Ninja.
Again, the jury's on a break, so we don't know what's going on.
Okay, now we got something. Now we got something.
You got
Okay,
something?
attorney, did you ever not use an escort who arrived? Did you ever not use an escort who arrived? Okay. One couldn't perform, so Sean sent him on. What was the what was a safe escort? Ventura, not a cop and someone who not run and tell everyone about their experience with us. So the attorney basically asked, have you ever turned away an escort that showed up? Yes, because he couldn't perform. So Sean Diddy sent him packing. Then it says, what was a safe escort? She's saying, not a cop and someone that's going to go off and tell their business. They want to
Which
keep it
is
hush hush.
very risky. You're just trusting these escorts and you don't know anything about them. And strikingly, they never came forward. Not one escort came forward except for Jonathan Odie, and nobody believed him at first,
Mm-hmm.
especially the way he looked. Maybe that's why they didn't go to upscale places. They wanted people down on their luck that maybe really, I don't know. I don't know
Okay,
why nobody told.
we got another update. The attorney says, why not a cop? I learned this whole situation was not legal. Objection. Jury will disregard that last answer. The attorney, how did Cash get there? Judge, security or okay, the judge says security or he brought it himself. But why would the judge say it?
The judge saw that?
Okay, let me make sure I read
Let
this
me
right.
read
Okay,
it. What is the first line?
it says, why not a cop? You see it now?
Mm-mm. Yes. Attorney, why not a cop? Ventura, I learned this whole situation was not legal. Defense, objection, judge. Jury would disregard the last answer. Attorney, how did Cash get there? Judge, security, or he brought it in himself. The judge answered the question.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was just wondering. Okay.
That's weird.
Yeah. I
What?
thought I was seeing it wrong.
Maybe it's a typo. Why would the judge answer a question?
Maybe
I'm
they
sorry
already
for
have
the-
proof of him saying it or something. I don't know. That is crazy.
Let's keep going. And by the way, I really like this judge because of his age, because he's not flashing sparks, he's not riding up with a Rolls Royce. He didn't have security. He seems very down to earth.
Look like he rode up on a bicycle.
he
Didn't
he
he?
walked. He
Yeah.
didn't even have security with him. That judge better be careful.
Ain't nothing wrong with you. Okay. Find some questions while we get some other things. Yeah. For sure, she might be on the stand. Shit. What's today? Tuesday? When do you think they'll finish with her?
She's got 2 more hours at least.
Oh no, I'm talking about she might have 2 more days.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Shit.
And
And
she's
then
pregnant.
you damn near got to get it in because yeah, you don't know when she gone, and you don't have a testimony no more.
Yeah. Do you think this trial's only going to last? What's
Did I
this?
say 2 months?
8? No, 12 weeks. Do you think that's 2
Oh,
months?
I thought you said 8 months. I mean, 8 weeks, maybe 8 to 12 weeks. Yeah, I think it'll last about 2 months.
Let me look that up.
Well, really, it seemed like it'd go faster because how much more if you ain't the
I
one
know.
being urinated on? I guess they get into the RICO charges, maybe to the administrative part, how they got the stuff and all that crap with KK. Yeah, somebody said some of
It,
this trial gonna be into July. Shit, let's see.
they said it's
June,
expected
July.
to last 8 weeks, but they lied.
Wow. Right.
They lied. Here we go, Perry. Something else just came in.
Okay,
Came
let
to
me
my
see.
phone first. You want me to read it? Oh, no,
Yeah,
that's not it. Pardon me.
I ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah. I can't see. Let me take questions then. Cassie is playing dumb, like she didn't know this was illegal. Yeah, I can see how that come off like that. Did she know the drugs she was taking were illegal as well? I watched Sherelle entire segment, then Armand last night. I did not watch Armand last night, but Armand got rave reviews because he was in the courtroom. He didn't have to wait for second-hand information. Also, he said a lot of stuff that we did not know, but I fell asleep. I was tired. And I guess he went on late last night. You should try to watch Armand today, Perry.
Yeah, I try.
After. This is so sad. A 4-day freak off is 4 days is unbelievable.
Okay.
4 hours is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
How do you sit there and hear stuff about you? I would just throw myself at the mercy of the court. I think they prep you before trial. I think she knows what's coming.
Were they talking
Yeah,
about
I
her
wish,
or Diddy?
huh?
Was was they asking that about her or Diddy? Because he the one got to sit through all of it.
Yeah.
We're talking shit about.
Just not enough money in the world to allow someone to treat you like that. Exactly. Exactly. Well, it was really weird because so you were almost forced to watch Armand, not forced, but uh we are happy that Armand was inside the courtroom because I heard another blogger was inside the courtroom and then came back and talked about everything but what happened in the courtroom. Child, this is a mess.
Now, do I need to get you started? No.
I'm just saying how you were blessed to get a foot in to be inside the courtroom and then you just talk about yourself when you go live. I am at work watching y'all. I had to ask the staff to shh so I can hear. Girl, tell them to be quiet and stop talking over us. Jaguar Lion saying kids ran out of the courtroom. I didn't hear that part. And Armand said the children, he felt sorry for them. Right. She said that Diddy's kids ran out of the courtroom, but they didn't run out. Jag is Adam, WAR. She said her so-called security was pulled. Who gave her? Why does Jag? Can somebody tell me? Okay, I'm not talking about Jag. Why y'all luring me back? Don't lure me back. Toria, whenever you want me to drop the link, I will, if you want to come up today. The twin girls got up and left at a couple of different points during yesterday's hearing. I don't even know why they were there.
Actually, somebody said before they got into certain parts of the trial, they removed the girls out so that they didn't run out on their own and all that shit.
Someone said Jag, and why y'all keep trying to get me talking about Jag? Jag and the top flight security, Craig.
Craig.
Well, yeah, somebody just said this is the boys are their father's son. That's what I hear. I hear King and Justin are a hot mess. I heard they were at the freak offs. I heard Quincy is different.
Okay, well, we got an update. Do you see it? Sherelle, do you see it?
No,
or you want me to read?
no, let me see. I'll get it for you. Okay. I don't have it. Sometimes they come late. It's a delay on my phone.
Okay. It says this: Ventura, judge, security, or he brought it himself. Then the attorney says, the escort Dave, do you know his real name? Ventura, Clayton Howard. Attorney, who is this? Photo shown to witness. Ventura, Daniel. The attorney, what service did you use? Ventura says a dancer service. So it's two escorts. And I guess this Dave, yeah, his real name, I guess she's saying, is Clayton Howard. Daniels was that Daniel Phillips that we was talking about yesterday, right, Sherelle? Well, I'm gonna take it that it's that Daniels or Philip Daniels, whatever it is, the guy we was talking about yesterday.
Also, this came in 5 minutes ago, and I think we missed it. It says Coast to Coast Garagos. While Tenny Garagos represents Sean Combs, right now Mark Garagos is speaking at a courthouse in LA about the Menendez brothers. That case is going on too. They're really going to try to retry those brothers.
Mm-hmm.
What part didn't they get? They admitted to it. Like, I'm confused. Oh, but I did find out that their father Jose was accused of SAing Ricky Martin, so that does make a big difference.
Okay,
Ricky Martin and other members of. Go ahead.
Okay. So the attorney Johnson, do you recognize Jules? Ventura says yes. Attorney, in what city did you have freak offs with Jules? Ventura says New York, LA, Vegas. Attorney, do you know his last name? Ventura says no. The attorney says, who's this? Ventura says, I knew him as the Punisher. So Jules, I thought I was going to talk about a girl, but I guess must be a guy. They bring up this. Do you know or do you recognize Jules? She says yes. Then he come back. In what city did you have a freak off with with Jules? She says New York, L.A., Vegas. The attorney came back. Do you know his last name? Ventura says no. The attorney says who's this? Ventura, I knew him as the Punisher. So I guess that
Also,
was it.
too, this line of questioning seems like they're answering questions that they know that the defense is going to ask
Mm-hmm.
because they keep asking questions like, well, did you know this person outside of the Diddy freak offs? So they know what's coming. Tomorrow's a new day. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out tomorrow. And because when they go after Cassie, and let me tell you, they're going after her tomorrow. They
I'll be
have
right
to
back.
still watch how they do it because she is a pregnant woman. And you would think that has nothing to do with it. Listen, your physical appearance, how you react to a question, you just don't want to come off attacking a pregnant lady. That could, rub some people the wrong way. I'm trying to tell you, you don't know what's going to set a juror off. You just don't. So it feels like they're asking her these questions because I guarantee you we're going to hear the name Jules again tomorrow. And they might have some evidence. This is going to be uh, a whole different trial tomorrow because I have a feeling, although you shouldn't go hard after a pregnant woman, I have a feeling they are. Because they got to make this pregnant woman look like the villain. So they're going to go hard. But if you go too hard, it's a slippery slope. The Menendez brothers did the most. They did the most, okay? Keep trying to keep my eyes on the screen. Don't want to miss anything because this is really good questioning. I'm shocked that Mark Garagos isn't in the courtroom sitting right behind his daughter. I think she said, Dad, I got it. No need to come. He's doing the Menendez brothers. I don't know if you guys remember the Menendez brothers. They unalived their parents for insurance money. And during the trial, I believe it was Eric was the first one to say, was the first one to say that their father had been touching them. Nobody really believed them because of the way that they acted when they got the money. It was terrible. And the scene was just horrific. These are your parents. They took them out with, it was very horrific. But now it's come out that the father allegedly molested I think they were Mexican or maybe Spanish group Menudo. And it just so happened that Ricky Martin was in the group at that time. Now, Ricky himself hasn't come out publicly to say it, but the other group members have said it. So, these cases get wild. I'm not taking my eye off the screen while I
I'm
talk
back.
to you
I'm
guys.
back. I mean, you can keep talking. I'm searching for updates.
Did you know, Perry, that the Menendez brothers, that their father is being alleged
Yep.
touched
Was
the
cooking
group
them.
Menudo?
Oh, yeah. I heard that too.
Perry, did
Yep.
you run outside to smoke? You need
Nope.
me to mind my business.
Yeah, mind your business. Am I am I on trial?
I just thought about it. They were
Shit.
grown men, the Menendez brothers. They had a criminal past before the unalivings. They did. Mm. I don't know. I think I was young. I think I was in high school during that trial.
Wait, that was
I
way
wasn't
back.
in the trials like I am now. I just thought, they unalived their parents. Whoa, that's wild. I don't even think I watched it. I think Court TV was in its infancy. This was right after the what's his name? OJ trial. Let me keep checking.
I'm checking too.
Someone says the Menendez brothers need to stay in prison. So this is what happened. Why am I on cam? Let me see. This is what happened with the Menendez brothers. Uh, the internet wasn't around back when they got convicted. But since then, the internet has become a powerful tool when it comes to cases. You have what they call internet sleuths. People go and reinvestigate old cases and stuff like that. And somehow the Menendez brothers, when it came out about their father, start getting a following. And I think the reason that it grew so quickly is because a lot of women think they're cute, the Menendez brothers. And they started a petition. This is what got eyes back on the Menendez brothers. It also happened with this Karen Reed case that's going on now. I tried to cover both. I can't cover both, but I still watch Karen Reed when I have time. It was a blogger, I don't even know if she wants me to say her name, who started this whole thing with Karen Reed. So today, these kind of forums that we're in right now are very powerful when it comes to lawsuits.
Terrell, this is an update.
Go ahead.
It says the attorney, did you use drugs at every freak off? Yes, I need to just disassociate and become emotionally, and then emotionless.
I got it. You want me
Attorney,
to read it, Perry?
yeah, you got it. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Lawyer says, did you use drugs at every freak off? Ventura, yes. I need to disassociate and become emotionless. Lawyer, who else used drugs at the freak off? Ventura, Sean did. Sometimes the escort. Lawyer, what other drugs did you use? Ventura, Special K, GHB, and mushrooms. Oh my gosh. So I don't know what GHB is, but I hear that's like uh what they call the knockout drug. That's what I think. I could be wrong. These mushrooms that Jada Pinkett loves that she gave her children have you hallucinating so bad that you're liable to do anything. No, this is what I'm hearing. Is there anybody in the chat that, you know, indulges in mushrooms? We won't judge. We just want to know. Special K, I don't know what that
I don't know what
is.
that is neither. Yeah,
I wonder if I can look it up. Let me look it up.
Special K. I don't know shit about these drugs. I'm sure somebody in the chat do though.
No, I'm looking it up. Let me see.
Okay. Yeah, somebody said the shrooms have varying effects. I guess some can make you hallucinate, some might make you sleep, some
Well,
might give
some
you
people
energy.
swear by it and they say,
Oh, somebody said it's a animal tranquilizer. Damn.
damn.
Shit.
It says here, there is no, they don't know what the nickname Special K is. Okay.
Horse triangle.
Special K is a nickname associated with someone else who used a different. Oh no, that's not it. Yeah, I don't know what Special K is. Too bad I can't look it up.
I
Keep
think somebody
looking.
told you animal tranquilizer. Somebody
Someone
said,
said
well,
Special K is a cereal. We don't mean it that way, CJ.
I tell you what, don't try it. You better have a lot of milk.
Ketamine. Oh, it's ketamine, someone said in the chat. This ketamine is becoming real popular over the last recent years. Every time they say ketamine, I think of Matthew Perry.
So which is it though? I mean, is that ketamine a tranquilizer?
I don't know if it's a tranquilizer, but I think it makes you sleepy. And Matthew Perry fell asleep in the jacuzzi, and that's
Mm-hmm.
how he drowned.
Damn.
I
Okay.
don't know what ketamine is. That's a new something. I think I first heard of ketamine during.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
It is one, but which is a horse tranquilizer. Damn.
What
Okay.
is, why would you want to take a damn horse tranquilizer? You know, what if you took too much, especially during a 4-day freak off? It says it puts you in a trance-like state. Ooh, it treats severe depression and unaliving thoughts in low dosages.
Mm.
It comes in a nasal spray, an injectable, and a pill. A nasal spray? Damn. You want to get high real bad when you take it up the nose.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. Mm.
Keep your eye on the screen.
Why would they take something to put them to
And
sleep?
do you think that she was taking, I'm talking specifically about Cassie, all of this at one time? Was this different times? Was was it offered and then you got to choose one? I don't know. And maybe, or was it given to you because the drinks were spiked? I need more detail, Cassie.
Mm.
Yeah, it sounds like a mess. Don't it sound like a mess?
Yeah.
And what did she say? At least 1 to 2 times a week they had free calls?
Uh, yeah. Basically,
And I
yeah.
want to ask you this, Perry, since we're
Mhm.
being controversial, let's be controversial. A lot of people said that Hugh Hefner, Holly Madison said that Hugh Hefner was living the same lifestyle as Diddy. Instead of offering you ketamine, they did what did she say that drug was?
Ecstasy,
Nah, it's an old-fashioned one. It might be,
crystal
it's
meth.
not no. I can't think of the word. Bill Cosby was
H?
accused.
Is it for
Hmm?
H? Oh.
Bill
Talking about like
Cosby was accused of using this.
okay.
And she also
He
said that
lose.
Quaaludes,
Wait,
that's it. Quaaludes. I have never heard of a damn Quaalude before
yeah.
this trial. And she said that Hugh Hefner also recorded people and had these tapes to blackmail people. So why are they being so hard on Diddy? I think that Hugh Hefner was better at covering it up.
Mm-hmm.
If
Yeah,
this is
I mean,
true, this is secondhand information from Holly Madison. Not Heidi, Holly Madison. And how do we know Holly's telling the truth?
well, I believe it, yo. I believe it. Look, I think he got away with it. He never came out here to be this rap mogul and all this and doing this stuff. He always showed you up front how seedy he was. He
And he
always
didn't
wanted
beat,
something.
did he beat women up, Hugh Hefner? I don't think so, right?
Not that I know of, but I'm just saying he always came across that seedy old guy. He always wanted the girl to take the shirt off. So had the magazine. So you sort of used to him being around news and just being a freak. But hell, his TV was on show when he had about 7 or 8 of them staying with him.
Yeah, yeah.
His freak fest was on TV.
Here we go, Perry.
Oh, okay,
Lawyer. I'll read Sean's part of this email. Wait. You read you. Ventura. When should I take that ring? That thing. Oh, she's talking about. When will you be there? Attorney. Pausing. You there? What did you mean? Ventura. Drugs. Attorney. I took mine. I'm flying. What does that mean? He's high. So she's always saying that they had to use drugs before everything went down. And then they would continue with the drugs throughout the night. And these sound like some very powerful drugs. It's very well possible, especially with the GHB. They call that the date R drug. That a lot of people were doing things that they don't even remember doing. It also means that this party could have got, these freak offs probably got really, really wild, especially if you are under the influence. Yeah, what'd you say?
Yeah, I'm saying they had to because I'm sitting there reading the message too. This Sean, I took mine. I'm flying. Flying? What kind of shit you on? And he probably really was that high.
Yeah. Also, too, they said that he went to rehab a couple times, but he was an addict. You're describing behavior of an addict. Because I know one time he interviewed this English rapper. What was his name? And they accused him of being on freak offs with Diddy in England. What was this rapper's name?
I remember that.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know you're talking about. And something, I guess the guy, Diddy was on one of his records too. Over there.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, I can't remember the guy name though.
Yeah, this thing was international.
Yeah, he would go and do freak offs over there.
Yeah. Nah, it wasn't DJ Dear Love. I don't know who that is.
DJ Dear Love. That don't ring a bell to me, but if I heard the name, I might recognize it. I think Toria says she home now, Sherelle.
Oh, she wants me to drop the link?
I seen something a minute ago. Yep.
Okay. Here I go, Toria.
Let me see. Yeah.
Perry, don't take your eyes off the screen, okay?
Oh yeah, I'm searching, baby. I'm searching.
There you go, Toria.
Yeah, so they was getting high as hell.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just unhealthy. And I really couldn't do that for 10 damn years. Griggs, that's it. That's it. Here comes Tori. Hey, Toria, before you say anything, don't mention the name of the guy that runs this country. It was a big thing last night. I'll tell you later, okay?
Okay, babe.
Okay. What's going on, girl? What you heard?
Well, I really loved Armand's recap of it yesterday. I think he hit all the valid points. Maybe one thing he might have embellished a little bit, but that's Armand's personality. But I think he did an excellent job of saying exactly what happened, where people were seated, exactly what the prosecution did. I was curious about how did his kids react when they were hearing some of the things. And Armand said he kept watching their faces and Diddy's face. And every now and then he said Diddy looked back at the kids to like check and see are they all right. And well, for certain things they were going to be removed, but no children ran out of that courtroom. He just said he really felt for the children to have to sit there and listen to some of these things
Why
because
are
it
they
was
there,
horrific.
Toria? Why are they there?
They wanted to come there. They wanted to support their father. I was told through Brian Steele's people that they will be removed when they think things is, just so graphic the two youngest don't need to see it or hear it.
And how old are the twins?
They're
18, right?
grown. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
grown. They're grown. And they all look nice yesterday. And they're there to support it. The bond between
Yeah.
parents with their children.
Yeah.
Children going to love their parents no matter what they do. Even in abuse situations, you see children that were abused. I know I did when I was working for the state in Maryland. I seen so many children that were abused, and they absolutely loved their mother. They loved their father, even though
Yeah.
they did things to them, starved them, and everything else. They wanted to go home with their parents. And I had to be the one to break the news they couldn't go home with their parents. And that was heartbreaking to see a 6 and 7 year old that I know was being starved and was taken out of the mother's care because of that,
Hold on, we got
because
to
she was,
update, Tori.
go
We got
ahead.
to update. Lawyer, why did you take more drugs? Ventura, to not be present with this experience. Lawyer, why? Ventura, because it was something I hated. Lawyer, how did you react to ecstasy and MDMA? Ventura, it could make me vomit. Ugh. Lawyer, what would he say? Ventura, to continue. Oh, so if she had a reaction where it made her regurgitate, he would tell her to keep going.
Yeah.
Can this get any worse?
Don't
I know
stop.
you guys are saying that Cassie isn't innocent, but we haven't heard the rebuttal yet. But right now, we're only hearing the bad things about Diddy, and it was pretty bad. Go ahead, Toria. What were you gonna say?
Um, that's my opinion. Why the kids I think are there. Um,
Do you
are
think that
really
do you think that Cassie was in it for the money?
no. I think in the beginning she really loved this dude. I think she fell head over heels. He swept her off her feet. You got somebody giving you flowers and these beautiful dinners they set up for you. He pulls out all the stops for his women.
Did she
And
fall in love with him, or did she fall in love with the things that he was giving her?
I think she fell in love with the way she was being treated in the beginning. And
In the
then
beginning.
when it got further into the relationship
Here we
and
go. Here we go,
when
Toria. Here we go.
go ahead.
Here we go. Lawyer, did you want to continue to have intercourse when you wanted to vomit? Ventura, no. Lawyer, how does GHB make you feel? Ventura, drunk and tipsy. The white powder that starts with a C, Ventura said, makes my heart race. I'm not a fan. Lawyer, mushrooms, the walls come alive.
God damn.
Child, they was
Damn.
getting high as you can
About-
get.
With that hallucination. Because remember, he feel like he could fly. Then she said the mushrooms, the walls come alive. Damn.
Yeah.
I don't want to experience that.
I don't even want
Now,
mushrooms.
when I was when I was a teenager, they used to have these little pieces of paper with a Mickey Mouse, a Donald Duck on, and it was acid. And the only thing it did was keep me awake. But it had other kids jumping off buildings and stuff thinking they could fly. It didn't affect me, and I'm glad it didn't affect me like that because when my father found out, Lord, I got in so much
Wait,
trouble. I never did
you
it again.
you didn't hallucinate?
No, it just kept me awake. I was mad I couldn't go to sleep, and my father said, "That's what you get. You should never took that. You don't know what people's giving you because it had a Mickey Mouse on it. You put it under your tongue. Are you crazy?" I think I was like 14, 15, something like that.
Oh no,
Dumb,
not 13,
stupid.
14.
We was stupid. We was hanging on the basketball court playing round the world, and when we would play that basketball game, whoever lost would have to like drink some Thunderbird or drink some Richard, something really disgusting. You know, kids do stupid things.
No, where y'all get that acid? Let me ask you this real quick. Is Jag inside the courtroom today?
No,
She's not?
nope,
Are you shocked?
nope.
Why do you think she's not there?
She's scared she's going to jail.
Oh damn.
Yeah, yeah. No. She's right. She does
I was,
have
Cause
acid.
I was
she's scared because everybody knows. Cause I'm telling you, the word got put out yesterday, and people were appalled that there's an old lady and an older man that's at that courtroom, and why they let her in that courtroom, just like Armand said, when he first got there, he was like 55th person. And he said, thank God a
Hold on
friend
one
of his
second,
that he
Victoria.
met.
Hold on, hold
Go
on.
ahead.
It says, Judge, we'll take a break. So they're on a
okay.
break.
I'm about
Okay,
ready
go
to take
ahead,
a break
Tori.
too. I'm gonna take
Okay,
a
go
break
ahead,
too.
Terry. I want to hear this. So what happened? Go ahead.
So Ahmad said that he was like the 55th person, and he said he left like 2 o'clock. He got up at 2 o'clock and left 2:30. He was there at the courthouse, and he said a friend of his had held a place for him, and so he ended up being number 15 yesterday. That's how he got in. He said, "Thank God his friend did that, or he wouldn't. You know, he wouldn't have got in. He was fit. They only let 20 in." He would have had to go to overflow too. So he was going to get up and go today. So hopefully his friend, held his place for him. But I like him being in the courtroom. I really do because he's not asking people to send him money for transcripts and
I
this and
know.
that. And, that gets annoying to me. Keep
Yeah.
asking. Let people give because they want to out of their heart. Stop begging. I hate that. I'm starting to see something from a channel that is very disappointing to me because I was there from the very beginning of that
Please
channel.
don't name the
I'm
names. But do I know
I'm
who
not.
it
I'm
is?
not. Yes.
Okay, keep going.
And um I'm just like so disappointed because I had a few memberships out there and I stopped all them memberships because when I started looking at my bill, because I got this one credit card that I'll just put a certain amount of money on it if I want to order something off of Amazon or something. So
Mm-hmm.
if somebody hacks that card, they're not going to get all my money in my bank account.
Mm-hmm.
I just put a certain amount of money on that card every month. At the beginning of the month, I'll drop a couple $100s on that card, and that's it. That'll pay for any super chats I want to do during the month or whatever memberships that I do.
Mm-hmm.
But I stopped all them memberships. I only had like 3 left. One to Michelle. I love her channel. And
Oh yeah, that's my girl.
yeah, her
What about
and
mainstream media? Did that include the 20?
no. They're they're the mainstream media, what they do is they have placeholders. They
Mm.
hire people to hold spots for them. And I think they got a certain bench in there. Armand
Gotcha.
said that the media sits on. Yeah, he
Okay.
said certain, you know, thing is
What
just for the
about
media.
bloggers? They in some courts they were considering bloggers media. Do you think they did that in New York? Was Armand sitting with the rest of the press, or was he sitting separately?
No, they just the 20 people that they let in, the bailiff takes them, the person that opens the courtroom takes them where they got to sit at.
Gotcha.
He puts them
Gotcha.
where, what's available seats is left for them because he said that like behind Mr. Steele is like his team and whoever he wants with them. Like if I went to New York right now and I said, Brian, I want to get in with you. I want to sit with y'all. He'd put me behind him. So that's a relationship we have with him. He's
Now
he's really
they're
cool.
saying that Brian still asked to be a part of Diddy's team. Is that true?
I'm not sure how he got the job, but
Hmm.
Brian Steele don't have to ask nobody to be a part of their team. He's
Okay.
he's the he is well sorted out. Believe
Hmm.
me, he's got a long. That man's got a long reach, especially in the industry.
Now, here's a tough question. We don't know, Toria. Every day's a new day. I think yesterday you were saying Diddy was guilty. Did anything about today's testimony from Cassie change your opinion?
I still think he's guilty. Do I think he's guilty of what the charges he's charged with? No.
Mhm.
Guilty
Do you
of
still,
domestic violence and um definitely guilty of domestic violence.
which is
And
not what he's on
guilty,
trial for, remember?
right. I know. And that is sad to me because I think if they was going to have Cassie testify, knowing all the things that she was going to say, because they know ahead of time, they bring them in, they talk to them to see what they know, then they come back in like 4 or 5 times before the actual day they have to testify, and then the day that they have to testify, before she comes in that courtroom, they prep her again to make sure these are the questions we're going to ask you. She knows what she's going to be asked ahead of time. So her answers is going to be what the state
Scripted.
attorney wants her to say.
Well, how do you think
When
she's
they prep
doing?
you, she's doing good, but I want to see how she's going to handle Cross because it's going to be damning. Now,
Did you
as
hear
far
those
as
rumors?
the the evidence that they have against Cassie, that's not going to come out until it's time for the defense to put on their case. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
That'll
Oh, that's
come
a
out
couple
then.
weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll
Okay.
come out then. And
Oh,
they're
I thought it
saying
was.
this might go to the end of July because they didn't allow for the amount of ejections and breaks and,
Yeah,
they got to
no.
have pee breaks and all that. It's a lot goes into it. But what I'm going to tell you, what I would love to be able to do, go there and go on the 8th floor where all the lawyers and everybody's eating lunch and talking and talking and talking. I would
Yeah.
love to be a fly on the wall there because then you hear everything.
So, as
But
far as you're concerned, is Armand Wiggins the only blogger inside the courtroom?
oh no, he's not the only blogger that's inside there. Dennis has a friend inside there.
Okay.
And who else has somebody inside? Oh, and Sylvia's inside there. She's in the overflow room.
Oh, is she?
She
Okay.
got her
Okay.
she got her press badge yesterday.
Yeah.
She came out of
Uh-huh.
the overflow and went and got her press badge and she showed it. And I'm surprised that she had to get one, but she did and she got it. So, but
That's
Dennis ain't
good.
really saying too much today on his live because I keep checking it. Since
Me
I've been
too.
home, I was checking around and checking around. I
Mhm.
went and listened to what Mouth Almighty said this morning. Okay, let's see. He's coming live again. Let me check and see. Is he saying anything important that we need to know?
I mean, every all the bloggers are kind of quiet. Maybe they're
Oh, let
waiting
me tell you
for.
something about that ketamine.
Okay.
Um, a lot of ambulance drivers have that on their trucks, and them EMT people have used that on, like, one time there was a story last year or the year before last where it was a young black man, real young, like in his early 20s. He was what you call an introvert, and he was walking from a store that he would go to every day and get like a special kind of fruity juice that's like dragon fruit and something else, one of them kind of juices. And the people at the store were foreigners and they loved this kid. So he was walking down the street and the police pulled him over and scared him. And they grabbed him and he told them, please, please, sir, I'm an introvert. Please don't touch me. And they called the ambulance. And when the ambulance came, they gave him so much ketamine that he passed out. And
Wait
he,
a minute,
when,
Toria. Isn't it a horse tranquilizer?
yes, but
Oh
they give
wow.
it to patients that, how when I hate that police can't handle these calls when they have a mentally disturbed patient, that like a bipolar patient that's on a manic side, and the police has to be called. And most of the time the family members will tell them, my family member is going through a manic episode, please send someone that can handle that type of call. Police, what they do is they call the ambulance, and then the ambulance drivers, they give them this ketamine, and they don't know how much to give these people, and they're giving them
So
too
you're
much. That
saying
stuff is
that
no
somebody
good.
could have very well lost their life at one of Diddy's freak
From
offs.
that,
Mm.
yes,
Well, let me
yes,
ask
because
you this: from the
that's become a
testimony,
party drug.
it is.
Yeah, because people, it affects different people different ways. They see things. They like all the mollies and ecstasies. They were all drugs that came out when they first had sex therapists. And young white couples will go to the, rich ones, go to sex therapists when they were having problems in the bedroom, and they will prescribe them ecstasy, which that's just the street name. And I don't know what the real correct name is, but anyway, and Molly. They would prescribe them these drugs, and it enhances their touch, their feel. Like, you rub your hand against them and they get like this sexual sensation, according to the sex
Oh
therapist.
wow!
Dr. Ruth, remember Dr. Ruth?
I remember her.
Okay, well, she was like the country's leading sex therapist. And late at night, she used to come on TV and she talked about the different drugs that couples would use, to get their spark back in the bedroom. But it wasn't like they didn't give them like 200 pills prescriptions. They
Right.
just give them a
Right.
few. And soon as the young people find white people find that it gets them high and they can do this and do that and keep you up for days, then it trickled down into the black culture. But the black culture didn't do it as much as the white culture. That was like a big thing with them. Then all of a sudden, young black kids started taking that. And it's sad. All this drug stuff is just sad. I hate to see anybody addicted. It's a terrible disease. I don't hate them because they have an addiction or anything. I just think they need to get help because it's a disease. It really is. But you
I
got to
mean,
want the help. You can't force them. Look at
well, right
Jax
now,
Taylor. He had everything and he's addicted to Coke. Oh, he's
yeah,
addicted to Coca-Cola too. And
yeah.
he just finally went to a rehab. He should have went years ago when he was on Vanderpump Rules. He should have went. I'm
It,
glad he's finally getting help though, and I'm like, some of
what?
these shows promote drinking, and I don't like that either because you're making all these young people alcoholics, and they act different when they're under the influence. I don't think it's fun. To me, the shows ain't fun no more. I'm starting to not like none of the Bravo shows anymore.
None of the shows are fun anymore. And repeat
Mm-mm.
performance of the freak offs are not fun. So I absolutely believe
No,
Cassie. You have to believe her when she says, I didn't, at a certain point, she didn't want to do it anymore. And right there,
I think when she, like, after she first decided that she didn't want to do it anymore,
mhm,
she should have told her mother and her parents, and she should have asked for their help and got her out of there. I'm sure her parents would have got her away from him. You know, parents are going to do anything for their child to protect them.
she
She
should have
told
told her mother.
friends,
She should have told her mother, who probably doesn't know what Diddy's doing to her.
right,
So
right.
I don't see her telling her mother. I don't know.
I
I
see. I
just
think she should have though.
she might, maybe she should have. And I know you think that Diddy's going to get off, and a lot of people think he's going to get off. Oh, do you know who the juror number 3 was? Witness number 3?
It was a female, and where's my paper? Because I wrote it down. Witness number 3 don't no longer want to testify, and the lawyer for that witness told the state's attorney that she no longer wanted to testify. I got that from Harvey yesterday. He said that. And witness number 5 was supposed to be a character witness, and she also had a lot of information, so much that the prosecutors went to the judge and asked, could they judge grant this witness immunity, and the judge said absolutely not. So now that witness is no longer wanting to come.
What? Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Witness number 5
Yep.
doesn't want to come either?
Nope. That was supposed to be the character witness.
No, come
And
on, Victoria. Diddy is
but
paying
they
off
had a lot of
witnesses.
but look, this one don't want to come because they need immunity. So they must have committed some crimes and they must know a lot, but they won't tell it until they get immunity, which you can't blame them. If you ain't going to give me immunity, I'm not going to tell you what we did. And then I know it's a crime.
Wait, this person
You ain't
wants immunity. Who could this be? This is a
It's a female. It's a female.
Is it KK?
I don't know. It's a female, but they said absolutely. The judge said absolutely no immunity, and her lawyer and her said absolutely no testifying.
What is you
And
don't
see,
think
if they call them, if they force them to the stand, Sherelle, and they get on the stand and they say, as soon as they ask them a question and they say, I plead the fifth, that can
that's
cause a mistrial. So they're not going to do that. They're not going to put a witness on
oh
that don't want to testify, and so they take a chance of them pleading the fifth because that can cause a mistrial. That happened in the YSL trial, and it was a whole debacle over that one little thing. I plead the fifth. That's how we
Perry,
ended
are
up with
you
a different
listening to
judge
this?
and everything.
The
Perry,
what,
are you
baby?
listening to this? Are you
Yeah, I'm
listening to
listening.
this?
Yeah, I'm trying to find my place back on the thing for updates.
Yeah, I've been checking it.
Mm-hmm. No, I hear it. That's crazy.
They went on break.
Unbelievable.
They had went on break, Sherelle said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that. That's when I took my little break to the overflow room.
Mhm.
Oh, y'all, come on, y'all. I cannot be the only one that's suspicious that another witness does not want to testify. Oh my, come on. That
Mhm.
screams.
Yeah.
So
That
I'm
screams they
pulling it up.
smart.
They're saying
They
as of
smart
now,
because they
they're
ain't
saying
going to jail.
as of now, there is no publicly available information confirming whether number 5 will testify on the stand or not. That's as good as not going. You can't confirm or deny.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, Toria. Now that means that juror number 5 has been paid off. We are not stupid people. Now I'm not always trying to think the worst of Diddy.
No, That
But
means exactly what it means, Sherelle. Jury number 5 knows something that could cause her to get put in jail. So she wants immunity, and then she'll tell it. She'll tell them whatever they want to know. Give her the immunity. But the judge, why don't the judge want to give this girl immunity? I don't get that. I want to know what she knows. This is going to be good.
no, I'm
Something
sorry,
that
Toria. It means to me that they are being paid off. What we have covered a lot of cases together. Okay, how many people in the Tory Lanez trial didn't want to testify after they said that they would? How many people in the Jesse Smollett trial? How many people
no,
with the
Jesse's
Johnny
trial
Depp?
was a joke. Jesse's trial was a joke. Johnny Depp's trial was a joke.
But there was
But
nobody that refused to testify.
Tory Lanez was guilty as sin. And oh, let me tell you something. We know that he was stabbed yesterday. I'm very sorry for that. I don't want anybody to get hurt. Prison's a dangerous place. So now our loudmouth who insinuated herself up in the courtroom yesterday that don't know absolutely nothing about what's going on with this trial. Now she's going to do a big to-do podcast and tell you why Tory Lanez got stabbed, and she knows the reason, and you know she got all kind of conspiracy theories. Jay-Z did it. This person did it. Illuminati did it. Illuminati went to the jail, and they all of a sudden wanted to take Tory out. Tory's been in jail what, almost 2 years now. Ain't nobody tried to take him out now, so why are they gonna do that? It was just
Look,
some lunatic.
I am not talking about her. I'm sick of her. I don't even know how she got. Did she sleep with someone? No, I'm just kidding. I don't feel like talking about her because she just gets on my nerve. She gets on my nerve, and she is blowing opportunities for herself. This could have been an opportunity, but I understand I got to get the hell out of Dodge before I get arrested.
Sherelle, I cannot believe when I watched her thing when I got home today. I said, let me see what she said first, if she's there
Okay, we're
today.
back. Hold on one
And
second. We're back.
go ahead.
It says the Cassie Van Tour is back. Jury is back. Judge says you may continue. The attorney says, when drugs ran out, how did you know who to reach out to? Ooh, this is good. Ventura says, Sean would tell me. Lawyer says, during the sessions, how would you know to move to the next step? Cassie says, Sean, what do they mean? What's the next step?
The next thing he want her to do,
Oh, gotcha. 'Cause
the
he
next
was
position.
directing.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he was the director of the sexual act. I guess
Now
he thought he was in Raisin in the Sun.
Now this whole drug thing that they were taking across state lines, he's not charged with drugs, is he?
Nope.
Yeah, no. Oh, when they don't charge you for drugs, there's something more important that they're trying to get to.
They didn't find
Because
none.
but they did arrest Brandon the dealer, and then they never brought him back up.
Oh
And
yeah, they did that down in Miami.
I don't think Brandon's going to testify. Really quickly, Carrie, do you think Diddy's paying off people? I know Toria says they don't have a case against him, but this is awfully suspicious. Just like when the coroner, you don't believe that he unalived Kim, do you, Toria?
No.
Why you
No,
don't
I was
believe that?
around because I was around back then. I was in New York back then. And now I want to tell you something about that. I couldn't think of his name yesterday because you know I'm getting old and my memory with this MS, it takes your memory. But Andre Talley
Right,
was a big heavy set fashion guy there.
right, right.
That was her best friend in the whole world. He and her was more tighter than she was with Kimura.
You're
She
talking
told
about
Kimura,
Kim.
Kim,
Kim, right? Okay, go ahead.
right, if there is a book that she started writing, he would be the one that would have it. He would have been the one that had it.
Oh.
And
But Albie Shore said that the excerpts of the book were true.
no, he does things. That man, he needs to stay off the, whack juice. He,
You
he
think? Wait, what? You
I
think
can't
Albie
talk
Shore's a
about
liar?
him because I get so upset with him because I heard Perry this morning about his fatherhood thing, and I agree absolutely with Perry when it comes to that because that man was not a good dad, and Kim knew that Sean was a good dad to them children, and she wanted the best for her child, and they got a good dad. He might be dog doo doo as a person, and his sexual fetishes are just off the chain and not for me,
Here we go.
not for any sane person.
Got another one
But
that just came in. It says,
go ahead.
lawyer, what would happen after the escort finished on you? Ventura. Sean would want it to put on Sean would want it put on his body in the next room. Wait, lawyer, did you do that? Ventura, I did. Lawyer, where? Ventura, usually on his nipples. Did you want to do that? Ventura, no. I'm going to read this again because I don't know what they're talking about. Lawyer, what would happen after the escort finished on you? Oh, Lord, I hope it's not what I think it is.
Yeah.
Ventura, Sean would want it put on his body in the next room. Lawyer, did you do that? Ventura, I did. Lawyer, where? Ventura, usually on his nipples. Lawyer, did you want to do that? Cassie, no. Are they talking about sperm?
Yep.
Yes.
I cannot. I'm done. I cannot. I cannot. This is
All
very
right, let me tell you this real quick before the next line comes in. Okay. Andre Talley would I wish that man was still here because he could tell you all the good gossip, the good gossip. He was what you call a Judy to the females. He was a good Judy. And he would have these fabulous lunches in New York. And this is how I inserted myself in with them because I just admired all the things they wore and everything. And I just was at the restaurant one day and had to go over and say something. And they invited me to the table and I sat down. Now, that same person, Andre Talley, I know we can't mention the other person's name. I will say our leader,
okay.
wife, when she first came here, she was plain Jane. Do you know who Anna Wintour is?
Yeah, everybody knows.
Okay, Anna Wintour, he called her and said, please help. I need you to fix her up. Do something. So we was all at the restaurant one day having lunch. Who comes walking in but her? And he said, come on. She was like this timid, shy person. He said, come on, don't be scared. Don't be scared. Come on. And his voice, but I can't do his voice, but real funny sounding. And he was like, come on, little girl. Come on. Sit down. We're not going to bite you. And he was like, touched her face and turned her face from one side to the other. Oh, yeah, you need a little bit nip tuck here and nip tuck here. Don't worry. I'll fix you all up. Here, I'm going to give you this number. You go tell them I sent you. They fixed her face. They got her dressed. They showed her how to do makeup. They got her clothes. They wanted her all fixed up for the Met Gala that year. He went and bought this fabulous ring, and he was going to propose to her at the Met Gala that year. Well, on the way there, he was all hyped up about it, and then he proposed to her there, and nobody acknowledged it, and he was so mad. He never paid Anna Wintour for the rest of them tickets, and you know them tickets are high. He never
Hold on,
paid for the
hold on,
tickets.
hold on. We got some more updates.
Go ahead.
The lawyer says, do you recognize Jules? Ventura says yes. In what cities did you have freak offs with Jules? Ventura says New York, LA, Vegas. Do you know his last name? No, that's a repeat. I call him the Punisher. Perry, are you checking the updates?
Yeah, I'm checking right now.
Out of order. Okay. Go ahead, Victoria.
Okay,
I like
now,
Love and Andre, by the way. Go ahead.
okay, never, ever paid for the rest of the engagement ring or them tickets. Now, for anybody that doubts my word, there is a book out that was written a couple years ago. The name of her, because I don't want to say her name, and me. And the book was written by Stephanie Winston Woolcock, who is married to a very wealthy diamond man in New York. Their father owns all the diamond districts. And she was her best friend. And she also wrote about the story about her going to see Andre. So that's all documented that that happened. But I'm telling you, it was the funniest day I ever seen in my life. I can't imagine seeing her now, knowing she's our first lady. And I think back to that day. She was just little shy, timid girl from a foreign country. And she was so scared and timid walking in that restaurant that day. And the way he snatched her face around and said, "Oh, yeah, you need a nip here and nip there," I just found it hilarious. And to see what she looks like now, she's had too many nips and tucks.
You
But
ain't right,
she
Toria.
didn't need.
Toria,
She
you
really
ain't
was
right.
a beautiful woman. Back then, when she had her first nip and tuck, she really ended up beautiful. But after she kept on doing, I don't know, whatever, after she got away from all that scene,
Well, I mean,
she don't look too
I'm
good
not going to
now.
go there. It's a lot of rumors out there. I wanted to talk about this really quickly before the next update comes in. If Diddy is
Okay.
and this is gross, you guys, but hey, they testified to it on the stand. If Diddy is bisexual, why won't he get his own man to do that on him and rub it in his own damn nipples? Why must he have another man that's been with Cassie's stuff rubbed on his nipples? You're saying that this is a sick fetish you heard about?
Was that the beginning of their relationship?
She
Was that
didn't
the
say.
beginning before she knew he was, bisexual? Because I thought in the beginning he didn't let her know for a while. I always
I'm
thought
just,
he was a little Tinkerbellish.
this is just getting too overwhelming for me. All of these fetishes.
Just think
Like
about
I
it.
thought,
Look at that dance. Look at that dance Diddy's been doing for years. Now, wasn't that a little Tinkerbellish? That
I
same
can't.
old dry dance.
Something is seriously wrong, you guys, with Toria. Child, no. What's taking so long?
I'm just joking. I'm just
Yeah.
joking. And all serious though, this man to me did some horrible things to this young lady. Just horrible, sickening
Right.
things
And so do
that
you
he
still
really.
think he's gonna get off?
I do, because the case ain't about this. It ain't about what he did to her. This is our opinion publicly that we can say this.
But
And
no, Victoria.
I
But the
wish
most
we.
important part is that they have to prove that he forced people to do these acts.
Right.
He forced her. Unless you're saying she's not on trial, she's here as a character witness. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, she's not. She's not.
Got it. Got it.
She's
Got
not.
it.
She's not enough. She's not enough. He can't be convicted just by what she's saying and dancer, because they got paid for their services. Simple as that.
So
The
people
dancer
get
could have
paid
said
on juries.
the dancer wasn't under contract or nothing. He just was there to fulfill a service and leave. He didn't have to come back. He wasn't he wasn't threatened, oh, you come back or else. He kept coming back whenever he got called, right?
So what are you trying to say? That
He was there.
it could have been.
He was a willing participant for the money.
Oh, okay. So
But
you're
when he
going
got
with the
paid,
theory is that all of these adults are willing participants. That's what you're saying.
they
Even though Cassie
they got
claimed now.
paid.
Hmm.
No matter how sick we think it is, and I think it's sickening. I'm sorry she went through it, but when that
I
defense
don't
attorney
know.
gets to her, they're gonna ask her. You could have left. You left several times and you came back. One time you were gone for 6 months. Why'd you go back? Why? Why you
This is
keep going back? You were paid. She was paid handsomely for everything that she did. She walked around wearing the latest everything, got cars, jewelry, whatever, money in her pocket. She could buy anything. She had way more money than all of us. They're
Now,
going to make her look so bad. It's not enough. It's just not enough to convict him.
the prostitute was saying sometime 4,000, if not more. She's asking how much was the prostitute getting paid.
Perry, keep your eyes on the thing too for me.
I am.
This
I'm
is
trying to find
it's
it.
too. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
This is too much. What time is it? It's 1:30 here.
It's 4:35.
4:35.
Well, they're getting ready to wrap
4:35
up.
here.
Mhm. This is too
Let me
much.
check.
They cannot leave off that Diddy told her to put the sperm on the nipple. They got to tell me a little bit more. Don't leave me like that.
It's weird. I don't know nothing about that fetish, but I'm just like, it sounds like an animal kind of thing. Like, you know how your dogs might mark their territory, and even though he could be by or whatnot, it's his possession, control over it. You do that, but then he need to get his ownership of it. And
Perry,
that's what her
stop.
money.
You have to say, Perry, stop lying. You have no idea why this man is rubbing
No.
other men's sperm on his damn nipple.
I really don't, right?
Besides,
Yeah,
he's probably mushroomed out of his mind, mollied out of his mind, and just doing crazy shit. And in that book that Toria doesn't believe, that was supposed to be Kim's transcripts, they said that he just it wasn't enough. So he had to get crazier and crazier and more adventurous in the freak offs because he was doing it too much. So that brings on the urine and, what else can I do that's different? Well, put the sperm
Sherelle.
on my nipples.
Dennis said that it came out in court that some of them were paid up to $15,000, one time $6,000, and he said, "Okay, I see the Frico, but where's the Rico? We don't got the Rico yet, but we got the Frico. Come on, y'all, where's it at?"
If they were paid that much, that explains why not a single dancer / escort turned him in. You're making the most money than you'd have made from Craigslist in a long time. That's why they kept coming back.
Yeah, well,
and he got the money to do it. I can pay you 50.
I think it's that. And I also think that because you're in that line of business, you're doing it, that you can't show where you was forced to do it. When you got that call on Craigslist, you voluntarily took your ass over there for payment. And that's the problem, I think, with Cassie. I mean, because I was trying to find my spot, still am. But I started hitting replies. People are going off. You stop lying, D.
They're going off on Cassie?
Saying she's a lying B. She needs to stop. It's just crazy. But and I understand, like, they saying, hey, it's a gray area. I'm just saying, like, at this point, I would take hers, but the cross-examination, when it happens, should make her answer some of the questions that these people won't answer.
So you're saying there's a lot of people that are calling her a liar.
Yeah, I was shocked.
Where it's at now, where it's at now, and even the bloggers that's outside of the courthouse are saying all these escort agencies, even the one in Vegas, she called them, she contacted these agencies, she made all the bookings, she set up everything, she paid them, and now she wants to say the money came from Sean. There's no proof Sean paid him. It's plenty of proof that Kathy paid him.
Right.
So they're
Listen,
all
y'all make
saying
my blood pressure go up. I will listen
you got to
tomorrow.
look at it from a lawyer's point of view. That's the way it's coming out.
Unless you're gonna go with hearsay, at the end of the day, to say I was forced, she get to have some witnesses saying that she was at GUN point, or and I
Hold
get
on,
it.
we got another one. Here we got another update.
Okay.
Ventura, I would like to delete them. Lawyer, why? Ventura, they were disgusting. I never wanted anyone to see them. She's talking about these tapes. Lawyer, where Sean's devices and were Sean's devices used sometimes? Yes. I asked him to delete them. Lawyer, did he? Ventura, I don't know. He didn't delete shit. That's what he used for blackmail.
Mm-hmm.
If he deleted them, the feds would have been empty-handed when they came out of that house. It's all so complicated, and it's just showing to me that he needs to be behind bars. But y'all saying this ain't got the tapes have to do with bribery. Can we admit to that?
Bribery. See, look, the tape just shows you what happened in the room, what position, what this, what's actually showing. Besides, unless you want to get into her emotions, and she's saying, "Well, I didn't want to do it."
Okay. You're saying that somebody has to come out and say he blackmailed me with these tapes. They're also saying that Cassie is a character witness, so you really can't use her information because she settled out of court for allegedly $30 million. You can't
Well,
use that information to convict.
well, I'm not really saying that. I'm saying this like, I think what she's doing on the stand now is saying I was under the belief that I was in danger if I didn't do it. And even when they had the fights and stuff, you can assume fights can happen even when somebody ain't forcing you to do that. He can come back and say, "Oh no, that fight wasn't about this. We argued about this. I shouldn't have did what I did." But with your fingerprints being on all the text messages that went out to these agencies, you paying the dancers slash plumbers, um, and that kind of shit is making it come across like this. But then again, she's not underage. So now you can either go by hearsay and say, well, she could have
Hearsay.
felt that way.
If I tell you that I did this, how's that hearsay?
You can't read what's in somebody's mind. They can tell you this, and he can say, no, she wasn't. He gonna say his side of it is, I never forced her to. When you go to court, you got to have some kind of written thing. Now, people can take all this in. That's why they're trying to drill it in that she was fearful for her life to get into the jury's head, and which it could be true, right? It very well could be true. Or it could be that's what she's throwing out there right now to say, no, I ain't want these things to go down. I was afraid.
I promise y'all, tomorrow I will listen with an open heart. I promise you. And I will let
And
you know
Dennis
if
is
I
trying to find out, does she have immunity? Because that's been the question this afternoon. Did they give her immunity for this testimony? And Cassie had her own money and plenty of it. So she had the money and the means to pay these people. So they're saying
y'all come on,
she paid
y'all.
for it because she wanted to have the parties. So that there is no other way anybody can prove he gave her the money.
Toria, who wants to be
She's
peed
got to
on?
have. I know this. There's people that like it. Young Miami loves it. There's a few other young girls I heard in the hip hop world love it. They got a club where they all get together and go have girls date night and freak
Mm.
parties down in Miami. All kind of stuff go down in Dade County, boy. I stayed away from Miami years ago. It's too hot for me.
Yeah, I'm just saying
I'm at a
it's
loss.
really it's really hard to say. Like, I can see somebody point saying, "Hey," because she did say this time. Yeah, I said, I was okay for the first time, and sometimes I got tired of it. Sometime, or she put it to the point like it was okay, it was whatever, but it was all right at first, but it started to be too much. As if, yeah, I did like the extra meat in the bed, but then sometimes it became
Perry.
too much. Well, I'm just trying to get back to the point that people's looking at it, right? So,
Mm.
and anybody can say, I did that crime. Why did you rob that bank? You was cold busted. Well, Johnny down the street told me to go in there and do it. If I don't rob it, I was in fear for my life. Anybody can say that. And really, your ass could have been thinking that on mushrooms or whatever. But where's the proof? They ain't gonna let you go just because you said that you was in fear. Now, if you keep giving all these scenarios and talking about it, the jury might be sympathetic like you are, right?
We got more men on that jury than women, so I don't think they're going to be too sympathetic. But Sherelle, I feel like you do. It's bad, bad, bad. The things that happened to her, I don't like that kind of stuff. That's horrifying. But at some point, like Perry said, she liked it. And then there became a time that she no longer liked it anymore. We got to remember another thing. Everything this girl is saying today, she has been prepped by the prosecutors to say the most damaging things she can possibly say so they can convict their client, their person they want to convict. They want to convict Diddy. So they got her to say everything they want her to say to make him look like the dog of the world.
Guys, they're saying that proceedings for day 2 of Sean Combs' federal trafficking and racketeering charges have concluded for today. So
Yep,
they're done.
I was
And so,
going to tell you that.
and I say this too, Sherelle, like it goes like this. Now, she said at first it could have been okay, because I think too, if I'm rationalized with it, saying, yeah, she thought from her own words that it would make him happy. So people go out their boundaries, do shit, when they start dating and doing all that shit that they normally wouldn't do just to make the other person happy. And I
Mhm.
think she could have got tired of it when she realized, because most people think I'll make them happy, they have changed. When you don't see the person changing and they getting more worse and worse, now they want to have the parties twice a week, then you like, hey, I'm spinning my wheels. I don't know what,
Look,
I want to do this to make you happy so you could be mine all to yourself. But 10 years, I can understand you
this
21.
this was a long day. It was eye-opening.
Mhm.
I feel that Cassie, he put her through a lot. I still think she's a DV victim. Uh, I'm willing to listen tomorrow with open ears and an open heart. But right now, I don't see what y'all talking about. Diddy's a monster and he needs to be put away. Do I think he needs to be put away his whole life? Maybe not his whole life, but for a while, at least 10 to 20 to 15. That's what I'm thinking.
10 to
Let me
15?
10 to 15. He needs 10 to
Okay, what's the
15.
10 to 15 for? What's that for?
That's the
Making
record. Shit.
Cassie and all of these people fulfill his freakish ways.
But he's not charged with none of that. You got to find something that he's charged with that he should get the time for.
I
I
just
wish
told you
we
he
could
forced these people.
I wish people could get charged for some of these sick acts. Like I just read a story last night about some freaky woman having sex with an animal in a foreign country.
Wow.
It's just
Wow.
sickening. It's sickening to me. how can they do this? And she was arrested for it because she hurt the animal, and the animal is like protected in that country.
Mm.
But it's sickening
Well,
to
look,
me. People that do the things he does should be arrested and sent to a psychiatrist to find out, why do you want to do these sickening things? That's sickening. Peeing on somebody and taking the ejaculation and putting it on other people's
okay,
bodies.
okay.
That's
I can't
sickening.
keep hearing this.
Right,
Listen,
right.
you guys, I'm gonna wrap this up because I'm gonna go. Someone's waiting for me. But tomorrow we will reconvene. I might
You
reconvene
got
tonight.
Armand's you got Armand's
Huh?
number? You got Armand's
No,
number?
no.
I'll see, can
Why?
I get it for you?
Should I call
Cause I'd
Armand?
like to get his,
Oh, that's a good
yeah, I'd
idea.
like to
I
get
should
his
call Armand. Yeah.
get his
All right, y'all.
perspective.
Yeah,
Cause he's
yeah,
in
yeah.
there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
See what he says. I think that would be a good look.
Someone says Diddy sympathizers are ignoring the hallway beating. They really are. They're forgetting the trial isn't over. More witnesses to be uncovered. Just saying. And that I'm going to go out on that note. Thank you so much, B. Listen, you guys, I'll
Thanks for
call
the
you
super
later.
chat.
Thank you. I'll call
Yeah.
you later, Toria. I will call Armand, and tomorrow I'm coming with an open heart, but I'm still nervous. On three, you guys, let's say bye. 1, 2, 3. Bye,
Bye,
guys.
everybody.
Bye. Bye, everybody.